Hold on. So
That's true. I
Is
can
Laura
get back.
Loomer speaking, or is she just on mute?
I'm on
She's
mute.
on mute.
I was
Actually.
Oh,
Yep.
waiting.
okay. We can. Yeah. I kept hearing like noises. Sounded
Well,
a
it's
bit
not
like
me.
the.
My phone's clearly on mute. I mean, it says mute.
Oh yeah. Never mind. Well, you can speak if you want.
No, I was getting tons of messages with people saying that they were attacking me in the space, so I came over to listen. So I don't really understand what I'm getting attacked for, but okay.
Oh, it was me. I was calling you a loser.
Who's that?
That's all. That's me, Harry. I'm up here.
Oh,
I was calling
well,
you a loser. I was saying
you're
like
the
you
one
like.
that shilled for a dementia patient the entire election season, so you're not one to
Well,
be happy.
Laura,
Oh my
it's
god.
like I'd
You'd
rather
rather
back Joe
what? Support a
Biden, who I
dementia patient and put our
no,
national security
I'd
at
rather you be
risk?
quiet so I can finish a sentence. That'd be super nice.
I know, but I'm talking right
No, I'd
now. You've
rather.
been talking the entire time. You
So
want
do you want me to
innocent people.
respond to that or
You
no?
want innocent people to be killed by illegal aliens in the invasion in our country because you
Oh,
want a
oh,
dementia
oh!
patient in
Spare
control of our
me,
country.
spare me. Donald Trump increased drone strikes in the Middle East 450%,
What does
which
that
led
have
to
to do with the
innocent.
fact that
Oh,
illegal aliens are murdering
listen!
people?
You're talking about innocent people dying. Innocent civilian
I'm
deaths in
talking, yeah,
Afghanistan went
American
up
citizens. We're not
330%.
living in Afghanistan.
Okay,
We're
okay,
living in the United States of
Laura,
America.
Do you know who Molly Tibbetts is?
Yeah. So I'm
Who's Molly
asking you a
Tibbetts?
question. I'm asking you a
Wait,
question.
Laura. Who's Molly Tibbetts? Who's Molly Tibbetts?
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking you a question.
Oh, yeah. Well, Laura doesn't know who Molly Tibbetts
That's
is.
not
Molly
true.
Tibbetts is
I'm
a
at, you're deflecting
wait,
from the
wait.
conversation because you
No,
don't want
absolutely
to
not, Laura. If you know
you
who Molly Tibbetts is,
stop.
which you
You
obviously don't, you would know that
you
this is on
don't you
topic.
don't want to you do not want to
My
address the
God.
fact that
I
you
know who Molly
supported a
Tibbetts is.
dementia
She
patient.
was murdered by an illegal
Wait.
immigrant.
You do
Wait,
not.
Laura. You said you
She's
were talking and you wouldn't let me
she's
you wouldn't let me respond. So now
she's
you
All
want
right,
to
all right, all
a
respond
right,
like
all right, all
five
right.
different
victim
things at
Everybody,
of
once.
illegal
calm down, calm down.
immigration.
All
She's
right.
a
One
victim
at
of
a time.
illegal
One at a time.
immigration. But why are you supporting a guy that
God, I hate this mute button. Doesn't work properly. All right. Fuck this thing. Okay, everybody, calm down. Okay, first Loomer, then Harry. I think she wants to finish the immigration topic as we kind of started with that. Then we had Ian probably wants to deliver some important context first, so he's the human
yeah.
version of community notes. So first Ian, then Laura, then Harry.
Me? No,
I
I was
Yeah,
just
you
going
implored
to
wanted
say
to
I
explain
know
who
who
Molly
Molly
Tibbetts
to
Tibbetts
is.
is.
know who Molly Tibbetts is.
Yeah. Context. So Molly Tibbetts was
She's
a young
I
woman. She was
I was
murdered by an
answering the
illegal alien.
question. Am I talking or what? I just don't
Yes,
understand.
you
Like,
are.
yeah.
Yeah, you
So
can
yeah.
go ahead now because they just needed the context of who Molly Tibbetts is. She was a
Right, and
young
I
woman
was
who was
getting to
murdered by an
it,
illegal
but I
alien.
was getting to the conversation. So he's trying to select a woman who was killed by an illegal alien in 2018 to try to say that, oh well, people were killed
Who
by
is
illegal
president?
aliens under President Trump. But you're
Right.
you're you're ignoring the fact that the amount of illegal aliens who have poured into our country is now substantially higher under the Biden administration than it was during the Trump administration. Nobody's denying that there weren't any illegals in our country during the Trump administration, but the amount that came in obviously was severely restricted during the Trump administration because, unlike the Democrats, President Trump and the Republican Party actually care about border security.
Okay, so I'm just going to speak a little bit at length here because a lot of what you just said is just wrong. So
How is it
um,
wrong?
I'm going to explain if you would just be quiet. That'd be super nice. Appreciate it. So first of all, you made a claim about like Biden being a dementia patient. You know absolutely nothing about Joe Biden. Like I've met the man,
What
I've
are you
interviewed the
talking
man.
about?
He didn't.
Everybody knows
Wait,
he has.
Laura, I just let you speak. I just let you speak. Just be quiet, right? So I've met the man.
No,
I've
just be
interviewed Joe
quiet,
Biden.
right? Right. You're so obnoxious.
So I'm sorry, you're the one interrupting me right now. I'm the one who actually like let you speak. I listen to Adrian, whose spaces is.
Because
I'm
you're
respecting.
lying. Go ahead and
I,
talk, but you're lying. Everybody knows
I've said
Biden.
Okay,
I've
you can.
so
Okay,
far.
hold on. How about this? How about this? We're gonna let him finish with his position on Biden, and then you can come back with a comeback.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Adrian. Thank you. So first of all, I've met President Biden. I've interviewed him. I think he's perfectly mentally sound. There's also a neurology report that he had done this year in 2024 on whitehouse.gov that I'm sure that you haven't read. I'm sure you haven't read. And if you did, you'd see it was an entire team of neurologists from Walter Reed who evaluated President Biden. I know you haven't read it. It's okay. You should go to whitehouse.gov. Now, on the topic of immigration, this is like probably the topic in America with the most misinformation surrounding it coming from the right. You're saying that the spike in undocumented migrants has been because of Joe Biden. First of all, completely false. The majority of people who have come in recent years has actually been legal immigrants. They're coming in via asylum. That system is being abused. People are saying, "Hey, I'm being persecuted on a protected trait in my home nation. I need asylum." They're being let in on a temporary stay, and the backlog in the immigration courts is so large that right now it's 4 to 7 years. So obviously, there's a problem here. Obviously, the system is being abused. Donald Trump's solution of mass deportations and building a wall solves nothing. It does not change the asylum system. So your whole rant about undocumented migrants is not founded on any fact. You're not even getting to the root of the issue. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris put forward a bipartisan border bill written by Senator James Langford, who was endorsed by Donald Trump in 2022, which would have rewritten the asylum laws to raise the burden of proof. So it would be harder for people to abuse the system. It also invested in immigration courts so that backlog, that's 4 to 7 years, would be reduced to under 6 months. A huge, huge improvement. It also hired thousands of new Border Patrol agents specifically to deal with asylum and fentanyl crossing the border and more. You know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump, the guy you worship, Laura, called up members of Congress and told them to vote against it. This is the word of Senator James Langford. It's the word of Mike Johnson. It's the word of a number of different Republicans who have come forward about this. Donald Trump couldn't care less about the actual problem at the border. He cares about optics. That's why he brings up people like Laken Riley when Molly Tibbetts existed under his administration. He doesn't care about these people. He uses them as political pawns. So yeah.
That's not true. He absolutely cares about them, and he calls the family members personally. I've been with President Trump on his plane, traveled with him personally, and watched him call family members who have been victims of migrant crime and illegal aliens. So you're a
So
liar.
why did he kill the bill? Why did he kill the bill, Laura?
Why did he kill the bill?
Yeah,
Because
why
it
did he kill the
provided
bill?
mass amnesty. That's why. Because it
And what
provided
what part of
mass
the bill?
amnesty, and
What What part of
it
the bill
also
provided mass amnesty?
the immigration bill also provided funding for other nations as opposed to more
Wrong.
funding for our own country and our own
Oh
border
my God.
security. It's true. That's the
Wrong.
reason why
This
he
is
killed the bill.
this
It's
is
not wrong.
see this is so painful to listen to because it's so misinformed. It's just like
It's not
why
misinformed. It's the
can't
truth.
Laura, if you just read like a little bit more, you'd understand that that's not
It's the
true. So
truth. It is the truth.
originally,
It is the
okay, all
truth.
right, I hear you.
The
I hear you.
border has
Originally,
exploded under Joe Biden.
okay, thank you for reiterating. So originally, the immigration bill was combined with funding for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and more. But then the bill split up. They voted on the Ukraine funding, the Israel funding, and Taiwan funding. It passed overwhelmingly. Republicans voted overwhelmingly for that bill. Then what was left was the immigration portion of the bill. That bill is still sitting in Congress because Republicans won't even allow it to go up for debate. Not even like passing the bill. They won't even debate the bill in Congress. So I don't know what you're talking about, that it's a foreign policy bill. Just go read it. And a mass amnesty bill, please point me to what part in that bill allowed for mass amnesty. What part?
It was a mass amnesty bill, and
What
I think
part?
we need to have single issue bills in this country.
Laura, what part of the bill?
Why are we combining an immigration bill with funding for other nations? Why are we
Laura, what
giving foreign?
bill? What
Why
part of
are
the
we giving?
bill?
Why are we providing funding for
Oh
other
my
nations
God.
when we need to address our own border? It's
Laura,
time to
what
put
part of the
America
bill?
first.
What part of the bill was mass amnesty? What part?
The bill called for mass amnesty. It would have
What
given
part of the
mass amnesty
bill?
to illegal aliens. I'd have
What
to pull
what
it up right now and read through the bill, but this is one of the
well
reasons why
you
President
shouldn't
Trump told people not to support the bill because it was a
you
mass
shouldn't be
amnesty bill
making
to
the claim if
provide.
you can't back it up. The
This
bill
is
was
the
not a mass
reason.
amnesty
This
bill.
is the
Matter
reason
of fact,
why
wait,
people in the
Laura.
Republican Party did not support the bill.
Laura, what was the cap on encounters under Donald Trump per day?
This is the reason why the bill
Do you
was
not
not
know?
supported. This is the
Laura,
reason why
what
the bill was not supported.
What was the cap
You're being
of
dishonest,
encounters?
Harry. You're being dishonest, Harry. You're
Oh
being
my God,
dishonest,
Laura, I'm
Harry.
asking you a question. This
I'm
is not
asking you a
dishonest.
question. Why are you
Wait,
lying
okay,
about the bill
wait. Can
not
we
support? Why are you
can I like
lying, Harry, about the bill not being a mass amnesty
wait,
bill?
Laura,
It was
I've
a
given you the
mass
opportunity.
amnesty bill. I have
Okay,
given you the
Laura, you
opportunity.
keep
You
saying the
keep
same thing
lying,
over and over
Harry.
again. Laura,
Harry,
I
you have
asked you
been
what part of the
community
bill.
noted
Oh my
over and
god.
over again as a paid
Oh,
operative
please,
for the
please don't bring up
DNC.
community notes, Laura. Please don't bring up community
No,
notes. Second
I'm
of
being
all,
honest. You are a paid
Laura, I've
operative by
asked
the
you.
Hey, let her
DNC.
finish. Let her
I'm
finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her
I've
sorry.
been
You're
finish.
right. You're right. I
explaining.
apologize. I apologize.
You have been community noted in the past, Harry, for being a paid operative of the DNC. You are not being truthful. The bill was killed, and the reason why President Trump didn't want people supporting the bill is because it provided mass amnesty. It was called a mass amnesty bill. This is why James Lankford is one of the senators who is now up to be primaried, because they call him Amnesty Lankford. That is literally the nickname that this guy has been given because the bill
Okay.
pushed for mass amnesty.
So,
We can let other people speak on this too, who
no, no,
are
no. Let's
Republicans
just.
who are in this
I'm.
chat. No, but it's you're
Let's
trying to
keep it one on
gaslight
one.
people. You're trying to
Oh
keep
my
you're
god,
trying to
Laura, can you
gaslight
be
people.
quiet, please? You just keep
You're
ranting,
trying to
please, please,
gaslight
please.
people into thinking that this wasn't an amnesty bill, and it
Okay.
was. It was an
Laura,
amnesty bill.
Laura. So two things. First of all, I wish the DNC paid me. I'm 22. I'm in college. I got to pay for tuition. I
They
wish the
have
DNC
paid
paid me.
you. You're
I know that
community
would be
noted in the
so
past.
nice.
You've
That'd
been
be so.
community
Wait,
noted
wait,
in the
Laura,
past for
please,
being paid by the
Laura,
DNC.
Laura, Laura. Do you agree with every single community note ever? Has every community note been
There's
accurate?
FEC records that show that you're paid by
Go find
Democrat
me. Go
PAC.
find me. Go find me an FEC record that shows that I've been paid directly by the DNC. Now,
All right.
second of all, I've given you the opportunity to tell me what part of the bill included mass amnesty, and you keep saying it's dishonest to ask you that question,
Here's
but
the
you can't provide a
FEC
simple
record right
answer.
here. It says on February 6, 2023, you were paid $1,000 by Democracy Defense Action, Harry Sisson. Okay,
Correct.
then
Correct.
another
Yeah, I
one,
did. Yeah, Laura, I
Democracy
did social media
Democracy
consulting
Defense
for them.
Action, and then another one you were paid by Midas Touch, which is
Yep.
a
Yep. Yep.
Democrat media platform that works with the
Yeah.
DNC.
Yeah.
I have it
They do
saved on
not
my
work with the
phone.
DNC.
Yes,
So
they do.
Laura. So
Yes, they
Laura,
do.
I did.
You asked me to show the FEC record, and I just rolled it
Yeah.
up, and
Yeah.
it says how
Laura.
I did
Laura.
social media
And so,
Laura,
how
I
did it
consulting.
work
asked
for
you.
them? Do
I
they
It
get the
doesn't
funding
matter
from
if
the
it's social
DNC? So,
media.
hang on a second.
Wait.
Hang on a second. How does it work from? Do they just get the funding from the DNC? Like, how does it
No,
work?
they don't. That's the funny, Adrian. They don't get
Then
funding from the
explain
DNC. That's the
explain that
thing.
you were literally community
So okay,
noted, and it became
wait.
a
Let me,
viral post.
Laura, you keep talking.
I think even Elon Musk, if I recall correctly, like either commented or retweeted it, and it was like even posted by Defiant L's when you were
Oh,
saying
I
that you
Okay,
couldn't
weren't
care
paid
less,
okay,
and
Laura.
hold
people
on, hold
posted
on,
your tweet.
hold on. Everyone, hold on. So I just looked into it, and it says Harry Sisson is managed by Palate Management, a firm that has received $210,000 from the DNC.
Okay, so
Damn.
Damn,
yeah,
Harry, you
so
pay? Wow.
Damn,
okay,
Jordan.
can I talk real quick? All right,
Yeah,
so
yeah, go.
basically, so first of all, I find it funny how we were talking about mass amnesty and Laura has to move it to a completely different topic because she doesn't know what she's talking about. Now, second of all, I'm happy to explain this and I've
Let's
explained
talk
this like
about the
a
work
million
permit.
times.
Let's talk about the work
Yeah, I'm happy to
permit.
explain. Wait, hold on, just one second. I'm happy to respond to that as well. No, yeah. So the people you cited, Democracy Defense Action and Midas Touch, are liberal groups. They're not associated with the DNC. So I did social media consulting for them because I do social media. It would make zero sense for these groups to hire somebody who doesn't do social media to consult on social media. I don't. And by the way, if you go to the FEC records, it literally says social media consulting. And as everybody here knows, I hope it has to be reported accurately, or it's a crime, right? So unless you think there's a huge conspiracy being underway here, then I think we can agree that it was just that. Now with the Palette, yeah, I am managed by Palette. The money that was taken in by the DNC was before I was signed to them. I wasn't even part of Palette at that time. And also, it wasn't Palette Management. Palette Management is an entirely different entity than the people on the FEC filing. That was Palette Media. So people just have to be like very specific when they're talking about this because it gets misconstrued all the time. Now, Laura, please, what part of the bill was mass amnesty? Don't try to dodge. Don't try to go to another topic. What part was mass amnesty?
You just completely lied to everybody on this
Okay, Laura,
on
then
this
have them go look at the FEC filings themselves. I'm
I just
perfectly
showed
happy
you
for
the
people to do
FEC
that.
filings, and you came up with
Yeah,
an
yeah.
excuse. The organization that you're managed by received. He just said out of said it over
Yeah,
$200,000. So
and
be
Laura, and if you would have
dishonest.
just
I'm not
listened to me,
going to. I don't need to
I just
listen to
said
a
that I wasn't
liar. I don't
managed.
need to listen to a
Laura, you
Democrat
can't because you can't
propagandist.
engage in a debate. You can't engage in a
That's not
debate. And as I
true.
just
You
yes,
are a
you
paid
cannot do it, Laura.
propagandist. You are
Laura,
a
it's fine.
propagandist, and you lied about it.
Laura, if you can't engage in
No,
debate,
I
that's
think
fine.
it's
Just say
really
that.
important for people to understand that there are
Okay,
people who
Laura,
receive funding from the Democrat Party
Laura.
to push
If
to push
it,
open borders, and it's destroying our country.
Laura,
And you
if
just
your
lied to
view,
everybody on the
Laura,
stage.
if your view is that I'm a paid propagandist, then I should be easy to debunk, right? I should not know what I'm talking about. So please,
But that's
what
the
part of
thing
the bill
though.
was mass
It is
amnesty?
beneath me. It is beneath me to debate with somebody who just
It's
lied to
beneath you.
everybody on
See,
the space.
see,
No,
wait,
no,
wait, wait.
it is beneath me because look at what you just did. You just lied
See,
and said that you were
Adrian,
not
this is
paid,
what
and
I
then
was
you just
talking
Hang on a
about,
second.
man.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Was Pallet? So hang on a second. Was Pallet paid the money in order to bring you on, or how is that?
Mm-mm. No,
What
I
is
was
the
not. I was not with
you know?
Pallet. First of all, again, it was to Pallet Media. Pallet Media is an entirely separate entity than Pallet Management. I'm managed by Pallet Management. I don't know why people conflate these two things. I guess just because they both have Pallet in the name. But Pallet Management is the management company I'm with. Also, even the payment to Pallet Media was before my time at Pallet Management. So I don't know why people I don't know why people suddenly think that I got paid like money that they took in, this entirely different entity took in 2 months before I was even there. But whatever, it's people come up with theories all the time.
Essentially,
But
what
again,
Harry's saying, right? What Harry's saying is that he's not a paid shill. He's just a Democrat. He just happens
Okay,
to
so
agree to
Well,
money
so
I
clips.
mean,
That's all.
yeah. Well,
He's
thank
hold
not being
on,
paid.
so
hold
exactly.
on,
wait,
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 Right?
wait,
He's
wait,
not
wait,
being paid. He's
wait,
getting
wait, wait,
But
wait.
wait, can we just like
So I'm reading right now, and it says Pallet Media and Pallet Management are related. They are part of the same company, with Pallet Management being the operational arm that handles the talent management aspect, while Pallet Media refers to the broader entity or brand encompassing marketing or management services for digital creators and influencers.
yeah, so again, they're like two totally different entities. And again, the Palette Media took in the money before I was signed, months before I was even there. So unless the theory is that they just held on to the money for me before I got there, then I think that's crazy in and of itself. And again, if you look at me in my videos, like what I post online, I'm not
That's not
wearing
true.
like
I'm going to
Gucci and
read the
Louis
Daily
Vuitton.
Caller
I'm not
article.
dripped the fuck out. I wish I had money. Again, fucking
Here,
tuition is expensive these days,
here's an
folks.
article.
If
Here's
the
an
DNC
article
wants to
from
pay
the
me, I'm
Daily
happy to do that,
Caller.
by the way.
Here's an article
if the
from the
DNC
Daily
wants to pay
Caller.
me,
I'm going to
I'll
read this
accept as well.
article.
That's what I'm
It
saying,
says,
Malcolm. If the DNC wants to send me a check, I'm telling you, I'd say yes.
can I
I'm
please
not
read
holding it
this
back.
article from the Daily Caller,
I
Adrian?
know what fucking article you're talking about from the Daily Caller. It's
I know, but
BS.
why
It's
are
the
you
Daily
getting
Caller.
defensive? I want to read it. Adrian, can I
You
please
can
read this
read
Okay, go
it.
ahead.
article?
Go
You can
ahead.
read
You
it.
can read
You
it.
can
You
read
can
it. You can
enter
read
it
it,
into
sir.
the
Okay,
public record.
Harry, I want to read this.
Enter it enter it into the public record. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
There we go. There we go.
can you please stop talking, Harry? Remember you just did that to me 2 minutes ago?
I can,
Thanks.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Okay, thanks. Great. Got it. The Democrat National Committee paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to the employer of liberal social media influencer Harry Sisson, known for his pro-Biden content. Sisson is a content creator for Palette Management and a student at NYU. According to his LinkedIn page, Palette is a marketing firm that received $210,000 from the DNC during the 2022 election cycle, public records show. Sisson began working for Pallet in October of 2022, which is the same month when the DNC gave Pallet $200,000 for paid media. So again, you just lied again and said that they gave it to them
Not
months
true.
before you started
I didn't
working
start with
there.
Pallet. I didn't start with Pallet in
Yes, you
October.
just said
That's the
that they
thing.
gave it to
The
them
wait,
months
but
before, and it says that's when
yes,
you started
yes,
working with her
yes.
on the LinkedIn.
Yes, yes. So Laura, I didn't start with Palette in October, right? I made this abundantly clear. I don't know why it says on my LinkedIn I start with October. I believe it was either in December or January, but for some reason it says October. I think I inserted it incorrectly when I put it in there, but that's neither here nor there. Aside from that, the article that you cited has literally told us nothing new. It's actually in line with everything I said, that it paid Palette Media, an organization that is entirely separate from Palette Management, money. And again, I wasn't a pal when that money was paid. But I want to bring up the fact that this was not a conversation about where I get my money from. This was a conversation about immigration that Laura has completely pivoted from because she can't hang. She has to go to personal attacks and like try to discredit
It's
somebody
not a
because she
personal
can't
attack.
hang.
Showing
No, she
people that
can't
you are
hang.
paid
And
by the Democrat
listen.
Party to lie. I mean, look,
Okay.
even
Thank
you
you,
just said
Laura.
that
Thank
Joe
you,
Biden
Laura.
doesn't have dementia,
I'm
but
kind of agreeing
Yes.
with Harry here because, like, I don't understand why you need to bring up
special counsel
his
Robert.
work for the Democrats because, or non-work for the Democrats because it's got nothing to do with this conversation. You basically did pivot away from it, which I mean, why
That's
don't you
not
answer his
I want to
question,
if
talk
right?
about
somebody if
immigration.
somebody is paid by the Democrat Party, they're going to try to push the lie, just like the Democrats have said that the border's secure. And this is one of the issues
See,
that,
this is
to his credit,
crap, man.
Elon
Like,
Musk, Elon
can I
Musk,
jump in?
has
Okay,
really
okay, hang on a
used
second.
that
Okay, hang on a
to
second. Let Laura Cat speak. Let Laura Cat speak. Let Laura
Elon
Cat speak.
Musk has used
Jesus.
X to highlight the
wait,
fact that
I just want to
Democrats
point
have been
out the
lying
big
about
sigh.
immigration.
I want to
And
point out the
so,
big sigh that I want to point out
and
the big sigh that just came from Adrian. That's exactly how everybody feels right now
okay,
listening to
well
Laura.
then
It's
fine.
like
Fuck me.
But my point
Oh,
is
God damn it.
that this is the main issue
nasty
that
cold up
drove
there, huh?
people to go
Nasty
vote
cold.
for Republicans, is the fact that the Dems have
Okay,
been
but
lying.
Laura, here's the thing. Your whole argument, first of all, is predicated on misinformation. I'm not paid by the Democrat. But if you're like, if your
It's not
argument is that like,
misinformation.
if your argument is like, yeah, I can't talk to anybody that's paid by the DNC, that means that anybody that like works for a local Democratic Party or a federal or the National Democratic Party, you wouldn't debate them. That's utter nonsense. You should be able to sit
No,
down with anybody and debate them.
it
And again,
shows that you're
Laura,
paid
if
to
my
defend a
views are
position that is
completely false,
dishonest.
Laura, if my
It
views are
shows that
completely
you're paid
false,
to defend
Laura,
a
if
view that
my
is
views are
dishonest.
false, you should be able to debunk them easily.
It
If
is
I'm
Okay,
just a
false.
paid
Look at
propagandist,
all right.
then
the
please
border
debunk me.
I'm
patrol. The
just gonna
border
jump
patrol
in
has
here
Right,
had.
right, right.
start
Okay, okay.
talking
Everybody stop.
and
Okay,
hope that
whatever.
people start listening. So I'm going to say I agree that this debate has been totally derailed. I don't think that Loomer has adequately explained how the bill actually contained any kind of mass amnesty provisions. I know that the Biden administration had a policy of mass amnesty, but that policy was mainly done through executive actions, and I am not aware of anything in the bill specifically that contained that. So if that could be answered specifically, I think that would get back to the debate. However, I think it is
Please.
also relevant whether or not somebody who is on a stage in front of thousands of people is being paid to be there or has been given talking points to use in that conversation. So that's what I want to know, is whether you're being paid to be here right now or whether you've been given talking points to be used, and if so, who gave them to you? And then we can move on. Like, it doesn't matter if that's the case.
Sure.
But being
Yeah,
transparent
so
about it is
sure.
important,
Sure.
especially if you make
Totally
money
agree.
on social media, like the FTC would say that.
I totally agree. So this is why I've talked about this extensively, and I'm very aware that the majority of people in this space and like generally have not listened to me at length, right? So I totally understand. So no, I'm not being paid to be here, regardless of what Laura Loomer says. I don't know why any like buddy in the Democratic Party be like, yeah, Harry, join the space. By the way, also I just want to bring to attention the fact that it was Jordan who invited
Jordan
me in
brought him,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Jordan's
Also,
working for the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
I
I
want
definitely do not work for the Democratic Party. I
Right.
definitely work for the RNC. Do not shoot me. Do not kill me.
Oh
I
well,
love
no, well,
everybody.
Jordan. That means, according to Laura Loomer's logic, that means I can't talk to you because you're paid by a political party. Because
also
that would mean you're just a propagandist,
I
right?
would say even if, right, a hypothetical here potentially, but even if Harry was kind of being paid either directly or indirectly, he seems to at least be very passionate about it, so I don't think that part of it is fake whatsoever.
And also to answer you, lawyer, I know I didn't address this in
Yeah, everyone's
full.
allowed to be passionate. I'm not. I
Okay.
give him credit for being passionate for his cause. I
Okay,
don't
but
agree
let
with
Harry. Okay,
his
hang on a second. But
candidate,
let
but
Harry address.
he's allowed to be passionate.
Yeah. So let Harry address Laura Cat real quick, and then we can move on.
Yeah, so lawyer, also I just wanted to say that no, I haven't been provided talking points or anything. I just read a lot. So like all this stuff regarding this immigration bill, I've read extensively on. And I think it'd be like pretty like virtually impossible to provide talking points for every direction and argument to go in. I'm like, I know everybody up here probably debates decently frequently, and you know that like any conversation on any topic can take a turn anywhere where it would be incredibly difficult to prepare for that with talking points.
Harry,
So no, there's no talking
you
points.
got
No,
to
there's
be
no pain.
thinking about
Yeah.
AI, though. You got to be thinking about AI.
Oh, you wait. Okay, no, I'm also not using AI. I also think AI is really bad for arguments because they, like, for example, ChatGPT will often misquote sources. And I've had people I've been debated use ChatGPT and then they fall on their faces because they said, oh, this source said this, and then you look at it, it doesn't actually say that. So AI is also not good
I've
for
also put
arguments.
a video in the nest for people to see Don Jr. as well, speaking out and calling it an amnesty and a Ukraine bailout.
Oh
Again, I'm not the
God.
only person that is calling it an amnesty bill, and this is
Laura,
the
I don't think you're the only
from.
person.
But
I don't think you're
Okay,
the only
I
person.
think
but
we could
I'm
all
putting a video
agree.
in the
I
space. I
think we
put a
could
video
all
in the space for
agree
people to
Thank
see
you.
themselves.
that
Oh my God.
political rhetoric does not make a thing so. I am a lawyer. I want to know what part of the law does the thing you're claiming that it does.
Please, Laura, what part of the bill is mass amnesty?
I'm trying to unmute.
We can hear you.
She's
Okay.
glitching out.
Is the fact that she's taking this long to respond to the question not suspicious to some people? The fact that maybe she doesn't know.
This is an internet issue. She's kind of glitching out. Hang on a second.
Yeah, we had to bring her on like 6 or 7 times.
No. I mean like generally across the conversation. I
Oh,
don't just
right.
mean right now with audio issues. I mean just
Also,
is this not just a little
I thought
suspicious to
that
people that she
was
can't answer the question?
Also, Harry,
Come
I don't know.
I'm nowhere
It-
I'm
a lot of
nowhere
glitches on
as
this side.
passionate about these things about you as you or Laura. So, yeah, I couldn't
Yeah, it's
yeah,
perfectly fine.
yeah, I can't debate
No, I
stuff in this but yeah.
totally. I totally understand.
Yeah. Also, we got
You
Owen
keep on
Destroyer
saying that I'm
here.
not
Welcome,
answering the
welcome.
question, but you're muting me. I've been trying.
I'm not.
I have
You think I'm muting you?
somebody is
No one's
muting me,
muting
and
you.
I've been trying to answer this
We
question.
Okay,
haven't
go
been
for it.
muting you. We haven't been
Go ahead.
muting you.
So there's several facets of this that promote amnesty. For example, one of the main things that it promoted was work permits for children of the H-1B visa holders. So that's a major problem. Another thing that it did is it allowed for 5,000 illegal aliens per day to cross into the United States.
Wrong, already wrong.
It also increased green cards by 50,000 per year. So we don't need that. We don't need any more illegals coming into this country. We don't need to be
So-
giving work permits to children of the H-1B visa holders. Again, we just had this massive debate about how it's taking jobs away from Americans. And it also restricted parole for people who entered without authorization between different U.S. ports of entry. So these are several reasons why people should be concerned.
Restricted. Listen to what you just said. Restricted parole.
Yes.
How is that mass amnesty?
I provided the examples of how it
But wait.
encourages
You
mass
understand that
amnesty.
you understand if parole's restricted, that's not people coming in?
I just
Oh my
gave you
God,
several
Laura.
examples of issues with the Schumer-Lanpher
Laura.
border deal.
Come on now.
You're
Laura, you
not.
can't you just gave an argument against yourself.
You
Like if
just
parole is restricted when
you
people
just
show up
asked me. You
come
just asked
on.
me.
I
You
know.
just asked
I'm
me
just
to give you examples.
I know. I'm
It
just
also
pointing out to how one of the
It
examples that
also
you gave
allows.
are
It also
incorrect.
allows. These are things that people have issues with. It also allowed for taxpayer-funded legal representation for illegal aliens. I don't want my money going towards illegal aliens getting representation.
No, it's
If you commit a crime in
no.
this country, it does. Look it up. It provides
Yeah, so
taxpayer
a lot of what you
documentation.
just said, yeah, I would encourage people to actually look up everything Laura just said because you got it completely wrong. So,
That's
for
not
example,
true.
one of the main things
That's
you
not
got
true.
wrong.
That
Yes,
is
it
not
is.
true.
Yes, it is. One of the main things you got
That
wrong
is
was the
not true.
5,000. Okay, you can keep saying it's not true, but if you keep saying it, it doesn't make it less not true. So one of the main things
Is
you
the
got wrong.
5,001 in the original bill? Because I've heard that one's
No. So that's what I wanted to talk about. The 5,000 cap that she's talking about, she completely miscited. So the 5,000 cap is on encounters, right? Encounters are different than people coming across the border. An encounter literally just means that somebody was encountered at the border, and somebody
Not
can be
true.
encountered. Yes, it. Oh my
No, it's
God, Laura,
not. You can look at the
Laura, you
go.
don't know anything.
You
This
can
is so
go look it
embarrassing.
up if you want to. If people
Go
want
look
to
up the
look at
definition of
the
encounter.
for
I encourage
themselves,
you. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not an encounter. It's a crossing, and you can
Go
look
look
this
up.
up.
Go
Okay,
look up the
so
definition of
so
encounter.
The Immigration
okay.
Accountability Project even provided like
Immigration Accountability Project.
an
Read the
entire
bill.
breakdown of
Read
this
the
bill,
bill.
an entire
Read the
breakdown
bill.
of this
Right.
bill.
Yeah, I know
The
you're reading it
Immigration
right now.
Accountability.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
I know you're
so
I'm
reading it right now because
explaining.
you don't know what you're talking
I'm
about. But
explaining to everybody
anyway,
where they can look this up
great,
because you're
great, great.
lying.
okay,
They could also
so
just read the bill
so
themselves, Laura, and not have to
so
listen to a
It's
summary from
not
somebody
about
who doesn't know what
migrant
they're talking
encounters. There
about.
were already more than 5,000
All right,
migrant
so
encounters.
all right.
if I could even just like
5,000
wait, hold
people
on,
into our country per
hold on.
day.
Hold on.
Laura,
Doesn't
you were just
everybody
talking.
remember?
Can I
This is
bring
why
something
everybody
up?
was up in arms
I
about
can't
this
even get a
because
sentence out without Laura just
Okay,
continuing to
that's
talk.
enough. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up.
Can I
Shut
bring
up.
something up?
Everybody quiet.
So
What do you?
one
Go ahead.
significant criticism was that while the bill aimed to end the catch and release policy by providing funding to increase ICE detention capacity and removal flights, it did not mandate the continuation or implementation of the migrant protection protocols remain in Mexico policy. Critics argued that this would result in mandatory nationwide catch and release scheme, contrary to the stricter detain and deport policy they favored.
Okay, so can I respond to everything?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So Laura's just wrong, right? It is encounters, and as I was saying, encounters can be encounters are definitionally by the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, just somebody being encountered at the border, meaning that they were interacted with at the border, and somebody can be encountered twice. So theoretically, there could be 5,000 encounters, and it could just be 2,500 people who were encountered twice. Now, an encounter does not mean that somebody came across the border. Often, the majority of people who are encountered are rejected. So it's not 5,000 people coming across the border, and that cap, if it's met, would then allow the president to shut down the border. That is actually legally mandated by this bipartisan bill, to shut down the border if there are 5,000 encounters. Again, that could mean that 4,999 people rejected, one person was let in, and the president still has to shut down the border. Previously, this is the question I was asking under Laura, previously under the Trump administration, there was no cap. There was no cap on encounters for a per day or in a week or rolling weekly basis. This bill would have established a cap. So I think that people who are like, anti-immigration would actually be in favor of a cap being installed as opposed to blocking this bill. Now, everything else Laura just said is just completely false, right? This parole being
That's
rejected would
not
mean less
true.
migration. It
It
is
gives
true.
it
It is
gives it
true.
gave work permits to illegal aliens. It allowed for the children of illegal
It did.
aliens to
Wait,
get work
Laura.
permits.
Oh my
You're
God.
being so dishonest right now. You're
Laura,
being
Laura,
completely
Laura, Laura.
dishonest.
If somebody is given a
Don't say
green,
that
if somebody is
everything
giving a
is
working
completely
card,
false when it's not. We don't
Laura,
need more
Laura, Laura,
illegal
if
aliens
somebody is
working in
given
our country.
Laura, if somebody's given a
Okay.
working permit, that definitionally means that they are not illegal. That is a legal process of coming
If
into
you
the
come into
country.
our country illegally, just because somebody gives you a work permit doesn't mean that you didn't come
It's
into our
not.
country
It is
illegally.
not going. Those work permits are not going to undocumented migrants. That's what
They
you don't
went to
Okay.
understand.
So
illegal aliens and the
It's
children of illegal aliens.
completely. It's
That is
completely
not
false.
that is not
Also,
true.
also,
That is not
also, if
true.
it's complete, you're just completely false. I would encourage
That
people
is
to read the
not
bill as
true.
opposed to
It
listening to
gave
Laura Loomer break it
work
down.
permits to illegal aliens, and it also provided illegal alien children a safeguard from being deported. You're
Wait,
lying.
DACA?
You are
Wait,
absolutely
DACA?
lying.
Are you talking
You
about
are
DACA now?
lying. You
Are you
are
talking about
lying.
DACA?
And it
Are you
and
talking?
Harry, you
You
can
keep
go look
saying
this
you keep
up
saying it over and
yourself.
over again. Are you talking about DACA
You can
now?
no, you can look this up yourself and
That's what
see
DACA is,
that
Laura. That's the program.
everything
Oh
that I
my
said
God,
is completely true.
So
that is complete.
Taxpayer funded
you're
That is
not if
completely
education
you're
for
not
illegal
false.
talking
aliens,
about DACA,
work permits for illegal
Yeah, please
aliens.
listen to Lawyer Cat. He's about to ask you
so
a good question. Please
if
listen
you're
to him.
not talking about DACA, what sort of protection from deportation are you talking about? Because DACA is the one that I'm aware of and familiar with.
Because there was the issue of family separation, and they said that they were trying to provide safeguards for the children, and this is why the Biden administration has lost over 500,000 migrant children,
Oh my
because they
God, where are you
said,
getting
oh,
that
we're
number
going
from?
to take these children into custody. No, Tom Homan has said that the number is 500,000, and they said we're going to take these children
Tom
into
Homan also
custody to
lies.
make sure that they're not deported, and now they can't account for the well-being and the location of 500,000 migrant children. So
Yeah, you
they
know
said, we
why?
are
You
going
know
to take
why?
these children and we are going to make sure that the
Uh,
children of these illegals are not deported. And now they've been human trafficked all over
that
the
is
country.
completely
That is
false.
not,
Oh my
it's not
God, there have
the
not been
government does a lot of,
500,000 migrant
the
children that have
government,
been
yes,
that
yes,
have been
there is.
trafficked.
Tom
All that
Homan, the
means, first
incoming
of all,
board czar, has said so.
hold on. There were tens of thousands of kids who fell under the same definition under Donald Trump. And it doesn't mean that they were lost or trafficked or something bad happened to them. It just means that the federal government wasn't able to make contact with their sponsor, the child, or both. It doesn't mean that they were lost or they haven't been trafficked. And often the reason they can't be contacted is because the government doesn't fund these agencies enough. So we do not have enough people doing these jobs. And especially when we have an increase in asylum, it's incredibly difficult for the federal government to reach out to all these people. Laura, you do not read. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're looking at some analysis
That is
online
not
and reading it
that is not
verbatim.
that is not true. President Trump has
It is.
spoken out about
Oh
this.
my
Tom
God.
Homan has
Oh,
spoken
yeah,
out about
yeah.
this. There are over
I don't care if they've
500,000
spoken out about
children that
this. That
have
means
been
nothing to
human
me.
trafficked. It's
I don't care
human
if they've spoken out
trafficking.
about this. This means nothing to me. You're wrong. There have not been 500,000 migrant children who have been
Yes,
trafficked.
there have.
You do not
Yes,
know what
there
you're talking
have.
about.
Yes, there
You do not
have.
know what you're talking about.
the government of Guatemala even sent a letter to Attorney General Ken Paxton about their concerns about NGO organizations that are being funded by the United States government that are trafficking children. And they mentioned
Wait.
thousands and thousands and
Hold on.
thousands of children.
What
Can we get a
NGOs?
confirmation on that?
Yeah, what NGOs are you referencing?
Groups like Catholic Charities. Look it up. I'm going to put this letter in the chat right now. I
Do
tweeted
it.
it a while ago. Let me post it. Hold on.
And who was it from Guatemala?
It was, I believe it was the Attorney General of Guatemala. Let me get it. Hold on.
And what did they provide any evidence or?
Hold on. I'm finding it for you. Give me a second.
Don't worry. We have fact checkers and we have lawyers inside the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To Ken Paxton.
By the way, Blinds, did you see that message that I sent you?
Next.
So Save
I'm a
the
maiden
Children
boy.
is the main organization that I'm seeing. They actually raided the offices of Save the Children in Guatemala.
Right. The government of Guatemala has indeed expressed concerns related to NGOs and human trafficking. Specifically,
Yes.
in April 2024, the Guatemalan
I got
Attorney
you.
General's office raided the headquarters of Save the Children in Guatemala City following a complaint about the violation of migrant children's rights. This action was prompted by a letter from the Secretary General of Guatemala's Public Ministry to the Texas Attorney General, asking for support to address allegations that Save the Children and other aid groups might be involved in child trafficking operations.
See?
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing the authenticity of this letter. I'm just curious as like what the letter said. And also, if
Well,
your
you just said
argument is
it
that
didn't
this is
happen.
happening, yeah, well, your number of 500,000 is completely false. I'm not.
No,
First
there
of
are
all, I'm not. My
500,000
claim.
missing children.
My claim is not that this doesn't happen. My claim is that the number that you brought up is completely false. So of course there's human trafficking that takes place at the border. That's not the argument I'm making. Of course that has happened, and we need to invest in it or invest in fighting it. But the idea that like 500,000 migrant children are lost is just not true. And also the numbers you're bringing up are substantially lower. This has even been testified in Congress under oath. And again, it's just people who can't be reached. It does not mean that something bad has happened to them. That's all. I'm not saying that this doesn't happen. You're just like completely misconstruing the argument. So we call
Can I add
it
a
straw
little?
man.
Can I add a little framing? Can I add a little framing to this? Because we're like arguing: is it raining or is it sprinkling?
Oh
or
wait,
is
this
it
is the guy that got
drizzling?
demolished by Destiny.
Oh
Yeah. That's funny.
yeah,
That's funny.
dude.
Yeah.
Don't look. You know, I wasn't going to
You
attack
guys,
you because you're
I
good
just
enough
want
to come on this space.
I
I'm not
But
attacking you.
can
you
you
I'm not
that's
keep
how
attacking
you
you.
want to
going?
that's
Can I
how you
just
want to
say really
introduce
quick?
yourself to somebody. Laura,
Wait,
I'm
I'm not
trying to
attacking
defend
you.
you
I'm
here.
not attacking
Let
you.
him
That's just
go speak
subjectively.
for a
I'm not
minute.
Yeah,
attacking
go
you. That's
ahead.
Owen
just
is a homie.
objectively
He's
true.
respectful when he is normally respectful. Come on now. That
I was
was
just
Wait.
saying
out of
Hold
before.
on, guys.
Okay.
That's not a personal attack to him. That's just like objectively true. I didn't mean that as an
Well,
insulting
yeah,
way, but it's
and
true. That's
actually
what.
now
bearing
you're
it
actually
on.
just showing how little you even understand the political world when you say something like that. But I'm not here to
Okay,
talk
yeah.
about
Get
that.
into it.
But
Get into it. Go ahead.
I'm glad. Keep following Destiny. Maybe you can watch one of his erotic videos. Listen, we're sitting here
That's not what I
debating.
get up to in my free
We're
time.
sitting
I
here.
don't
Hey,
know
are
about you.
you pivoting, Harry? Are you pivoting now?
I know I was responding to what you just said. I was saying that's not what I do in my
Okay,
free
so
time.
let's
But
get back to the topic here.
you're
Let's
the
get
one that
back to the
brought it up,
topic.
for the record.
You literally brought it up as soon as I started talking.
Again,
So
Adrian, I feel
let's
the
stop.
exact same
Oh
way.
my
Let Owen talk
God,
for a bit. He just got here. Come
dude.
on.
I
Just
also
let him say his piece.
He can say his piece. I
Let them
apologize. You're
cook.
good. Go ahead.
So we're
Go ahead, Owen.
arguing if is it raining? Is it drizzling? Is it sprinkling? Why are there? You can get into, is it 500,000 missing children? What does that mean? Children are literally being used as like a border passport. They
Yeah.
come across, they go back. It's like a free ride to get across the border. So you can discuss how many children are actually being trafficked or are just missing or their sponsors are traveling and we can't locate them. If it's 1% of 500,000, that's thousands of kids.
Yeah. Oh, and
Okay,
I
so
just
that
want
is
to
a
say
serious problem.
the 500,000 number has also been confirmed by Mayor Eric Adams, who's a Democrat mayor of New York City. So Harry says that these are made up numbers, which are lies by Republicans, but it's a Democrat mayor of New York City that actually said the numbers are greater than 300,000. They're actually 500,000.
Okay,
Right.
well, let's
He
actually
had a
Also,
talk about
meeting.
numbers. So
also,
let's actually talk about numbers. The
So do I get
cap
to like
that
respond to any of this
Harry,
or
yeah,
what?
let
hold
me
on.
just, can I get like 90 seconds? I just want 90
Okay.
seconds and I'll
Well,
Okay.
stop
Laura just
talking. I'm not
interrupted
going
me
to
Hold
again
on.
interrupt
with
Hold on.
anybody.
anything.
Hold on.
So
Hold on. Let's give Owen 90 seconds. All right.
all right, go ahead.
So let's talk about the
maybe it's
numbers that
just
you
gonna
brought
finish.
up about the caps that they put on them. Under those caps, the max would be a record number of border crossings for every year in the history of this country until Joe Biden took office. So that's not a real cap. That's not a serious cap. Those are astronomical numbers that were never reached before in the history of this country until Biden took office. The problem here is not enough funding. See, that's the problem is liberal policies create issues, they create problems, and then you come to the debate table and you say, oh, this is why we need more funding. No, we don't need to be funding 20 million illegal immigrants. We don't need to be funding
Where the
lawyers
fuck do you get
and
20 million from?
NGOs. It costs hundreds of billions of dollars to fund illegal immigration. And I don't care. You can call them, you can classify them whatever you want. Refugees, asylum seekers, and that's all this bill is doing. Reclassify them whenever you want. Oh, now they're not illegal aliens. The point is, the liberal policies, the Democrat policies caused the problem. And now you come here and you say, oh, we need more funding.
All right,
No,
cool,
we don't.
cool.
We
Wait,
need secure borders. That's what we need.
What?
It's secure
Wait, hold
borders.
on.
It's record numbers under Joe Biden, astronomical numbers, never before seen. No other sane country would do this. No other sane country would have an open border and a welfare state. It's a complete disaster.
Okay, so wow, a lot of like big rambling there. A whole lot of nothing though. So can you tell me what policies Joe Biden put into place that led to like open borders?
Well, you just mentioned some of the policies in the bill. He literally
hold on. Owen, stop right there.
Are
I
you going to
asked
let me
policies that
answer
Joe
a
Biden put into
question?
place. No. I'm asking you policies that Joe Biden put into place. You're now referencing a bill that wasn't passed. You also miscited the bill. Again, it's encounters. It's not people coming across the border. Just read the bill for yourself. It says encounters after the number 5,000. I would encourage you to just read it. That's all I'm asking you to do. I'm not asking you to like solve quantum physics or anything or become the next Albert Einstein. Now,
We are
Owen,
agreeing.
please,
We're literally
Owen,
agreeing.
stop.
Let Owen talk.
Owen, stop.
Let Owen speak.
What
Come on.
policies did Joe Biden put into place that opened the border?
Executive orders day one, reversing Trump's executive orders. He stopped the border wall
like what?
construction.
Like
They
what?
expanded.
Wait, pause. What executive orders?
Some of the first executive orders that he signed.
Okay.
Were
And what
reversing
executive
Trump.
orders were those? What were they?
Return to Mexico
He removed the
policy.
Islamic travel
Wait.
ban
No.
on day one.
We're not
On day
doing. We're
one,
not
he
doing like
removed the
a.
Islamic travel ban.
We're not doing
I'm
like a
helping you out
9-on-1
here,
here.
Owen.
Hold on.
No,
No,
We're
I'm
not
he's
doing.
telling you
asking
what
which
it
one.
is.
Well,
On the first day, he removed the
specifically,
travel ban
the
from
return to
CARICOM
Mexico
countries.
policy.
Wait. Just everybody stop.
Yeah,
Just like
specifically, it's the
if
return to Mexico policy. That's the one that
right.
he undid, and that was the big one.
Exactly. Except Remain in Mexico only affected around 70,000 people and wasn't even in use by the end of the Trump administration. It was wrapped up in courts. So if the argument is Remain in Mexico closed down the border, well, Remain in Mexico was signed by Donald Trump in 2019. So did Donald Trump have an open border before that? Of course you wouldn't argue that. Remain in Mexico is very limited in scope because it was done by the president. Executive orders are very limited inherently. So please, how is Biden overturning an executive order that wasn't even in use by the end of Trump's administration, opening the border, Owen?
I'm so glad you just admitted the borders were secure under Donald Trump. That's a great admission for you to.
Owen,
You just said it. You
what you took from what I just
literally
said.
just said it.
Oh
You
my
just
God.
trolled yourself. Go back and listen to the recording.
Owen, the
But again,
question I
you
asked
want
you,
to, Harry,
Hang on a second. Let
Harry,
her finish. Let her finish.
listen, Harry. Again, you're trying to debate on is it raining or is it drizzling, like little terminology and got you questions. Answer me a simple question. In the last 4 years, were there more or less illegal border crossings under Biden than Trump?
See, look, I think that like.
No, just answer the question.
I'm going to answer it, Harry. I'm going to answer the question, but I think that there's actually like.
No, you aren't going to answer the question because you know the answer and you won't say it.
If you just listen, well, first of all, I'm making two different points.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Can somebody mute this guy so I can actually answer the question? He keeps asking me to answer. Like, my God.
Actually,
So
I'm gonna mute everyone. Just for a second, all of you take a breath. Stop being so angry. Let's just have like a calm discussion.
Yeah, just have like 30 seconds each or something, or a minute each.
So first of all, I feel like there's actually a gap in like arguing ability here because I'm like making a point to Owen and he just completely dodged and said that I debunked myself when the question I was asking him was that if Remain in Mexico shut down the border, then did Donald Trump have open borders in 2017 and 2018? That's the question I asked. And he just like, misconstrued the question in a way that fit what he was arguing. But I digress. It's
Yeah, but
whatever.
you were
It's
saying,
perfectly
of
fine.
course, you wouldn't argue that, right? Because it is not the case.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I'm
Good.
saying, like, if their argument is that
But
Remain
that's
in
sort of the
Mexico
point,
shut
though.
down. Wait, hold on. If their argument is that Remain in Mexico shut down the border, then how would Biden overturning an executive order that wasn't even in use by the end of Donald Trump's administration open the border? That's the question. It wasn't even in use. You can look up the American Immigration Council, which I believe Laura cited earlier, has an entire article on this. But anyway, the point that I want to get back to without Owen continuing to scream is what specifically did
I
Biden
did
do that
not
opened the
cite the
border?
Immigration Council. I
Oh,
cited the Immigration
whatever, Laura.
Accountability
Whatever,
Project.
Laura. You're
Because
not
you're
part of
lying.
this.
Okay, let Laura
But
speak, let Laura speak,
keep
let Laura
lying
speak.
and
Oh.
saying I cited an organization that I didn't. I specifically said the Immigration Accountability Project, not
Okay, my bad. I thought you
Immigration
cited the
Council.
American Immigration Council. My bad.
No.
Okay, respond, Owen. Go ahead.
So you didn't answer the question for four
Oh my
straight years.
God.
For 4 straight years. Well, I'm going to answer it for you. For 4 straight years, there was a record number of illegal border crossings into the country for 4 straight years. Every major
What did Biden
metropolitan
do?
area, 94 executive orders were
Let him finish.
reversed.
Okay,
94
can you name 5 of them?
executive orders. I don't have the number in front of me. Are you going to say that didn't happen? Are you
No,
denying
I'm
it
not
happened?
asking. I'm not asking you to name the numbers. I'm asking, can you name like 5 of them and what they did? What executive?
Yeah, he
It's
can't.
also
Yeah,
it's
okay.
also remarkable to me.
He canceled
Go
wall
ahead.
construction. He removed all the barriers. They even tried to go after
So
the Texas
wait.
government for removing.
Wait. Was the border open under Donald Trump? Because if the border wall remained the exact same under Donald Trump, then you would, and you're
Okay,
arguing it's
so
open
good.
under Joe
Okay,
Biden. Does that mean that it was
no,
open under Donald
I
Trump
think
as
the
well?
problem was that
Harry.
Trump kept trying to build a border wall, and people kept getting in the way,
Which,
which was one of the
by the way,
reasons.
would solve nothing.
Which was one of the reasons that the government was shut down, if you remember.
Well, also the border wall would solve nothing, but that's a conversation for another time. So
It would
please,
solve
I'm
nothing.
waiting.
Oh my
It
gosh.
100 exactly would solve nothing, and I can talk about how it solves nothing, but I mean that's a
Okay.
conversation I'm happy to have in a second.
So that's good.
Owen,
So
can you
let's go
name
off the
me?
premise. Hold on. Let's go off the premise that
So Owen,
solving
wait. Can
problems.
you
Hold on.
cannot name executive orders that Joe Biden put into place that opened the border. You just can't do it. You're just
Listen.
saying a random number of executive orders that were signed on day one, and you're not providing any substance. By the way, I also find it incredibly funny that you think the president of the United States, by themselves, with the power that they have currently, can open a border. You do not understand the
Okay.
presidency. The president can't open the border by themselves.
That's true. In fairness, I don't know if Joe Biden can even open a door, but you were telling us how fit he was for years, so you're
Wow, Owen,
obviously
what
very
a
aware. You're
informative
obviously
response.
very aware. Hey, listen though, listen. So we agree, like results matter, right? Results matter.
Sure. Yep.
So let's get back to the numbers. What are the results? Who had more?
Oh my God.
No,
This is
because
so
listen, because
painful.
results matter. What are you talking about? Results matter, Harry.
But Owen,
So you keep talking
this
about
is
Harry, listen.
okay, sorry.
You keep going back to Donald Trump's policies and Biden's policies, and you're saying, oh, there's no difference by my logic than the border was open under Trump, which of course you're not telling anybody here, because it would be ludicrous, that there were more illegal border crossings under Trump than Biden. So what's the
okay, but
difference? What is the difference, Harry?
Oh my God. Owen, this is what I find so often in these debates. You don't take the extra step of critical thinking. You're just saying, oh, I see numbers
You
under
don't
Joe
respond
Biden.
to
And
any
I just
questions.
listen, I'm responding to what you're saying right now. You see big numbers under Joe Biden. You say, oh, well, it's Joe Biden is in office. It must be his fault. And I see low numbers under Donald Trump. It must be it is the case that Donald Trump calls these low numbers. Owen, simply respond. What did Joe Biden do to make these numbers go up?
He had open border policies. He
Okay.
reversed
Oh
Trump's
my
secure
God.
border policies.
You keep saying the
Harry,
same thing.
you're in this space arguing for more funding for illegal immigrants.
Wait. Owen, you keep
Are you
saying
acting like,
the same thing.
see, this is, look, no. You're
Oh
just
my
being
God. Does anybody
disingenuous.
see how painful this
You're
is?
being
I feel like
disingenuous.
Okay.
I feel like people in here, even like Republicans, are listening to you talk and they're like, what is this guy arguing? Because your logic is circular.
Okay.
It's just
You
circular.
don't,
Okay, Harry.
logic? You don't even live in reality, bro. We're
Owen,
talking
I'm asking you,
numbers.
Okay.
Owen, I'm asking you a simple question that I want you to back up, right? I'm asking, what did Joe Biden do to open the borders? You're saying these big numbers under Joe Biden are his fault. So how? You keep saying, oh, he rescinded executive orders. What exactly did he rescind?
They put a new app called the CBP One app. So you basically just download an app. You can get in this country. They created programs where you could fly
Wait.
in on an
Oh my.
airplane. They increased
That's legal.
processing
Oh my
numbers.
God.
They didn't hire. They changed
Owen,
policy at Border Patrol, and that they don't even send people back. They process them into the country. It was all
Owen.
policy. It was literally all policy. Harry, stop being
Owen, wait,
disingenuous.
hold on.
Stop
The
being disingenuous.
CBP,
Open borders is not
wait.
popular.
Just be
Open
quiet,
borders
Owen.
are
The
not popular.
CBP1 app just digitized something that was already taking place under Donald Trump. The CBP1 app just allows people to schedule their court dates
Okay.
and keep track
So
of
great.
it.
So
That was
okay.
already
So I'm
taking
glad.
that was
I'm
already
so
taking
glad.
wait, Owen. Stop. That was already taking place under Donald Trump. People already had mechanism to track their court date under Donald Trump. They just have an app to do it now, so people can track their court dates and actually show up, making it easier for people to show up for their asylum claims. Isn't that what people
Okay.
want? Also, the program that you're referencing of people flying into the country is called humanitarian parole. It's a program that's been in use since the 1990s, including under Donald Trump. Now, Obama expanded it for people that want to come in from Haiti. President Biden has also expanded it for some people, but it's also legal immigration. These people have to be processed and they have to pay their own way into the country. They have to pay for their own flights and they have to have a sponsor here in the United States in order to be eligible for the program. You do not know what you're talking about. This is a legal program. I'm sorry. Are you now
okay.
against
So
legal
Harry,
immigration?
Harry,
So do you know? Hey Harry, what background checks do they do for the sponsors?
They do through the regular background checks that people coming through the border do.
Yeah, so they don't do any. They don't do any.
Yeah,
And I've
that's
actually
completely
talked to
false.
multiple undercover journalists. They
Oh.
put children in hotel rooms with strangers. They go and look at the addresses
That's
of
not
these
true.
sponsors,
Not
and they put
true.
hundreds in an apartment complex next to a strip club that doesn't even have windows in it.
all right.
Also,
But again,
wait.
I don't want to
Children.
get
You're
into the
wrong.
morass of all of this. No,
You're
listen.
completely wrong. You're completely wrong.
Okay, Harry. All right.
These sponsors are vetted, just like sponsors for children that come into the country are vetted as well. Your idea that they're not
Oh,
vetted is just
really?
completely false.
How about the DNA test? What happened to
Read
the
the
DNA test, Harry?
They've been reinstated by the Biden administration, numbnuts. Just pay attention to the news. They've
The
been
Biden
reinstated.
administration didn't. Oh, the Biden administration didn't get rid of the DNA testing.
No,
Oh, okay.
they expired.
Wow. Well,
and then the Biden administration. That's not true.
you know what? Joe
Did you
Biden
not just
was the
listen to what I just
Hold
said?
on a second.
Did you not
No,
just listen to what I just
I'm
said? The
giving
Biden
you,
administration
Harry. You know what?
reinstated them.
Harry, I'm giving you the victory. You're right. The border was so secure under Joe Biden, record low numbers. Democrats don't create sanctuary cities. Democrats don't write bills putting caps as record numbers every year of crossings. They don't ask for hundreds of billions of dollars to fund programs for illegal immigrants. None of that happens. I can't believe it.
You can't even
I'm
have
so
a productive.
glad. Everybody knows you're right. Biden secured the border. Democrats secured the border.
I feel like there are people like Adrian and Lawyer Cat who are sitting here and they're rolling your eyes at you because you can't even engage in productive conversation. You just result back to like, oh, it's the Democrats doing this, the Democrats doing that.
Okay.
You can't.
All right. Okay. It's enough. It's enough.
So
Hang on.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think Owen's making some good points. Like, I don't think that our vetting systems, like making the assumption that those are adequate, is flawed.
So wait, then maybe more funding, like I've been arguing for.
Not necessarily disagreeing. Not necessarily.
Yeah, Owen. Yeah,
with
exactly.
that
My entire
either.
argument is more funding.
Not necessarily disagreeing with that either. But what I'm saying is that when you don't have those vetting systems in place in a way that actually does protect kids in the way that we know kids need to be protected, you can't bring the fucking kids in.
All right. So
again, just to be clear, the beneficiary, the program I was referencing, humanitarian parole, children are not the beneficiaries. The humanitarian parole allows people to come in and work for 2 years, but then they can't stay any longer unless they apply for further stay in a different program.
Okay.
But humanitarian parole, the program that Owen was referencing, is not for children. So I don't know what this guy's talking about. Like he's just conflating multiple different things at once.
So Harry, here's the question, right? So
yes,
we know that for whatever reason, we're not saying it's the Democrats did it, doing it, or whatever. Let's not say it's that. For whatever reason, during Biden's term, there was a record number of illegals entering the country, or and it's to the point where Elon went to the border and saw it for himself that they were literally just being let in. Why do you think that was the case during Biden's term, but not Trump?
Yeah, totally. So I'm happy to give an answer on that. And contrary to what Owen is arguing here, it's not executive orders. It's broader things at play. So I would argue that migration trends are not about what happens inside of a country. It's about what happens outside of a country. And with the United States, that is especially the case. So in recent years, we've seen a tremendous amount of political turmoil in certain countries like Venezuela, which have incentivized people from that country to try to come to the United States. That happened under Donald Trump as well. It continued under Joe Biden, but it's especially fueled recently with Maduro like claiming victory in an election he obviously didn't win. People are fleeing that country, and they're eligible for asylum because many of them are being persecuted on a protected trait. So that's just for example. Afghanistan is another example of that. There are plenty of countries around the world. But also, it's because of COVID. COVID forced a lot of people out of their home countries. In the United States, we have the strongest economy in the world, so we were able to recover much quicker than many other countries. But some of these countries in South America and the Middle East that don't have as developed economies, they are still being hit really badly by the effects of COVID. So they are fleeing for economic reasons. That has increased under Joe Biden. And actually, if you look at the graph of apprehensions at the border or just encounters at the border, the increase started under Donald Trump, and then Joe Biden inherited it. So my argument to on this topic is that it has nothing to do with the United States. This trend would have happened if Donald Trump were in office as well. It's just people fleeing their home countries. And you can also see this exact same trend taking place in places like Europe, for example. France recently passed their strictest immigration law. Do you think it's a coincidence that this happened at the same time? No, it's because of global trends. And
So,
that's the case in human history with mass migration.
why do you think that when Trump got elected, a few of the migrant people that were coming to a lot of these migrant people that were coming to America suddenly decided to turn back?
I mean, you would have to like give me a specific example of like a migrant person that was coming to the United States and then they turned back. But that wasn't like a mass trend as well. There was like 140,000 apprehensions at the border in May of 2019 under Donald Trump. It wasn't like this wasn't an issue under Donald Trump. Our immigration system has just been broken for a very long time and urgently needs reform. The same vulnerabilities were exposed under Trump. People just don't like to talk about that. And by the way, like border crossings right now are at a record low for the past 4 years. They're actually at some points lower than they were under Donald Trump in recent months. So
Okay,
I
this
don't know
is
why
just
people like
getting
Owen come up and argue this.
ridiculous.
Well, you
Okay, this is
also.
ridiculous.
I was about to say you could also state
All
that
right,
maybe
so it said,
you know,
okay,
when
so
Biden.
this is from Reuters. It says that a caravan of thousands of migrants traveling through Mexico with the hope of reaching the U.S. had shrunk to about half of its original size on Thursday, as many migrants grapple with the prospect of following former U.S. President Donald Trump's victory on Tuesday's election. Well, obviously, it's not for now, but I think the point is the fact that Trump also has a strict stance on immigration makes a lot less people willing to come in because of fear as well.
But that data, that's just like not shown in the data under Donald Trump. Like if you're having 140,000 apprehensions in May of 2019 under Trump, it's obviously not the case that people are just automatically disincentivized from coming into the United States because of Trump. Now, there are probably individual examples of people being like, yeah, I'm not going to try. But that doesn't mean that Donald Trump is just like so strict and so smart when it comes to the border. I mean, this guy has no idea what he's doing. He wants mass deportation, which solves absolutely nothing. Right? Like that's his main policy that
Dude,
he
are you
campaigned on, and many
kidding
people
me?
fell for it.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
And
Owen.
look,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say one final thing, and I'll let other people get their licks in here. And even though I disagree, and I think Harry's just outright wrong about things, I will tip my cap. Good for you coming in here, Harry. Good for you for engaging in debate. We need more of it. So good for you on that. But again, dude, to claim that border crossings or apprehensions are down under Biden and record low under Biden.
Look it up.
I mean, that is so ludicrous. I mean, dude, you're
Owen,
embarrassing
just look it
yourself
up.
at this point. Second
Owen,
of all,
just look it up.
look it
For the
up.
past.
Okay.
Owen,
Second of
Owen,
all, yes.
I was just gonna say,
Let Owen finish. Actually, no. Let
appreciate
Owen
you
finish
coming
first.
in.
Let Owen
I'm
finish.
done.
Yes,
Laura,
Owen.
I'm making Laura.
I know,
All right, listen.
I just wanted to say thanks for coming in. I have to go take care of my animals, and so I hope everybody has a nice weekend.
Gotcha.
We all love the
Thanks,
animals.
All right, cool. Perfect.
I have
not
shot,
Trump, man. Not Trump.
not
Okay,
the
awesome.
Haitians.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Have a
I
great
have
day.
Shut the
shot
fuck up,
Everyone.
Owen.
multiple.
Good night. Good night.
Oh, no, come
You
on.
know that's not true, right?
Oh shit, that was a quick one.
You know that's not true. Don't spread misinformation. There's no need to do that.
They're eating the
That's a good one.
cats. They're eating the dogs. Okay,
Eating the dogs.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna
I mean,
take
just-
any pets.
Yeah.
Just for the
not
record,
to
those
Ohio. Okay.
just for the
I
record, those
told my
lies from Donald
family, I
Trump
said,
led to
look,
like
if we're gonna go to
okay,
Ohio,
all right.
don't bring the pets.
Still
Okay, not a
going,
safe
still going. I
situation.
guess he's still going.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah, I mean, this
those
whole thing is
lies.
clown world now. You claim that
Harry,
border crossings are
Harry,
down.
hang on.
So look, all I'm going to
But
say
that's
is
objectively true.
No.
it's
sorry, never mind.
that's clown world for you to claim that border crossings are down. I have shot multiple documentaries down at the border, Harry. Multiple.
Wait, aren't you with
documentaries. I've
InfoWars?
sat there.
Hold on, Harry. Let him talk.
No,
Okay.
go ahead, insult me more.
No, I
when
just
you're
asked.
losing the
I asked,
debate.
aren't you?
Harry.
I asked, aren't you with InfoWars? That's all I asked.
Yeah, that's right. I'm with a free speech independent news organization. I've never taken money from political backed donors and bodies like maybe other people have.
Right.
So
You've just
I
taken
have
money
lived
from
there.
Alex Jones, who lied about Sandy Hook, and like put all.
Hang on a second. Whether or not somebody's part of some organization, let's say, for instance, in this case, it is InfoWars, it doesn't change anything about the fact that they recorded some shit and that they were there and that a bunch of other people who are not paid by InfoWars are basically saying the same thing if they had done the same thing, which is go down there, do some recording and reporting and whatever you want to have, right? Okay, and now please, I would like for Owen to finish his point completely uninterrupted. No clever quips, no nothing.
Yeah.
Just let him finish.
All right, I promise.
Entirely.
I promise.
Yeah,
I promise.
Harry, I don't want to be like rude, but like you're kind of also doing the same thing you're accusing other people of, which is like cutting you off at some points.
Oh yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. I'm not. I was just asking if he's from InfoWars. The only reason I ask if he's from InfoWars is because I'm especially opposed to them because obviously
Right.
Alex Jones, who lied about the Sandy Hook school shooting and put all those families through that trauma for years, to this day they're still receiving death threats.
But do you
it's just like it's peculiar to me why somebody would work for somebody like that. But I also wasn't using that as an argument against him. I want to hear the end of his point because he's already wrong about the border crossings. But go ahead, Owen.
Right. Okay. So anyone can go down to the border and film it from any one of the points of entry. Okay. Any one of them in Texas. I've been to multiple ones. You can go down to McAllen right now. There was a small, what used to be a homeless shelter on the street corner. Now it's a multi-building illegal immigrant facility. And they've kicked the homeless out. So the homeless Americans now live on the streets. The immigrants get to live at the facilities that get plenty of funding for 3 hot meals a day, and they can stay in there with their kids, and they get clothes and everything taken care of. They have busload deliveries by the bus. They do these at night by the bus of just pregnant women. Hundreds of them coming in every night. I have filmed this. Harry, you can talk to any of the Border Patrol whistleblowers that I've interviewed. You can talk to any of the undercover journalists and whistleblowers that I've interviewed that have gone through the program of the sponsors. They've gone through. The Border Patrol agents are pissed. They're not there to secure the border anymore. They're there to process the illegals in. So I want to get back to the real issue here. And this is why you refused to answer the question earlier. The issue is that open borders are unpopular. And you can do the sob story about how, all the countries around the world are having problems and, well, maybe they shouldn't be socialists or maybe they shouldn't have religious zealots running their country. That's not my problem, okay? That's not the American people's problem, and it shouldn't be our problem, and it shouldn't be our burden. Our own people are struggling with things. We couldn't even get hurricane relief to people in North Carolina for months because they gave hundreds of billions of dollars to programs funding illegal immigrants, including out of FEMA, which was supposed to be for Americans. And then they want to ram it home in an omnibus bill and say, you better give us all of our pork. You better give us all of our agenda, or we're not going to send the money to the hurricane victims. It's disgusting. It's all disgusting politics. I'm sick of all of it. The American people are sick of all of it. And you're not going to give us this sob story about how all the people in the world are struggling, so we have to open our borders and fund them with hundreds of billions of dollars. No, it's not our burden. It's not our problem. And I don't understand why anybody would want that as a policy when all you can say is, well, this is why we need more funding. No, we don't need more funding. The government runs at a ridiculously high deficit. Now the interest rate is kicking into higher levels than we even had a debt before, is how out of control it is. So that's my final statement. Harry, you're a good sport. I'm glad you were in here. And I hope we have more political debates, not just you,
Hold
but
on,
other
you're not going to let me
Democrats and
respond?
liberals.
You're not going to let me
I told you
respond?
I'm done. I told you I'm done. I'm done.
All right, well, I'll still respond anyway. So, first of all, a ton of misinformation in there. I mean, holy. I'm going to try to address everything you just said, but it's going to be difficult to remember everything because there's so many points to make.
Can I
Number
address one
one,
of the things, Harry, just on your behalf?
yes, yes,
So you
100%.
never actually made the argument that America should open its borders. You simply stated a geopolitical reality in that Venezuela and other countries are reeling from things like COVID-19 and local upheavals, and that is what's causing the
Yes,
migrant crisis to happen. You're not saying, yeah, open the border because you gotta let them in. It's
yes.
like you're just saying it's happening because of this. That's all you're saying. Yeah.
Exactly. So I was going to say that to him, but yes, exactly, Ian. I don't know why he kept making the point of like, oh, you're saying it's our problem, it's not our problem. I'm not saying it's our problem or isn't our problem. I'm saying that this is why it's happening because he was unable to to provide a explanation why there
No,
was such
no, 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 no,
such
no.
an
That's
increase in
not
migration.
accurate.
Oh, and I just let you
That's.
speak.
Hold on
I
a
just let
second.
you
No, but
speak.
that's not accurate. They would
Hold
not
on.
come here unless they.
Owen,
But let me
Owen.
just say one thing. I say one thing.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
wait, wait.
no,
I just
no.
let you speak.
No, he just
But
let
they
you
would
speak.
not be
Let him
coming
speak.
here if they didn't get free
Owen,
stuff. They're coming here for free
Owen,
stuff.
All right, that's
That's
enough.
why
All
they
right,
come.
Owen, let him finish, and
Owen,
then we'll go on to that.
the idea that like undocumented migrants are living good in the United States is laughable. Like they are some of the worst treated groups in America, especially because we have conservatives now like saying that they're the antichrist in the United States and that they're like hurting the country and they're committing so much crime, which is just also false. But aside from all of that, so yes, Ian, exactly, that you're 100% right on that. Um man, I can't even
So they're
remember
not
everything you
living in
just said.
hotels. So they're not living in hotels.
Those are those
Owen,
are those are temporary
Owen,
holding. Those are temporary
Owen,
Okay,
holding
let
so they
him
are
locations for
living in
finish.
hotels.
Essentially, you have two
Is
separate
Tren de
Owen,
issues,
Agua
right?
here?
hold on,
You
Wait,
wait.
got two
wait,
separate
wait.
issues, right? So the problem is you
Hold on,
have
Owen.
domestic policies. Sorry, you got local upheavals in places like Venezuela that are driving the mass immigration, and secondly, there is a perverse incentive that makes them want to come to the U.S. And so my argument, personally, is that the United States needs to stop these perverse incentives, to stop
Yes,
giving free shit to people. That would actually
yes.
solve the migrant crisis.
I would disagree because these I mean sort of let me just explain though. So a lot of these things you're seeing like in New York City, for example, the hotels is not federal government policy, that's city policy. New York
Yes,
City has
yeah.
laws. Yeah,
That's correct.
exactly,
Yeah,
thank you,
that is
exactly.
correct. Yeah.
But
So New
do
York
you
City
not
has
think?
laws that
Do you
says
not?
hold on,
Do,
hold on,
okay.
can I
Yeah,
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 hold
yeah.
on.
Sorry,
New
sorry
York
about that.
City,
Yeah.
You're good, it's fine. New York City has laws that say that they cannot reject anybody that asks for a bed at a homeless shelter, and they don't check their legal status. So if you ask for a bed, you're given a bed in New York City. That's the law in the city. That's not federal government policy. So I don't know what this guy is ranting about, like the people they're getting free things. It's not Joe Biden doing that. Also, your rant about the North Carolina FEMA aid is just false as well. All of that aid has been provided. The governor of North Carolina talked about how Biden has granted every single request that they made, and even local mayors and leaders were thanking President Biden, including local elected Republicans who are saying, "Yeah, the federal government has been great. Please stop spreading misinformation." And it's also incredibly like gross for you to still be up here spreading misinformation about this because there are a lot of people in North Carolina who are under the impression that they do not qualify for aid and have thus not applied for that aid. So there are plenty of people out there who could be getting more help right now, but because of lies spread from Republicans are not getting that aid.
Also,
Also, it's
the
important to
yeah.
note, it's also important to note that the whole hundreds of billions of dollars are going from FEMA to help undocumented migrants. The disaster aid part of FEMA is entirely separate from the portion of FEMA that helps migrants. And that program was still funded under Donald Trump. And the ironic thing as well is that funding from the disaster aid to the housing portion of FEMA was not mixed under Joe Biden. Joe Biden did not take any money from disaster and put it toward housing. Under Donald Trump, he did. There's an entire New York Times article about this. So the same criticisms you're making toward Joe Biden, Donald Trump actually did. Now, sorry, Oda, you can talk.
No, I was gonna make
Well,
the
and
point
again,
that.
but this is
Hold
perfect
on,
because you keep.
hold on. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna make the point. I was gonna make the point that yes, the disaster money and the migrant money were completely separated, and it wasn't touched. I was gonna make
Right,
that point as well.
right,
But
right.
I think the problem is you have people like you. Well, I'm not gonna say people, but you have governments like New York who provided these benefits to a lot of people that were undocumented, illegal, whatever you want to call them. But these are things. A lot of them were support that not even legal immigrants received, right? So you can understand why people are angry when they see a lot of veterans not receiving a lot of these benefits, legal immigrants not receiving these benefits, and illegal immigrants are getting these benefits, even if it's 10 migrants being stuffed in a hotel room.
Well, I think the
Wait,
problem is with people like Pritzker and Hochul, right? That's what Biden.
well,
Yeah.
so for the record, like it actually is not undocumented migrants in New York City getting these benefits. So when it's the Roosevelt Hotel has been like a big talking point for Republicans. That is only for asylum seekers. That's only for asylum seekers. If you're there undocumented, you do not qualify to be in that area, and they actually do ask you if you're seeking asylum in the Roosevelt Hotel. So, and also, it's also important to note that, like, yeah, the Democrats' position is not that veterans should be kicked out of their housing and then they should be replaced with migrants. And like, Biden has done significantly more for veterans than Donald Trump did. He passed the PACT Act, where now 1.2 million people have signed up for that program. So now 1.2 million veterans are getting care that they previously wouldn't have. It's for people who are exposed to toxic burn pits abroad. Also, veteran homelessness has dropped under Joe Biden, I believe around 11% from 2020, because they expanded a program in HUD that allows for veterans on a lower income to qualify for housing assistance. So I don't also know
by the
where
way.
Owen's point's coming from about like veterans being kicked out or whatnot. This
Okay,
is,
well,
doesn't know anything,
here
dude.
it's I don't know anything. It's clear to me that you don't actually talk to anybody, and you live in like a liberal political bubble
Weren't you just
where you
complimenting me
just
for
Hold
talking
on,
to you a
wait,
moment
wait.
ago?
Wait,
no.
You were
I'm
just saying,
saying
oh,
you
Harry, you're so
clearly
great for coming up here, man.
Harry, let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm saying you clearly don't talk to veterans because you would know that that's just not true. You clearly don't talk to journalists that go down to the border because you would know your other arguments are true. I have the Homeland Security official website up on my screen right now. Department of Homeland Security announces $380 million in additional funding to communities receiving migrants. Those are sanctuary cities through the Federal Emergency Management Program. Okay? So yes, they are giving hundreds of millions of dollars annually for illegal immigrants in the Democrat cities. New York, Chicago, and California, that have the most sanctuary cities, their states run at a deficit. They can't afford this stuff. They run at a deficit. If they don't get federal funding, they can't afford any of this stuff. So it is happening. And when you talk about the asylum, that's what they do with these bills. They rewrite policies so everyone's an asylum seeker now. It's just a rubber stamp now. It's just everyone's an asylum seeker. So yeah, you can say, oh, well, they're an asylum seeker. Yeah, because it's rubber stamped now.
The asylum laws have not changed under Joe Biden. So I don't know what you're talking about. The asylum laws have been rewritten. Joe Biden was actually trying to rewrite them in that immigration bill, which would have made it harder for people to seek asylum. But Donald Trump, the guy you worship, the guy you praise, killed the bill and bragged about doing it. Now, earlier you said it was
I
hundreds of
don't
billions of
worship
dollars.
and praise
Hold
Donald
on.
Trump. That is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
100%, right. Anyway,
Yeah,
earlier you said it
again,
was
this just
hundreds
shows
of billions of
you don't
dollars.
know
My
anything, dude.
God.
I criticize Trump all the time. This is what I'm saying, bro.
But you voted for him. You're praising him. You're praising his immigration policy.
Actually,
Anyway,
in fairness
earlier
to
you said it
Owen,
was.
he's not a hardcore Trump supporter as some people think. He's not. He actually
Well,
criticized
I'm sure
Trump
he
pretty
still
hard.
voted for Donald Trump nonetheless. Is that the case?
Well, yeah, because I have a brain
Okay,
and I want to
great.
have a
So
good
there you go.
economy.
So great that you voted for Donald Trump. Also, I would love
So
to talk
okay, so
about the
are
economy
you a
with
Joe
you.
Biden worshiper? Actually, you probably are a Joe Biden worshiper.
Well, Joe Biden is objective, in my view. I shouldn't say objectively. He is the best president in modern American history, but I digress. And we're happy to talk about that
Dude,
as well.
you should do
Yeah.
stand-up comedy. Do you do comedy?
Owen, I will defend that point in just a second if you'd like. Now, you also said it
No,
was
I
hundreds
really
of
don't
billions of
care.
dollars
But it is
earlier
funny.
that the
One thing
immigrants are
though, one
getting.
more thing. It is funny that you keep going, but you keep going back to the
Owen, can I
Trump years.
please
And it's just
finish?
hilarious. Because the
Whoa.
Trump years prove everything is policy. That's what I'm saying. It proves
No,
everything is
The
policy.
Trump years explicitly prove the opposite, numbnuts. I'm happy to talk about that as well in a second.
Oh my
But
God.
earlier you said it was hundreds of billions of dollars that is going to help migrants. Now you said it was 350 million. So your numbers are all
That was
mixed up. You're mixing up millions and billions. You're
one
mixing up
check they
millions and
cut.
billions. You're mixing in
It is hundreds of
millions and
billions.
billions.
You plug it into any search engine, it costs
Wait.
hundreds of billions.
Is your view that we shouldn't be providing cities money to deal with migrants? Also, can you bring up my friend Dean as
Yes.
well? He wants to come up and debate. The
Yeah, I will
host.
make that argument. I'll make that argument every day. Why?
Okay,
Why
so
should the
wait.
American taxpayer pay for
Hold on,
non-citizens?
Wait, so who's Ian? What's his account?
Can you bring up Dean? It's DEAN.
So while we're
Yeah.
doing this
Oh, okay, I see.
transition, I
Double
would
team,
like
let's
to make
go.
a point. These programs that spend money and make benefits available to undocumented people are actually rife for abuse by more than just undocumented people, because by their nature they necessarily have lower evidentiary requirements to demonstrate eligibility.
Wait. What program specifically, though?
So I think that you could give examples. There are examples in education of education benefits being given to undocumented students.
Wait, what education benefits?
So I mean, I don't.
They get access to schools. They get access to public
Yeah,
schools.
So
that's
there's
yeah, that's wait. That's not
there's
abuse, and that's not a program. The Supreme Court ruled that undocumented migrants have a right to education as well.
so
That's the Supreme
there's a
Court ruling.
right to K-12 education, but when it comes to higher
Yes.
education, there are benefits that are offered to undocumented people. Right? There's access to in-state tuition. There's financial aid that is available that is not available through the federal government. There are states that
Yeah, we want educated people, right?
I
Yeah.
don't
But
disagree that we
there's
want
no
educated people. However, when those programs exist, guess what? If you're undocumented and you don't have documents and you can, quote unquote, prove that you're undocumented, you can create any of a number of undocumented identities, the same way people were creating fake businesses to get their PPL loans, right? And you can
yeah.
abuse these programs. And
But do you have any data to suggest that these programs have been abused? Because a lot of these programs actually do have very high evidentiary standard.
what kind of evidentiary standards do you have for undocumented
Well, I'm
people?
just asking.
How does someone
for
prove that they are undocumented?
Yeah.
Okay, let Lawyer Cat finish and let him ask his question, and then answer Lawyer
So
Cat's question.
for programs that are like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and things like that, like kind of the big programs, SNAP, even for example, that we talk about, like it's very difficult to get those programs, or even people who are really should be eligible for those programs to get rejected. So, like, do you have any
because they're
data to suggest?
bankrupting the country. These programs are literally
All right,
bankrupting the country.
that's and I'm happy to have the conversation as well.
So
But do you have any
the
data
thing
to
is,
suggest that
the
these programs are being
standards of
abused?
eligibility are higher when you're applying for those programs as a documented person, because when you use your real identity, there's real information out there that can be connected to it. When you claim,
That's not answering the question though. Like, I'm asking you, do you have any data to suggest that these programs have been abused?
so
The whole system is abuse.
Okay,
Make
thank
the
you, Owen,
argument
for that
why.
very insightful
Make
contribution. I appreciate
make
that
the
very
argument,
insightful
Harry.
contribution.
I want to hear the argument. Let me hear the argument that why the American people should pay for illegal immigrants.
So I don't think that there
Let
is
Lawyer Cat
data,
finish his
because
point, then we
there
can move on.
haven't been investigations of how much these programs have been abused. But I do know for a fact that there is a low evidentiary burden for proving that you're undocumented. By its very nature, there is a lack of documentation.
But wait, that's also not true though. Like, there are investigations into fraud in like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP. So they like that's just objectively false. The federal government does investigations into this stuff all the time. That's why like you see people getting prosecuted for fraud in these programs. So like the reason why there's not data, or like there's not anything significant on it, is just because there's not that much fraud in these programs from undocumented migrants. So, but yeah, generally that's just not true. And also, like, Owen is just like still screaming about absolutely nothing. So
Yeah, I'm screaming, Harry.
you are.
Okay. No, I'm
Can
thoroughly
we
in this.
can we possibly bring up Scott or Kim by chance?
Oh, are you talking about Scott Pressler?
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh.
God, I've been asking that guy to debate me for like I don't know how long. Please bring that guy up. Oh my God.
What's going on,
bring
Harry?
that
How you
guy up.
doing?
It's up to him if he
What's going
wants
on,
to
Dean?
come.
No, I just want Scott to debate me. I've been asking him for like a really long time to hop into space and talk to me, and he won't do it, unfortunately. So he said, I won't do it until you like say you're paid by the DNC, which is like an incredibly stupid standard to set
Okay,
to like
so
debate somebody.
Scott or who?
Kim is here. Kim is here though.
Bring up anybody. You can bring up whoever you want. I will talk to everybody. Me and Dean. What's going on, Dean?
Dude, not that much. Enjoying my night. Saw you in this very insightful, intellectually honest, and intelligent Twitter
This
space.
is kind of cool. I like the space, guys. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
despite the yelling, sometimes it's actually pretty civil. I like it.
And thank you, Ian, for actually being like a good moderator here. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Kim, if you can, just request.
Who's Kim?
Kim Klaychik.
I guarantee Scott won't come up, which is really unfortunate.
Kim Baltimore. You should be able to see her.
Yeah. Her.
So,
Couldn't say
just
boss
generally
hog.
speaking, Harry, do you trust the government? Do you like the government?
I mean, that's kind of like a very broad question, right? Like,
Yeah, but I mean, it's
um,
kind of where everything stems from. I mean, I don't like big
Hold on,
government. I
wait,
like small government, and
wait,
I don't
wait,
trust
wait,
the
wait,
government.
wait, 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 wait. Before I do that, I need to kick out someone because there's not enough room. Oh, actually, I think I can bring up Bly's. Adrian, can you make Bly's co-host?
Yes. I didn't even realize you filled out a co-host. It's funny.
The whole space
Yeah, I got
glitched.
disconnected or something. So yeah, I'm working on that clip.
Also,
There you go.
also, I was about to say,
Okay.
if we start hitting capacity, I
Okay,
can
I
drop
think.
off. I'm just playing PoE right now, anyways.
Hold
Oh,
on, wait.
nice.
Nice.
Based.
Fuck yeah,
But
PoE.
Nice.
okay, once
PoE is
Bly's
awesome, yeah.
becomes
Do some PoE at some
co-host,
point.
okay, I can bring up Kim.
Sweet,
Cool.
sweet.
Yeah, I'm working on that clip now.
yo, I
Adrian. I
also
got
want
to.
AKA Face Hots to come up here. That guy's wow. I mean, that guy's not good. Can you get that guy up
Hello.
here by any chance?
Hey.
Hey guys. First and foremost, my name is Kim Klasick and I'm in Baltimore. And I'm not like a conservative influencer that has talking points. I ran for Congress a few times. And my number one issue was immigration. And that's why I was endorsed by President Trump in 2020 because of my immigration stances. And so, Harry, I do appreciate you being here. I don't want to seem like I'm piling on because I think that it seems like you're being ganged up on, and I don't love that. Trust me.
I don't
But
mind.
I just wanted to you know just correct a few things that were said. First and foremost, I guess my question is, why do you think the Border Patrol and the union endorsed President Trump over Biden?
Yeah, the Border Patrol Union is historically conservative, and also I just also think it's relevant to bring up the fact that the Border Patrol Union endorsed the immigration bill that Kamala Harris put forward with Republican senators, and that's the very bill that Donald Trump killed. So I mean, they were like, yeah, that would help us, and Donald Trump killed it anyway. So I guess my
Well,
question back to you would be then,
yeah,
why would Donald Trump kill a bill that the Border Patrol Union endorsed when you clearly value the Border Patrol Union's endorsement?
right. So I think they endorsed that bill originally because it was like a little bit of a step in the right direction, but it didn't go far enough at all. I think when you were talking earlier, you were asking what executive orders Joe Biden put in place or released to make that the border worse and having more people come across. If you go back to February 4th, 2021, you'll see that he signed many executive orders that lifted the cap that President Trump had in place, and that a lot of those
Cap
caps
on what?
came the caps that President Trump had in place.
Cap on
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
So a lot
caps
of
on
those
what?
caps had, I'm telling you now, refugee settlement, and those asylum seekers. So just so you know, asylum seekers, usually less than 30% of those that are seeking asylum actually are granted asylum by immigration judges. So it's a very small amount. The refugee settlement, usually that number is at 15,000 or maybe 20,000 per year. Unfortunately, what Joe Biden did is he allowed the cap to be released. So he allowed more than 200 to 500,000 per year, and that's not including the gotaways.
Um, Wait, what was the
And
cap on asylum seekers? What was the number?
on asylum seekers, I said
Yeah.
refugee
Did
settlers.
you not? Did you not mention asylum, Pneumonia?
Yeah, so those that usually seek asylum, usually it's less than 30% that actually are granted asylum by immigration
Yeah,
judges.
yeah, no, no, no. I'm aware. I'm aware of the data there. But what was the relevance to what you said regarding refugees? Are you talking about asylums, or was that just like another fact you wanted to
I
bring up?
think you should answer his question, Kimberly. Do you know what Trump's cap on refugee seekers per fiscal year was?
Yeah, it was 15,000. That was
15,000
outlined,
exactly. Yeah, and that's what Biden removed.
removed. Yes, and he removed it so it could be more than, I think it was close to 200 to 500,000, but it changed each year. So at first it was February 4th, 2021. That's what the first year that he did it, and then he did it. He changed it each year. It was an annual thing that he did. But you can look that up. It's very
Uh,
easy to find.
so you're not. So I'm still confused as to why you brought up the asylum numbers. Was that in connection to the
Well, you
refugees or
you
what?
brought up asylum seekers before I came up as a speaker,
Right. Yeah.
so
So so you
that's
were just
why.
responding to that.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Okay, yeah, all right. So yeah, yeah, I think that the refugee numbers being increased is good. That doesn't mean that the border's open though. I was asking Owen, it was like, what did Joe Biden do to open the border? And if there is a cap inherently on refugees, that inherently means that the border is not open, right?
Yeah,
There's literally a cap
no,
in place, right?
no. So the cap, you were asking earlier how did it allow so many more people to come across?
No, no,
It's
no, no, no,
because
no, no, no,
that
no, no. That's not what I
number.
was asking.
Well, no,
That's
when you
not
were talking to
you're misquoting
Owen,
me.
well, I was
Hold
here
on,
when you
wait,
were talking to Owen.
Harry. Let her finish.
Yeah, so when you were talking to Owen, you asked, what did Joe Biden do to increase that number across the border? He released that cap. So you had a ton of people come across, and then
How
some of
many
them were
refugees
placed
do
on
we have
ankle.
come across in 24?
Say it again.
Hold on, Dean, let her
My apologies.
finish.
My apologies.
So many people were placed, whether it was on ankle monitors or they were allowed to go to some of these sanctuary cities. And I know, Harry, you mentioned earlier about some of these people staying in hotels. You said it was temporary. I can tell you here in Baltimore City, we've had people that are illegal immigrants that have been staying in hotels since 2021. They're still there. They're downtown Baltimore. Same thing in Chicago. So this is not temporary at all. They're living there full time with their families and attending our public schools. And so
Um,
when you also
okay.
said something
Go
about the
ahead.
cities themselves that are allowing this and that it's a city policy, they're getting
Yes.
federal grant money to be able to
Yeah.
continue to afford this. That's why
Yes,
they're
yes,
considered
yes. So
sanctuary cities. That's why
yeah,
they
exactly.
changed
But
themselves. Right.
the city
It's federal
policy I
tax
was
dollars.
oh my god. No, it's just it's completely false. The city policy I was talking about was relevant to New York City, which is that if somebody requests a bed regardless of their immigration status, the city is required by law to give them a bed. Now, what I was saying to Owen, I was asking what did Joe Biden do to open the borders? I'm perfectly happy with Joe Biden allowing more refugees to come in here because the refugee program is different from the asylum program that's also different from undocumented migrants. Refugees do have a burden of proof to prove that they are
But they're not
they
proving
are
that
wait
when
wait
they
hold on
come
Hold on,
I just
over.
let you speak.
Kim,
Hold on, I
let
let you
him
speak.
speak. Let him
Hold
speak.
on, I let you speak. They do have a burden of proof to prove that they are actually refugees, which is a different burden than asylum seekers have, which is a credible fear interview at the border at the when they encounter border patrol agents. So I have no problem with Biden allowing more refugees into the country. That's what we should do. By the way, these refugees then translate into workers. So if you want to make an economic argument, they're good for the economy and they're just good generally for the United States. So I have no problem with that. But that doesn't mean that the border was open, right?
That's
A
not
refugee
true,
again.
Harry.
Again, wait. Having a cap on refugees inherently means that the border is not open. If there was no cap and Biden was just like, yeah, no matter who you are, you can just walk into the United States and like come here, then you'd have an argument. But having a cap inherently means that the border is not open. So my question to you remains, what did Biden do to open the border?
Why do you think we have what they call gotaways? You don't think those are people just walking across the border?
No, that's not. Oh my God. That so first of all, that doesn't answer the question at all. Second of all, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
dispute
no,
that there are
those.
people that walk
Well,
across
no,
the
I
border
let you speak, so now I'm
hold
gonna
on.
speak.
Hold on.
Well,
Now
you
I'm
just
gonna
asked me a
speak.
question. You just asked me a question.
No, you asked me a question, so I'm speaking.
Wait. You just asked what about gotaways, and then
No,
you're
because I
saying
didn't
now I'm
get
not
the
asking you a
answer
question.
about the refugees. You keep
Okay, well then
saying the
don't start with
refugees
a
are
question
fine.
then.
You keep saying the refugees are fine. That's not true. Immigration judges are overwhelmed. This is what Border Patrol have been saying from
Oh my
time to time
God.
again. So those people that are seeking refuge, they're not actually going through the immigration judges. Some of them are being put ankle monitors on their ankles and they're going through. Some of them have to report to ICE in different cities that they're going to and they're living with their family members. These people aren't coming in as just refugees and they're already being marked as refugees.
Uh-huh,
They don't have
uh-huh.
their court dates
Yeah.
as soon as they walk across the border, Harry.
That's not true. That's not true. So
That is true.
that's specifically relevant to the asylum program. And by the way,
That's
what you're
not
talking about
true.
right now, yes, it is. What you're talking about right now is relevant to the bipartisan border
Oh
bill that
my
Joe Biden put
gosh.
forward with Republican senators that Donald Trump killed. You're saying immigration courts are overwhelmed. That bill would have expanded immigration courts. You're talking about a backlog in the system. Yeah, there's a 4 to 7 year backlog on average for an
So you
asylum
admit
seeker to
that
have their
there's a
case. Hold
backlog
on,
and that
hold on.
those
I just
refugees.
yes.
Okay.
So
I'm
we need more.
yeah.
So don't you see? We need more money. We need more refugees. We have water on the
Exact.
boat and a
Wait.
hole in it.
First of
Yeah.
all,
So let's
first of
put
all, first of all, first of
when you
all.
get a hole in your boat and water
Wow, I
in the
can't.
boat, you put more water. You want more water in the boat so it sinks faster.
Okay,
Oh, and you
so
never fail to.
hold on.
Oh, and you never fail to completely disappoint everybody in here. It's remarkable, a crazy
Right.
ability you have.
So
Now, hold on.
last time I
First,
heard you need at least 50,000 new immigration judges just to
yeah.
process the what's
So
going
yeah,
on. So
exactly. That
you
bill.
would need more money.
That exactly. Thank you. The bill gave more money to expand immigration courts. So what Kimberly's first of all, where did Dean go as well? By the way, second of all, what Kimberly's talking about here would have been solved by the bill that the guy who endorsed her killed. So the issues you're talking about could have been addressed, but
That's not true,
continue to support.
Harry.
Look, read the
Yeah,
Harry.
bill,
this is
Kimberly.
extreme.
Well,
Hold
Read
on a
the
second. This is
bill.
Harry, can I
disingenuous.
also say that there was more to that bill that a lot of people didn't agree with.
Okay, like what?
There was money to Ukraine in that bill.
Do you mind if
That's
I
not
ask
Thank
a
true,
Trump
you.
said more
Kimberly.
money to Ukraine.
Kimberly. First of all, that's not true. Originally,
That
the
is
original
very
immigration bill.
true. I
Hold
Kimberly,
yes,
on,
I
hold
please,
on,
ran.
hold on,
please.
Kim,
I
Kim, Kim,
ran in
Kim,
this last
Kim,
cycle, Harry.
Can I
And
ask
did
a
you
Kim,
lose?
Kim, let
Yes,
him
I live in
finish.
Maryland. Of course, I lost.
can
Kim,
I
God,
hold
for
on,
it.
hold on,
Anyway,
hold on,
thank
Kim. Let him
God.
finish. Let him finish.
So, first of all, thank God for it. Second of all, the bill was originally a immigration bill and a foreign aid bill. Then the bill was split up. And you can verify this by
Oh
looking at the
gosh.
Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan funding bill that passed independent of an immigration bill. All that's left of that bill is the immigration portion, which includes many of the things I just mentioned. By the way, funding Ukraine is good. Slava Ukraine.
The last name Klasik is actually
That's
Ukrainian. But
hilarious.
guess what? I don't want to send more money to Ukraine. So
can,
Is
can
there
I
Harry,
any
what
can I
you
ask
government
Aaron
don't
a question?
spending?
Probably
understand?
because you
Hold on.
love Vladimir.
No,
Is there
no.
any
That's
government
not.
spending
That's
you
not what
wouldn't
you're doing,
support?
Yes. Yes.
Wait, Owen.
What
Owen, can I
government
ask you?
Oh
spending?
shit.
Owen, I'd love to ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
Would you support spending $1 trillion to house all homeless people in America, providing them free food and free access to water?
No, I
No.
wouldn't. But I would tell you. But
Okay.
I would tell you this: we spent two and a
I have a
half
follow-up
trillion
question.
dollars. We spent $2.5 trillion on wars in the Middle East.
I
I
hear you.
would rather spend that money on our people than that.
Yeah,
But
I have a
no, I
follow-up
don't. I
question.
don't believe. I don't believe
Also,
our government is a charity, and I don't believe the
Perfect.
American taxpayer owes
All
anybody
right. It
anything.
was just one question, buddy.
I have,
the
I have a
housing assistance program, the one Section 8 is only like 20 something billion dollars per year.
yeah. I was
And
Yeah.
going
bringing in
to.
more
It
It
would,
was
it
immigrants.
a
would,
that was a
it
question
would,
that I
it
wanted
would.
to lead into a larger idea here. So, did you support Donald Trump's tax cuts in 18?
Yes.
Awesome. So here's the thing. So the TCJA actually spent about $1 trillion on tax cuts from people making over $500,000 a year. And I think it's just absolutely absurd how there's individuals such as yourself that will sit here and fully endorse and support a bill that spent $1 trillion in debt-related spending that yielded close to nothing insofar as GDP growth or new business investment on the macro scale for million and billionaires, yet you'll shit on the idea of granting $1 trillion to those that need it most in the low and middle class. It's
Okay,
terrifying.
so let me respond to that, and this is a good place to have a conversation. And let me just say this: I'm pretty sure both of you guys are in college. When I was in college, I was actually a liberal too. So believe it or not, I actually thought a lot of the same things you thought, and I grew up and I got some wisdom and some life experience, and so here we are having a debate. But here's the thing with the tax cuts. What do you think happens when a large corporation or a rich person pays more in taxes? Who do you think actually feels the pain of that policy?
Is this when you say the consumer?
Absolutely. That's because why wouldn't the consumer? Because why would what is the company going to do to make up for the taxes increasing? It's going to raise its
Trickle
prices.
down, it's going to raise its prices. Sure. So I like your hypothesis. It's cute, but it's wrong. And the reason that it's wrong is because we just simply didn't see that as a result of the TCJA. So if your hypothesis was true, when you increase the corporate tax rate, inflation skyrockets. And when you decrease the corporate tax rate, prices go down, workers make more
Oh
people
my
get hired
gosh.
to these
Oh my gosh.
corporations.
You
Do you mind if
you
I do you
literally
mind if I
actually you
finish, or do you have the
probably
impulse control of a
you
6-year-old, Owen?
but you didn't
Go ahead and
did you
interrupt me.
even live through the last two administrations?
Quite
What
frankly, I
administration
did.
had higher grocery bills, higher gas bills, higher energy
I hear you,
bills?
Owen. Yeah, Biden's. And you know why that's the case?
Go ahead.
Because of COVID, dummy. Are you going to sit here and tell me that the Biden tax cuts
COVID.
that
Oh,
never happened
everything's
because
because
we're
of
still under
COVID.
Donald Trump's tax cuts that is
Yes,
what
the
caused the high
COVID.
rates of
Oh,
inflation? You know, Owen, I
because
think.
of COVID.
So do you mind if I finish? I'm here for productive civil dialogue.
Okay, let's not be
Thank you.
let's not be like that. Okay, let's take it easy.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, hey,
Yeah, no need to be condescending.
on a
That's
real note,
clearly condescending. And
on a
it's,
real note, if we do want to test our hypothesis, like if we were to cut the corporate tax rate, we would see new business investment on the macro scale. Insofar as what happened after the introduction of the TCJA, we just see that it's simply false. For instance, we have a study from Brookings that would indicate that there's no new business investment on the macro scale, alongside a comparative analysis by two Harvard professors, one right-leaning, one left-leaning, that indicate that there's only about $20 billion added to our GDP per year, or a 0.02% growth, as caused by the TCJA. Additionally, right, if you're saying that increasing the corporate tax rate leads to higher levels of inflation, well, then why did we have lower prices under Obama than Trump when our corporate tax rate
Well,
was
okay.
nearly
First of
twice
all,
as high?
these are
Hold on,
these are
Owen,
two separate
let him
issues.
finish. Owen, let him finish.
I'm finished. You're good, man. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, go on.
Well, first of all, those are two separate issues. But again, why? I don't understand why you guys, it's like you're reading off of some script or something. Like, let's talk about the real world. Same
Okay.
thing with the border numbers. That's the real world. Same thing with the economy, the GDP, the prices, the cost of living. That's the
This is the real
real
world.
world.
Hold on,
No, 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 no. You're like,
Harry Dean, let him finish. I let you guys talk. So
you
let him
can, there,
finish.
there are undeniable truths at play here. More illegal immigrants crossed the border under Joe Biden than any other administration in U.S. history, and it's not even close.
We were
That is
discussing
an
economic policy.
undeniable reality. That is an undeniable reality.
Owen,
Another
why do you
undeniable
just keep
reality.
reverting back to this stuff?
Oh, and with all due respect, man, we
Like
were
you just
talking about economic policy.
I'm going to
yeah,
get to economic policy. That's where I'm going next. So another undeniable truth was that we had record high inflation, we had record high gas prices, record high grocery bills, record high cost of living, and the economy suffered. And we technically, by definition, were in a recession because we didn't have the GDP growth that technically considers to not be in a recession. So again, these are undeniable truths. So you can read from your political script and your university script and come off like you're well-read and educated. That's great.
Owen,
We have a real world out there,
this is
fellas,
so
and
Owen,
dumb.
someday you're going to be in it. And
Owen,
someday you're
I
going to
hear
be
you.
in
Owen,
it.
this is so
So
dumb.
I hear what you're saying, and like I remember, right, when I kind of thought similarly. I baselessly associated anything that happens in our country with being caused by the president. However, I think that this is quite indicative of anti-intellectualism, and here's why. I'd say that yes, we did have higher levels of inflation under Biden's presidency compared to Trump's. We did have higher gas prices under Biden's presidency compared to Trump's. However, right, the burden of proof would be on you to demonstrate what Biden and Harris did to cause the higher levels of inflation. And if we just want to baselessly associate anything that happens in our economy on the macro scale as being caused by the president, in the same way you blame the record high levels of inflation on Biden and Harris, do you blame the highest rate of unemployment that we've had in the last 100 years in April of 2020 at 14.8% on Trump? I want you to answer that question right now, Owen.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hold
can
on.
I use the COVID
That is
excuse?
okay. Hold on. The COVID excuse is complete bullshit. I think that's kind of a cop out, no matter who's using it, whether
What?
it's a
Yeah, you're
Democrat.
not allowed to use that as in the debate. COVID's not a valid
Yeah,
point.
because no one.
What?
I don't think anyone should be able to use that COVID excuse because this is the worst argument possible. That is a
Wait,
special
wait, 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 wait.
circumstance.
Wait. That's
Yeah.
exactly Dean's point. That like COVID didn't cause the economy to be bad under Donald Trump,
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about the unemployment,
Right.
unemployment,
So
and
Dean's point is that COVID caused the economy to be bad under Donald Trump. Similarly, it also caused inflation and gas prices to go up under Joe Biden.
Yeah, and
But
well,
Owen is saying it's selective.
Oda,
that was
That's
more of
not
a
true.
consequence. That was more of a
Wait.
yeah,
I'm
hold
Oda,
on,
so
Okay,
I can't wait
let
to hear
Oda
this
finish.
economic
Let Oda
hold
analysis.
finish.
on,
Let Oda
hold
finish.
on, hold
Let
on,
Oda
hold on.
finish.
Oda,
I think that was more of a consequence of the Fed printing a shitload of money as
Oh,
quantitative easing and putting that into the market than it was COVID.
However, I think that we do have to consider this. I do understand, like on the surface level, how like sure, there's probably a lot of people on the left that will just scream and shout COVID whenever anybody brings up anything wrong that happened in the last 4 years, while not really understanding the implications of how or why. So I understand where you're coming from. But I mean, once we kind of look at the specifics, we can understand the fact that yes, the stimulus injected into our economy because of COVID, because consumer confidence was down, because consumer debt was up, because people people weren't spending money and we were near a recession, or as Owen stated, we were in a recession, the stimulus was necessary, and seemingly this was a bipartisan issue, not just in America, but in every other developed country on the face of the planet. We didn't just experience high levels of inflation to avoid a recession because we needed to boost consumer spending in America. It was seen in every other country in the G7. So, on the surface level, once again, many people scream and shout COVID, but in all reality, they're right, man.
No,
So when can we
we're
stop
just we're
using
just saying
COVID?
when we're just saying when you're
I think
debating,
shutting
don't use it
down
as
the
a
I think shutting down the entire world for COVID was a mistake. That was the issue.
Yeah, and you can make
Well, and
an
let me
argument
just
that the second
let me be clear about something else, because you guys think that I'm some sort of like a Trump worshiper. I didn't like what happened during COVID. Shutting down the economy was a horrible idea. The response to COVID was disastrous. It was very unconstitutional. So I didn't even like that, and absolutely it wasn't good. But how can you not say, you said the record unemployment, it was the worst ever in April of 2020. I mean, you do realize that they literally closed down businesses,
Yeah, and that's
and
my
some
point.
never even reopened.
Yeah, and that's my point.
Okay.
So, like, the point of me
Yeah. Okay.
mentioning the unemployment in April of 2020 was to demonstrate how something can happen in the economy on a macro scale caused by external influences, not the president. And this is why I'd ask you to demonstrate to me what policy Biden influenced through Congress, then signed into law, that caused the high levels of inflation under his term. Like, would you be able to do that for me? Can you explain to me how he caused the high levels of inflation?
I mean, if you're trying to explain gas prices, you should probably be looking at OPEC and not at inflation or anything else necessarily. OPEC sets our gas prices. And it,
Yeah,
Well,
OPEC, they have a big
OPEC
influence.
has
OPEC, in
OPEC
conjunction with
hasn't had
Republicans.
OPEC hasn't has as strong of a price impact since America kind of entered the oil market with fracking.
Yeah,
So it
well,
used to be much
that's what
stronger.
it is.
It's weaker now.
So
But can
so I
Owen
would
answer
say
that
that there's
question of what Biden did to
yeah.
cause
So
the
I'd say
inflation?
there's two lines of thinking here. One is when we stopped drilling and producing our own oil at the same rate we were when Trump was in office. Obviously, that hurt us. Because the demand was higher for us to go to OPEC, and then Biden tried to lower prices by draining the strategic oil reserves, but that was only a temporary fix. So that didn't really help. Secondly, when you have a whatever you want to call it, carbon neutral green agenda to fight climate change, there's all kinds of taxes and regulation burden that go on energy companies that force prices to go up. So absolutely, these are Democrat Party policies. And look, I'm not going to sit here and blame Joe Biden for everything. The president is always going to be the figurehead of the party, and it just works for debate to use that name as the figurehead. These are liberal Democrat policies. They've been going on since Barack Obama, but I'm sure you guys would argue that those are good policies. You'd argue that you want to stop climate change. So you like the regulation and all the tax burden on energy producing companies.
Two things. So, first thing, if we want to talk about oil production in America, we've actually never produced more oil than we have under Biden and Harris, rebounding from the refineries that were shut down as a result of COVID. That also caused that record high unemployment rate in 2020. You could go on EIA.gov. You could look at what we're producing right now. I believe it's around 13.4 thousand barrels of oil per day, when the most we ever produced under Trump was about 12.9. Additionally, when you want to talk about the additional taxes that we've placed on like non-eco-friendly
Hold on,
companies.
wait. Did you just say 13,000?
He meant millions. He meant millions.
Yeah,
13.
yeah,
Okay.
13 million. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
my bad.
13.
Yeah, no, I did mean million. My fault. I meant to say million. And then on top of that, when you want to talk about the type of taxes placed on like non-eco-friendly companies, the only tax that I'm familiar with that's been introduced under Biden and Harris was through the Inflation Reduction Act, and that didn't go in effect until this year. So that doesn't explain the high rates of inflation that we had following the pandemic in 2021 and 2022. So, I mean, and all like in consideration of these facts, I think your explanation insofar as how the current administration caused the exorbitantly high levels of inflation is just simply unsubstantial.
I think it's literally just the result of the quantitative easing and the printing of the money
Yeah, and
that entered
actually,
the economy.
I'd agree with you, right? And we actually saw the largest increase of the M2 money supply under Trump's presidency right around that same point in April of 2020. And there's also like more money signed into law through debt-related spending via the
Yeah, but
executive branch
Trump
and the
doesn't really
supervisor.
control that. That's a policy of the Federal Reserve,
And I would agree
which
with
is
you there
supposed
as
to be
well.
independent.
Based explanation. I agree with you, and all this aims to achieve the end goal that no, the current administration did not cause the high level of inflation that we've had, essentially disproving what Owen was trying to argue.
So
Okay,
here,
if I can come in, I would like to say some points that have never been brought up. There are boomerang sanctions that the Biden administration, in concert with the European Union, placed on Russia during the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, whatever you think about that conflict, it cannot be understated that there was a significant reduction in the global oil supply during that conflict, and as a consequence of the United States working with the European Union. Now, Biden did something I thought was very wise, which was allowing various countries that were kind of in the middle of the geopolitical spectrum to actually do business with Russia to bring oil to the global market, like India, which ended up actually reducing global inflation. But these methods and procedures to reduce oil in the market actually did cause inflation in the first couple of months of that conflict, which did burden US consumers. I'm not defending the morality of Russia. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just simply saying that policies like that contribute to inflation, which was
Right.
not helpful for
Yeah,
the
the
American people.
sanctions that us in conjunct with the EU on Russian oil, that did cause a shortage in the global oil supply, which caused some inflation here on the U.S., specifically with oil prices. However, I would argue that it was better to place the sanctions compared to not.
See, why I like President Biden and President and Vice President Vance is simply because they understand that these problems don't always require sanctions and using the Treasury Department to go so gung ho on all of these countries. I still believe in talks, and that's one reason why I firmly
Wait,
feel.
that's nonsense, though, right?
Uh,
Like, if we need sanctions on Europe, or excuse me, on Russia specifically, because if we don't have sanctions on their oil, for example, or we don't like cut them off, then we're basically funding their effort against
so,
Nick
Ukraine,
so
Fuentes is
this
here, by
right?
the way.
this sanction
If you guys want to bring him up.
Oh my God,
the
what a
sanction
stupid idiot!
the
Oh my
sanction
god.
drive the
Yeah, that's
sanction
very strange.
drive
Can we let him up
is
just for the
leading
chaos?
Hold on,
the
wait,
Nick, we're
sanction
not
wait,
drive.
doing
wait,
history
wait,
lessons today. I'm just letting you
wait,
know.
wait, wait. I'll let up Nick Fuentes, but we're gonna
All
set
right, hey,
some
let me
ground
just
Can I
say
just
something, and
can I
I'll leave
complete
so
my
you guys can pull Nick
can I
up.
complete my wait 1 second, Owen? Let me complete my thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate you. God bless you, by the way. What I was going to quickly say was that this sanction drive is leading towards de-dollarization. That is why BRICS is becoming a threat to the U.S. interests, and so our economic wars are actually going to make us pay more in the long run. De-dollarization is the greatest threat our republic faces right now. We need to find a way to split Russia from China. We need to find a way to get India out of BRICS. We need to figure out how to benefit the United States of America from this de-dollarization threat. Using sanctions so callously is going to
Can I ask you a
alienate us
question?
in the global south. Go
So,
ahead.
if you'd like hold to the position that sanctions alienize us from the global south, we should rather be like trying to achieve diplomatic behaviors, attitudes, and talks with other countries to resolve conflict, etc. Would you hold the same like energy towards Trump's tariffs? Because in the same way that a sanction can be an unnecessary regulation on the global market that could lead to certain inefficiencies, such as in this case
I
inflation.
love your question. I'm going to answer your question.
Go for it.
My hope is that the tariffs don't actually come through and that the threat of tariffs bring all of the parties to the table. And that is why I love President Trump, because in the art of the deal, President Trump, businessman Trump talked about how to use scare tactics to get people to the negotiating table. And I'm very optimistic. For example, with respect to India's ridiculous tariffs they put on U.S. goods, the
Oh
threat
yeah.
of tariffs on India will bring them to the negotiating table. That's why Trump is right on this.
Yeah, I think a
Yeah,
lot
and
And you
of
voted.
let me
Wait, wait,
just
wait. You voted
let
for
me
him though. Like his entire campaign, from an economic standpoint, was run on tariffs. So how can you say like,
okay.
yeah, I hope Donald Trump backs down on his key
So
promise, but I voted for him
Okay,
anyway?
no,
okay.
no,
Here's the thing, right? So I think I
Riyadh, Nick, he said he couldn't hear anybody.
okay. So here's one of the things. A lot of countries actually have not sanctions, tariffs on a lot of U.S. products. So and especially if you look at China, for example, they don't allow a lot of U.S. technology in. They don't allow a lot of U.S. products in. If they do, they basically strangle them with regulation and promote their own products. So I think Trump's more using the tariff talk, partly to keep some manufacturing jobs in the U.S., partly to bring some into the U.S., and partly to negotiate with.
Well, I mean, Trump's record on that is pretty shitty because he outsourced more jobs in his first term than Obama did in his second term. So if we're comparing them on an equal time frame, Donald Trump had more jobs leave the United States. So clearly, because he tried tariffs in his first term as well, they weren't successful. We got into a trade war with China. Farmers took the butt of that.
Yep.
So if that's his whole policy, then
Well,
goddamn, we're going to fail again, and we're going to go back into this terrible
I think
cycle.
the deal with China was actually the deal that he signed in China at the end was actually a very, very good deal. The problem was in the deal there was an exception, which in case of global events that were unforeseen, it would basically invalidate the deal. But I think overall he did a very good job with the deal he signed with China.
If I can just
The problem was that was signed just before
Hey
COVID.
Dean, let me just sign off, and then you guys can have at it with Nick here. Just keep in mind the same logic that they want to apply to Trump's tariffs, that it's going to raise prices. They don't apply that same logic when they want to raise taxes, even though the same logic applies, and actually probably even worse with the taxes. So let's just keep our logic consistently here.
Do you want
And
to explain it? 'Cause I can't.
it's probably worth mentioning too that I agree it's a negotiation tactic. We'll see what actually happens with it. Trump is a successful businessman. It's a negotiating tactic that he's engaging in, just to bring people to the table and actually try to get deals that benefit our country. And really, if you lower the corporate tax rate, you might start bringing some of these manufacturing jobs back. We need to lower the corporate tax rate,
Again,
not
that
raise it.
didn't
That's
work.
what's forcing
That
it
didn't
out.
work under Donald Trump. He lowered the
Yeah.
corporate tax rate, and more
We're
jobs
talking.
went
Hold on a
overseas
second.
under
Hold on
him.
a second. Hold on a second. This is a long time issue. Republicans and Democrats have screwed this country for years
Oh,
on this issue.
okay.
This
So
has
we
been
just
a
have to take some short-term pain for a lot of people, and for long-term gain that's not even guaranteed,
Yeah,
and
and
not
then
even like
also
backed up by any
some.
data.
it's also
Hold on a second. You
go
have to
ahead, Ron.
understand. American cities used to be a bastion of production. All those manufacturing facilities are gone. They're overseas now. That was all because of policy that came out of DC, and specifically corporate tax rates. So if you bring these jobs back, these are middle class jobs where a guy could work
Wait,
for 20, 30 years and own
hold
a
on.
home and a car and send his kids to college and live in the city. He might not be rich, but he can afford a lifestyle for his
But,
family and take a vacation every year. This is killing the middle class. Let me just
but
say
wait, wait,
this,
wait,
and you
wait.
guys can have it out.
If okay, well, Owen leaves. If that's your viewpoint that like American cities are now failing and manufacturing is going overseas, then I don't know why you wouldn't be more of a fan of Joe Biden, who signed in the Chips Act. Right now, we account for 0% of the world's chips. By 2030, it's projected that we'll account for 20% of all chips manufactured around the world.
Hold on,
That is
wait,
quite
wait,
literally
wait, wait,
bringing
wait, wait, wait,
manufacturing
wait.
jobs here in the
Hold
United
on, wait,
States.
wait, wait, wait.
Okay.
The
Well,
U.S.
that was
does not.
actually a
Hold on,
Trump.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
It was not a Trump policy. It's
Hold on, wait.
nonsense.
The U.S. does not account for 0% of the world's chips. It has companies like Global Foundries, which actually do make chips.
Well, it's gone up in recent years because of the Chips
And
Act.
then
But yes,
out
we
of
account for a very.
Well, the
Sorry, go
chip.
ahead.
To be
I
fair,
just wanted to
the Chips Act hasn't really contributed that significantly. The TSMC.
That's completely
No,
false. If you look at
No.
TSMC was.
no, if
Hold
you
on,
can look at you
hold
can
on,
look at
hold on, hold on.
oh god.
This is our expertise. So if you look at companies like Intel, who have been doing a very terrible job throughout the years, yes, they're relying on money from the Chips Act. They're the biggest recipient of the Chips Act. But a company like TSMC, which is, I think, the only company that actually matters here, they started negotiations under Trump, and they've been starting the process under Trump. But yes, they have received funding from the CHIPS Act to kind of cover some of the expenses.
Look, I'm gonna put some graphs in the chat. This is directly from treasury.gov. I don't know if I don't know how it works, put it up on the big screen. But look, I just put it in. This is from treasury.gov directly. You can see the source at the bottom.
Yeah, and then also I just wanted to
This is
add on here to what Owen had said. So he said, well, if you think that tariffs will cause inflation, you got to hold that same energy towards raising taxes, such as the corporate tax rate. And the response is pretty simple, man. So yeah, raising the corporate tax rate has an inflationary pressure. No one's denying that. However, in a functioning economy, there's good inflationary pressures, there's bad inflationary pressures, there's good disinflationary pressures, and there's bad disinflationary pressures. And I believe that increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% with the end goal of being able to provide tax cuts towards 100 million American workers in that low and the middle class while not adding a dime to the debt or deficit over 10 years is ultimately a good thing. But I don't want to detract from the conversation about the actual.
So that might work, and then the U.S. consumer pays the price every time, and it's been going that way for decades. This is a decades-old problem, and again, this is a real-world thing. This isn't a political thing. You can go to any major city, and you will find districts that used to be manufacturing hubs. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. It's where I grew up. There are whole districts that used to be manufacturing facilities. Now they're just worn-down buildings. They don't do anything because of the high corporate tax rate, and that's where China screws us. That's where they take our lunch money and then buy their own lunch with it. And it's been bad for this country. We have to bring these jobs back. They're middle class jobs, and they're good for the country. I'll get out of the way here. I can hear Fuentes scheming right now. I can hear him laughing and scheming as he's priming to you guys are going to take aim at him. But I just want to say, Adrian, thanks for having.
Okay.
Yeah,
Adrian,
nice having you, Owen.
Yeah, nice having you.
Adrian, thanks for having it. Good. I shake hands. I shake hands with my opponent. So good for you, Dean. Good for you, Harry. And enjoy.
I actually have a question for Nick.
Can I just say?
Actually, before that, Nick, please no history lesson.
Can I just say real quick? Can I just say goodbye real quick?
Yeah,
Is that okay? No, thank you so much for having me. I think it's a great dialogue, and I think it's a great conversation. And Dean and Harry, I think once you get out kind of like into the real world and you're, out of college and really feeling the effects and you have a family of your own, your views might change, maybe not. But I think that will be a big difference for you. I'll get off and not be a speaker. And I find Nick to be entertaining. Nick knows I absolutely love him. So I will continue to listen.
Okay.
Well, all right, Kimberly, we should debate further in the future, though. I think we'd have a good conversation.
Yeah,
Kimberly,
I appreciate you for your respect.
So,
likewise,
Harry, Dean, before we get started with Nick, would you guys support a system similar to?
See, Adrian, this is what I'm talking about. We're finally getting Democrats and Republicans to sit down and actually talk. Yes, there might be some screaming. The first day or two, you're gonna have to, get all your fighting out. You're gonna have to throw your tantrum, and then hopefully by tomorrow, the solutions start coming the fuck out.
All right.
Cool. Well, I hope that Nick Fuentes and that guy Owen don't represent the Republicans that we should be sitting down with because
Nick Fuentes does not represent.
Well,
I
agree.
Represents their own interests here. This is how it works. Anyways,
and I also agree.
I love Owen.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you guys support a system similar to a country like Sweden's, where they basically have low regulations on companies, low taxes on companies, but the tax rate for people is high?
Like a social democrat model. I'm like somewhat familiar with like the social democrat models of Nordic countries. I'd say I'm not familiar enough to argue that they're like good. But like my seemings tell me that they're all right. But I'd have to investigate a little more.
Yeah, I think I make the same argument that so far I haven't seen anything to suggest that their system is better, but like it's just not something I've studied extensively.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to wrap this back into a conversation we were having on tariffs a bit ago. So I had a conversation with Nick month and a half back, and Nick actually held to the position that flat tariffs on all goods imported into the country will not cause inflation for the American consumer. I know there's other Republicans up here that have actually argued the opposite of that, such as UTSAV. I don't want to butcher the pronunciation of your name, so I'm just going to spell it. So, Nick, do you still defend that position?
First of all, hey, can you hear me, by the way? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. Welcome.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good to be with you. So the tariff debate, no, I said that they can increase prices. I said that, and if you look at Trump's first term, inflation was low, and you're right, it wasn't across the board tariffs, it was selective tariffs on countries like China. And regardless of that, prices did not go up considerably. Inflation didn't go up considerably. And that's really kind of the operative word, because whenever you're talking about economics, it always involves trade-offs, whether we're talking about corporate tax rate, tariffs, even immigration policy. It's always a trade-off. And so the question is, what is it that the country is after? And, you asked a question earlier about should we trade off, for example, the short-term benefit for a long-term gain, or rather a short-term pain in exchange for a long-term benefit. And I think those are really the more interesting questions. And so, for example, something like tariffs, they can increase prices, but I think ultimately, one, I don't think it's considerable. And two, I think it's worth it in the long run, because the whole point of tariffs is about what the country produces. It's better for the country, for the United States, to produce things like semiconductors, for example, than it is for the country to produce oil. One of our biggest exports is just oil, just raw materials. It's better to make things. It's better to make and export finished products. It makes a country richer. And so you compare, for example, the United States and China, and this is something that people were looking at during the war in Ukraine. One way to look at the economy is GDP. You add up all the production in the country over the year and look at the value of that, and you can compare it that way. And I think that's actually moot, because there are different exchange rates with the currencies. And so, the purchasing power of a country like China is different than the United States. But another way to look at how you measure the size or the health of the economy is the size of its different sectors. And so during the Ukraine war, it became actually a very important question of who can produce more things, who can make more things in factories. And so when you look at a country like China, for example, it's like 70% of their economy is productive, meaning that when you add up construction, agriculture, and manufacturing, that's 70% of their economy. When you look at the United States, you add up manufacturing, construction, agriculture, that's 15% of our economy. So China's GDP might be smaller than ours, but when you compare it relative to what is actually being produced, they're actually making more than we are.
Nick, can you compare the GDP growth of China compared to our own country in the last 4 years and tell me what you see?
Since the COVID pandemic? Yeah, and I agree with you. China slowed down considerably since the pandemic.
Also important to note, a lot of China's construction is complete. That's just been there to prop up the economy.
Yeah, now they're like,
but see, here's the thing. Here's what you got to understand. The ability to produce is what matters. China has the ability, for example, to produce warships at a much faster rate than we are, 20 times the rate that we can. China has way more shipbuilding yards than the United States had. We used to have dozens. Now I think we have 3 shipyards where we actually build ships. Now we're having to rely on countries like Korea, other countries to build the ships. Obviously, when we're getting into like a great power confrontation and like the international order is being tested by these other powers, that kind of capacity once again becomes relevant. How many ships you could build, tanks, ammunition, missiles, things like that. Russia, China, these other countries have much more manufacturing capability. Anyway, so all this is to say, the benefit of tariffs is about making the right kinds of things, and that's worth actually the short-term pain. In the long run, again, and I'll admit that it increases prices. I don't think it increases prices significantly, but whatever the cost is, I think it's worth it, because we want to make the right kinds of things. That's the real wealth of nations, is what the country makes. And I don't think we should be a petrostate that's exporting like debt and financial services and oil. That's going to make us poor in the long run. And it also, more importantly, makes us weak.
I think during, we saw that during where there was like only one company in the entirety of the US that was producing masks, because all the
It's Chinese.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about in the US. No, the rest of
Oh yeah, it was based in Texas, right?
Yeah,
they made a shit ton of money, but then they had to shut down because it's seasonal, more or less. They can't be producing
the
at that
problem
rate.
was
They realized they would go bankrupt.
The problem was that during COVID, they found out. What we found out was that all of the masks were being made in China, and no one was buying from the American companies because China was subsidizing the mass companies. And so this American manufacturer was really struggling, and only when did China put restrictions on all the equipment because of did they realize that they actually needed to buy from a U.S. supplier because everything was made in China. And China actually kept a lot of things that the U.S. needed for itself because they thought it was necessary.
Yeah, I have 3 or 4 things about what Nick said that I'd like to respond to. The first thing that you said is, well, when Trump imposed his tariffs during his first term, we didn't see any great increases in the macro inflation rate. So, first of all, using the macro rate of inflation as an indicator on if his tariffs were inflationary or not is a really terrible idea. Because something else that we saw introduced around the same time as his tariffs was his tax cuts. We can all agree, as long as we have a little bit of a background in economics, that tax cuts are inflationary. I mean, that's a natural byproduct. You could still make the argument that they're good. That's fine, but they're inflationary. They have inflationary pressures. Yet after the introduction of the TCJA, we still saw a decrease in that macro level of inflation. So in other words, tariffs can have inflationary pressures while not being resembled within the macro rate of inflation, and that would be described via the fact that those were isolated tariffs, as you had pointed out, Nick. Second of all, you said that you don't believe the tariffs that he wants to impose in a second administration will be considerable. So, I mean, first of all, the term considerable is going to be incredibly subjective. You get to define that however you want. What's considerable to you may not be considerable to me or Elon Musk, right? But overwhelmingly, we do have expert indications, such as the idea that the 25% flat rate tariff that he wants to impose on Canada will increase the price of a gallon of your gas by like 70 cents. I think that these are things that are incredibly considerable. And at the end of the day, if the point of his tariffs is to reindustrialize America, well, then they would have to increase the price of goods from other countries to a pretty considerable degree to do it to such an insane to reindustrialize America as you're describing. And then for my third and final point here, you pointed out a difference between us and China that kind of sets China on a little bit of an upper leg. You said their productive capacity. I define that as their infrastructure. The reason why China can build more warships, etc., than the US is because they have the infrastructure to do that. You describe this as their shipbuilding yards. And I think that we could cut to the chase and resolve the problem of a lack of infrastructure in the US without causing these negative consequences to the American consumer through the use of investment of raw capital. Trump did it with a farm bill. Biden and Harris did it with the CHIPS and the Science Act. We can all agree that if we just invest money into building out our infrastructure for manufacturing from our federal government, A, that's a pretty damn good way to spend our money, and B, it achieves the same end goal that tariffs do without causing those same negative consequences, such as inflation for the consumer or a reduction in our own exports that cripples American companies that are predominantly reliant on exports, such as Trump's tariffs in 2018 did.
What was that phrase from the Germans that was like, a German tank is worth 4 American tanks, but the Americans always had 5, referring to
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's about their productive capacity, that the Germans had higher quality stuff, but we had a bigger industrial base. And that's really the operative word, is industrial base. And this just goes to show, Dean, in your chat GPT answer that, unfortunately, people don't have actually a real understanding of what economics is.
1 second, check
Economics is
Patrick
not,
sitting in the garage without a
pardon
laptop.
me? Okay, can I finish my answer, or do you get your 3-part and then interruptions on mine? So here's the problem. When we look at economics now, people talk about gross domestic product, people talk about dollars, but dollars is a fiction. That is a fiat currency. The value is always changing. What economics really is about is goods and services. It is about factors of production, labor, raw materials, capital. This is what an economy really is. China has a bigger real economy because they have the capability to make more things. They have a bigger labor force, they have immense raw materials, and they have a huge industrial base. Industrial base meaning they can make things. And so you say, for example, well, we could solve this deficit in shipbuilding capacity with basically, you say something like a subsidy. Why don't we just get the government to fund more shipyards? And it's like, but what does that mean? The government can print money. The government cannot print shipyards. Would you like to know why? Because shipyards are built using steel. They are built using labor, skilled labor, materials that are sourced from the United States. If the United States doesn't have a large industrial base, it is not economical to build shipyards and ships. If the United States does not have a large skilled labor force, it cannot hire them economically at a shipyard. The way that you build a large industrial base is by exporting industrial goods, finished products, manufactured goods. If your goods are not competitive in the world market, then you cannot sell them there, and then therefore you cannot make them. So what makes it economical to have an industrial base are tariffs, which protect American industry and protect American workers from foreign competition, whether that's because of vast cheap labor or manipulation of currency. And so that's why you need a whole of government approach, or a broad approach in the economy, to foster and cultivate industry. That's the whole point. So,
The funny
and the
thing
point is this: if we
Go ahead.
can agree that it is desirable for the United States to make things, if we can agree it's desirable for the United States to be powerful and have an industrial base, well, then it's a necessity. And so, like, things will probably be more expensive. And you say, well, the word considerable is doing a lot of heavy lifting. That's very subjective. True. But I said it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because what is imperative for the United States to maintain primacy and project strength is a strong industrial base, because
I hear you.
power and economics, the problem with you
Do you mind
guys
if I
is it's
respond
like
real
the
quick?
chat.
Hold on.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just say this, then you can respond. The problem with you kids, you youngsters, nephew, is it's these chat GPT answers you're racing. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're just
I am.
ready to launch in with the next talking point.
Nick, don't worry. I'm
And
on
this
a
is
very
why,
real note.
because you never read
You still got
Friedrich
more to say.
List, okay? Because you don't know about the American system. But go ahead. Give me the chat GPT Biden
Okay,
talking points on that. Let's hear it.
Before that, I have a question. So based on what I've just seen, not just, but based on what I've seen from you, I think I think you're somewhat anti-immigration. So
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that too.
hold on, wait. So as someone that's worked in manufacturing, Adrian has also worked in manufacturing. I know that you can't just say, let's start manufacturing this thing and be competitive on a worldwide scale. That's going to result in you making worse products if you don't have the experience.
It's literally impossible.
It's literally impossible in
It's
some
literally
cases.
impossible.
Correct, which is why I find your views
especially,
somewhat contradictory. They're at odds with what you know,
especially.
right? Like, I mean,
Hold on,
everything you just said, I agree with.
hold on, Ian, wait. So, especially with something like chips that depends on experience from the previous generations, right? Some that one especially. So if America's already 20, 30 years behind on manufacturing, you would need to bring in some amount of some amount of immigration from those people to, at minimum, for things that are more simple, train them and then leave. But for some products, you would need someone that's already had 20, 30 years of experience to permanently immigrate to make sure the process actually runs smoothly. So how exactly do you think that would work?
Yeah, and then after he responds to that, I just want to be able to hop in and respond so I don't forget what he said to me.
Yeah, that's a good question. Here's the thing about immigration. I actually don't have a problem with what you're describing, because what you are describing is actually an immigration, or maybe better said, a work visa program. But that's not what we have. We have brought in 60 million immigrants in like 40 years. And I know you guys are most likely against illegal immigration. Great. And I imagine you think they should be deported. And I agree with you on that. And I imagine you would probably agree that we should maybe offset. If we could bring in more skilled workers, we could
Not all of
diminish
these women.
other forms of immigration, like chain migration or something like that. And I'd agree. The problem is none of that is happening. The illegals are not being deported. As a matter of fact, they're being let in. That is true. Trump.
We have higher deportation numbers last year under Biden than there were under Donald Trump.
And then at some
Oh,
point,
So
yeah,
obviously,
I'm
like,
everyone
talking
deportation is
about.
happening.
I'm
responds to
talking
everything
about. Well,
excitement.
first of all, you had 10 million illegals come in under Biden in 4 years, so it's
Can
a
we
drop in
talk
the
about that
bucket.
next so I could
That's
respond to what Nick said?
that's also not true. The majority of people who've come in recent years are through asylum, which is a legal process, making them legal.
It's abuse. They're abusing the asylum
Yeah, so
process.
I
They get
totally
a
agree that
script. They come in.
they're abusing the process, but that's exactly why Biden proposed reforming the process and reforming asylum laws to make it harder to claim asylum. But Donald Trump killed the bill, so
Can
that
I?
didn't happen.
Okay,
Donald Trump had them remain in Mexico, and Biden terminated that policy
Remain in
in his
Mexico.
first 100 days.
Remain in
Yes,
Mexico only affected around 70,000 people and wasn't even in use by the end of Donald Trump's administration.
that's just not true.
so
Wait,
That
what
is
year? What year
objectively
was the
true. It
Remain in
was wrapped
Mexico
up
That's
in
policy
not
court.
true.
passed, Nick?
so Nick, I would like to know what type of immigration policy you want. Do you want like a complete?
But wait, Nick should answer Dean's question right there. That's incredibly relevant
Which
for
is
what we're talking
what?
about.
In what year was the Remain in Mexico policy passed under Trump's admin? And then also, you said a whole lot to me about
2019.
perfect, right? So when Harry says that it wasn't put into effect until after the end of his presidency, he's telling the truth. Not to mention, Mexico said they wouldn't renew it. It was a humanitarian crisis, and there's other means that we could use to expedite the legal processes of migration to disincentivize immigrants from entering into the country through illegal routes in the first place. There's also a
Do
whole
you know
lot
how
that you had
many?
said to me about
But here's the
tariff. One
problem.
moment, don't interrupt me. Just please, 30 seconds. There's also a whole lot that you had said to me about like tariffs and how we could reindustrialize America. At some point, I'd love to respond to you about that, but if the overwhelming consensus would like this conversation to head in the direction of immigration,
Oh,
I could kind of
brother.
just let it slide.
Yeah. Oh, you'll let it slide? Thank you so much. Well, look, with regard to immigration, I'm not going to defend Trump or Biden or anybody on illegal immigration. The border's wide open. And look, I mean, we could go back and
Oh
forth
my
about the
god.
particulars. No, look, I didn't vote for Trump. I don't know if you know anything about
Yeah,
me, but I
I
didn't
don't.
vote for
That's
Trump.
fine. I'm not asking who you voted for, but when you say the border's wide open, that's just stupid.
Yeah, it's just
That
rhetoric.
is
It's
just
meaningless
true.
rhetoric
That
that
is
means
that is
nothing.
Really,
absolutely
Nick,
true.
how is the border wide open? What
Because
did
we have
Biden
a
do to
catch
open
and
it?
because we have a catch and release policy.
So was the
That's
border
why.
wide open under Trump prior to 2019?
Wait. Can we just finish this point? Here's why the
Crazy.
border's wide
Dumb.
open, because we have a catch and release policy.
So was
Would
the
you
border
answer
wide open
that?
under Trump
So
before
can you respond
2019?
to what Dean just said to you?
Which is what?
Was the border wide open under the entirety of Trump's admin
Yes, it was.
before the
Yes,
Remain in
it
Mexico
was. And I
policy?
was critical of Trump throughout his first term
So say
for that
Trump had an
reason.
open border throughout the entirety of his first term.
Yes, he did. And
So
I
Title
criticized
42
him,
didn't
so I
Say
close
it.
the
didn't vote
border?
for
Say it.
him.
So Title 42 didn't close the border.
Well, the pandemic made
That's
people
crazy,
not
Nick.
show up. That's true.
I think
If you
Yeah,
look,
okay,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
guy,
right? That's just true.
guys.
If you look at that chart, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say Harry and Dean. I don't know why you guys are laughing because like Nick has been.
Because
No,
he's just
Nick has always been had this viewpoint that they're already letting in way too many people,
but
even when they
but
are
wait, his
being
viewpoint. He
restricted.
just debunked his own viewpoint. He just debunked his own
Grr.
viewpoint. He was
This
saying
is
that the
the
border was closed in its entirety under Donald Trump, and then acknowledged that Title 42 made it not the case. It's like
Yeah, and then also the
that's why
Well,
we're
claim
no,
that
laughing.
no.
there's also
he
the claim that
literally
there's
just
too
said
many.
he literally
The
just
claim.
said that he wanted Trump to be stricter on the border and that the
Wait, but the
border was
claim that he
wide
wanted
open.
Trump to be stricter on the border is different from the claim that the border is wide open. I think it is
He
incredibly
didn't say it was
idiotic to
closed
say
under
that
Trump.
the
He said it was
president.
wide open under Trump.
Yes, he said that the border was wide open under the entirety of Trump's 4 years, and that is an incredibly idiotic claim to make, including right the years under Trump's administration under Title 42. You could say that he wasn't strict enough on the border. I completely expect that from you, Nick. But to say that it was
Look,
wide open even
I
under
could
Title
give you the
42 is
entire
insane.
history of Trump's first term on immigration. You don't want to go there with me. I covered it every day. Look, whippersnapper, I'm older than you. Okay, I did my show every day for 4 years under Trump, and here was the pattern. When Trump was inaugurated, illegal immigration had fallen from Obama's final year. It fell actually after the election and through the inauguration because there's always this effect. Whenever illegals anticipate that there will be enforcement, they don't show up. When they think that they will get a chance at an amnesty, they show up in larger numbers. So illegals were showing up in lower numbers in 2017 because they anticipated that Trump, elected on building the wall, would be enforcing. In September 2017, Trump floated this DACA amnesty. He said he wanted a grand bargain. He would amnesty the DACA recipients. Then you started getting caravans, and they were coming from the Northern Triangle, which is Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador. They started coming in like spring and then the fall 2018. It culminated in 2019 to 20-year high illegal immigration. May and June, at like 150,000 illegal border crossings each month. That is when Trump threatened tariffs on Mexico and got a commitment from Mexico that they would close their southern border to the Northern Triangle and that they could keep the illegals on the other side of the border. And if you look at the numbers, the border apprehensions did come down considerably after that. And I agree with you. It was very late in the game. That was in 2019. And then it cratered in March 2020 because of Title 42, or you could say just because of the pandemic. I mean, there's really two reasons. One, you had Title 42, but also global movement was frozen because of the pandemic, because of quarantine and things like that. So, but it came up shortly after that. Illegal immigration actually came down in March, crashed to like lowest level in history. And then it came up before Biden took office. And then it exploded under Biden. I don't know why you want to dispute that. That's just obviously true that
So how could you possibly hold to the
border
position?
crossings under Biden were unbelievable. And
How
it's
could
like
you
10
possibly
million in
hold
4
to the
years.
position that the border was wide open under Title 42 while also acknowledging that Title 42 may have slowed immigration into our country?
When I say throughout the entirety, it was closed for like 3 months.
Okay, so then
Trump
you
had
would
a wide open
actually
border
reject your
from
prior
January
statement that it was
27th.
not open under the entirety
Actually,
of his term.
okay, congratulations. Yes, when I said throughout his entire, I meant 90% of it. You got me. Gotcha! Yeah, no, but that's always been my position. That's why I didn't vote for Trump. But look, regardless, we're getting caught in the weeds on this, like, will you admit Republicans suck? Like, dude, Republicans and Democrats are corrupt. I don't
Yeah,
know
don't
why
worry.
you're like,
I'm familiar with you,
you're
Nick. I
shilling
won't
for
take that
like the
route.
Democrats. It's
I won't take
crazy.
that route anymore.
Democrat presidents are
didn't.
good and
I
Republican presidents are bad. Like, it's just such a juvenile mentality. But
Once
anyway,
again, that's not my mentality.
but
My
here's the
mentality
big picture.
is that Democrat presidents in modern American history have seemingly been better than Republican ones, especially
Ugh,
comparing the administrations of Biden and Harris
so
to Trump.
naive, dude.
All right.
Like,
What's
Democrats are just as bad. They're Democrats
No,
and Republicans are
reject that.
equally bad.
I absolutely reject that. And once
Neither of
again,
them give a shit about you.
the reason
homie.
why
I'm
I
all
sorry to
reject
tell you.
politicians
All
are
right.
bastards.
All right. Here's a
the
suggestion. Basically, you don't let in anyone through the border. You can only do it if you do through the flights.
Well, I mean, look, I just think the numbers need to be way lower. The problem is the volume is insane. We have this like 50 million foreign-born people living here. It's just too many. Like, that's not immigration. That's too many. Immigration is like you said, a country decides to permit people to enter because it makes the country stronger. If we had like Taiwanese engineers come in to teach American workers how to build semiconductors and build an ecosystem where we could make those, that's a clear benefit for America. And if we bring them in and then we send them home when they're done, or we bring in, like Elon said, the 10,000 geniuses, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. But the problem is we're getting millions of irregular migration, which you could say, well, technically they're asylum seekers. It's like, okay, they're showing up at the border, they're reading a script, and they're being brought here. They're basically economic migrants. And then you have other people that are gaming the system, or they're, paid their way through oligarchs, or there's some lottery or chain migration system. And the problem is, like, it's just too many people coming in, and a lot of them are not benefiting the country. They don't have loyalty. They don't identify with the country. And there's just too many for too long. So
Okay, I have a
that's
question.
really my hang up.
So in your view, what is an ideal immigration policy that results in people actually becoming citizens? Would it be the Taiwanese? Would it be the EB5? Would it be the O1? What is your viewpoint of that?
I think you need to overhaul the system, and I think the government needs to evaluate where we actually need the skilled labor. And so I think that would be semiconductors. I think that would be anything tech related. And I think that at the same time, though, the corollary is you need to develop American industry and education. It can't just be about importing, because the problem is you bring in these people and you give them green cards. Like that Sriram Krishnam guy, who he was the appointment that started the whole thing. He got a green card after like 10 years. He came here from Microsoft from India in 2006, and he got citizenship by 2016. And so this is just importing like a cheap labor force, because of course these people would rather be here than India.
I
had a
mean,
lot of
Nick, like, let's be honest here, bro. Like, 10 years at Microsoft, bro,
Yeah,
you
sure.
couldn't even last a year at
Not to
Microsoft.
yeah,
Like,
Shriram.
just to be
Hold on,
honest.
yeah, Shriram had a lot of accomplishments. He helped Snapchat get to $1 billion valuation. He helped Microsoft. He was a big deal at Facebook. So it's not just cheap Indian labor. He actually had a lot of
Yeah,
impact.
Nick, there's going to come a time when you will have to apologize to the Indian community for your hatred. There will come a time, and you will laugh.
What hatred? What hatred?
Your hatred, where you say 500 million Indians will come to this country. H-1B program takes 85,000 max. In
But that's per
FY
year. That's per
2022,
year.
The hyperbole.
That's per year. Yeah.
per year. FY 2022, this program had 73% Indians. FY 2023 had 50% Indians. For the last 10 years of the H-1B program, yes, the Indians had a bit of a majority, but not for the entirety of this program. The idea that 500 million Indians are going to come to this country is fake news. You spread hate, you spread disinformation. You're not a good faith actor.
brother.
And don't call me a brother. You're not my freaking brother. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out, and I'm going to expose your disinformation. And I'm glad you cry when you are, oh, my check mark, my check mark,
That
my
wasn't
check
him.
mark.
That wasn't him.
I never had a
he never
check
cried
mark.
about a check mark.
Honestly,
Yeah,
brother,
he'll never find it to say.
honestly, man, I eat your tears. It's delicious.
My
You eat
dude, let's
poo.
not be like.
I
Let's
don't
not
know.
be like.
You're the one who sounds emotional.
Utsav, please don't.
I think we can be
please,
objective about stuff.
Yeah, please don't
Who the
do.
fuck, man?
Please don't
Who's
do
this
that.
guy?
Andrew.
Yeah. How's it going? Well, I just saw that it was quite lopsided up here, where it was a 4-on-1 against Fuentes, and I thought maybe I could come in and even the odds a bit.
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, I like you, Andrew. You're a good guy. But I want to respond to this. So let me just say this, okay? Obviously, when I say 500 million Indians are coming in, that's what we here in America would call a hyperbole. It's an exaggeration. You might not be familiar. I don't know your culture very well, but it's an exaggeration. Obviously, it's not 500 million.
It's called a lie.
Oh, thank you for telling me. Here's the point.
He's just
though.
exaggerating, guy. Like, don't take it too seriously. Like, he does this, and I think a lot of people do. So
Yeah.
like, don't take it literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's called hyperbole.
He is holding his own pretty
It's called
well.
hatred. It's called hatred.
Utsav, please don't take it too seriously.
I mean, to defend,
it's kind of getting cringy.
You don't have to.
I mean, to defend him here, right? I think that two things can be true at once. I think it could be true that it's hyperbole, while also denoting the fact that it's hyperbole that's being used to like literally generate like hate. Like I mean, like you have to make that realization, right? Like the reason why Nick gets on stream and talks about millions and millions and millions of Indians coming into our country through H-1B visas to work here is to literally like scare prejudice white supremacists into thinking that the white race is dying and white people are going to become
by the way, did you see?
Yeah, this is why he pushes like replacement theory and shit. He wants to scare his viewers. Just shut up. He pushes replacement theory to make his viewers.
By the way,
no. You can wait. I'm sorry, Nick.
Holy shit.
Hold on. Okay,
Jesus
just
Christ.
to
That's just
clarify,
gone way out of control. This is Chernobyl down here. Holy shit.
Just to clarify, a few days ago, we literally made fun of those people.
Exactly.
Right. We.
Well,
I don't know if you guys saw that, but we literally
make fun of who?
We made fun of a bunch of white supremacists on space.
Okay, good. Yeah, you should make fun of people like Nick Fuentes.
I will say. Okay, here's the thing. I will say, statistically speaking, for various many countries in Europe specifically, the birth rates are so that the people who are migrating into that country will inevitably replace them because they are simply going to outbreed the people that are there. Now, the replacement theory, by the way, there's a distinction. Replacement theory is this thing that people say this is somehow a planned thing, right? This is somehow a thing that has been put into place by the elites or some. I don't believe in that. However, I will say that
because
ignoring
the amount of children
is.
But
you're right. There's a distinction.
Also decreases.
There's a distinction. Nick,
destiny, guys. Demographics
There's a
is destiny.
distinction.
I'm not referring to the streamer.
Nick pushes replacement theory as what Dean was talking about to scare his
I know
viewers.
it's
His racist
replacement.
view.
Yeah, I know
Right.
it's replacement theory, but I just wanted to clarify, like, additional context. Maybe.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm here.
no.
I can speak for myself.
Yeah.
If I could just rebut what's
is
being
better.
said.
Well,
let me
less is better from
respond to
you,
this.
actually.
Let me respond to
Yeah,
this
let him respond, guys.
allegation.
Let him respond.
Let me respond to this allegation.
All right.
Here's
Jesus
the problem:
Christ.
is all of this language is just it's not rational. Okay, you're not using actually. When I say what's hateful, you used an example of where I said a hyperbolic statement. I said, well, it's 500 million when in reality it's 85,000 per year, and they were 50%. Okay, but it's actually not a hateful, racist, white supremacist, fear mongering. Can I please get my point out? Can I please just finish my point?
Hold on.
Adrian,
wait. This is
Dude,
so
calm down,
disingenuous.
Hold on.
All right, everybody, shut up.
Let I can't speak. Let Nick
fucking funny as shit.
Let Nick make his fucking point.
Yes, please, and uninterrupted if possible. I mean, uninterrupted, 100%. That's a demand.
All right, Nick,
go
you
ahead.
can go ahead.
Thank you. And I'll try to keep it brief, but here's the point. It's actually and this is all I'm going to say. You can feel however you want about me or things I've said. It is actually a valid concern what the composition of the country will be, racially, ethnically, in terms of religion. When you talk about the stability and the health and the identity and the character of a nation, it is relevant what the composition of the country is. And there have been studies done on this that show that the more ethnic diversity there is in a country, the more conflict there is. And that's a very basic premise, which is that people living together with lots of exposure, with a lot of differences about deeply held things. I mean, look at, for example, Palestine. Look at a country like Syria or Iraq or India and Pakistan or Pakistan and Afghanistan or the Chechen War. I mean, Kosovo, like everywhere where you have, and it goes without saying, where there is sectarian, religious, ethnic conflict is because you have sectarian, religious, ethnic diversity. And America has undergone a radical transformation. The composition of the country is different. It used to be one way. Now it's a different way. There used to be one kind of people living here. Now there's a different kind of people living here. The outcomes are going to be different. And I actually don't think it's necessarily hateful to be concerned about that, to talk about it honestly as adults, to be critical about that. And so, and it's important to distinguish between, when we're being funny or when we're being hyperbolic, when we're making a point, and then saying, well, is it actually worthwhile to consider that America was a European country from, the time they settled at Plymouth Rock before there even was a United States until the Hart-Celler Immigration Act or the 1990 Immigration Act. And now it's going to become a majority minority country. And what kind of political cleavages will result? Ethnic politics, the question of assimilation, American identity. Even liberals are preoccupied with this question. There's a book by Sam Huntington called Who Are We? And it says that, when you look at American identity, it started out with a racial, ethnic, religious, cultural, and civic identity. Over the course of 300 years, it no longer has an ethnic identity because you have Southern and Eastern Europeans. It no longer has a religious identity because you have Catholics, Protestants, and other groups. No longer has a cultural identity because people are speaking different languages and practicing different religions. So it's like, is the only thing that makes us American now that we have a constitution and like get traffic tickets or something like that? Can a country hang together if that's all that's left? That's a valid question. That's actually not necessarily motivated in racial hatred or prejudice. I actually don't hate people. I'm a Catholic. I know real white supremacists, whatever, in the so-called radical right. They don't like me. They don't like Christianity. They don't like that I'm a Catholic. They don't like those things. But anyway, I'm rambling. But that's what I have to say about that.
Well, here's my question to you. If you really
is someone talking? I can't hear.
He's talking to
Jordan,
to reconnect.
You can't hear me?
Jordan, you gotta drop.
Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, drop. I'll bring you back.
Okay, while Jordan's dropping,
I'd just like to respond to that because Nick, those are a bunch of gish gallops you just threw out there. The fact is, we've had monocultures like Japan and Korea go at war with each other. We've had the whole history of Europe with the Christian Reformation, disputes between Protestants and Catholics. We've had a lot of differences. Heck, America is becoming more Catholic now, and this country was founded by Protestants, Calvinists. So the reality is, countries have dealt with things with different groups, sometimes with the same set of groups, sometimes with the same set of races. The Indian community is one of the lowest crime committing communities in this country, one of the highest net earners of this country. And you are on record for slandering the Hindu religion. You're on record for making fun of these Indians based on their hygiene, based on their intelligence, based on their ethnic composition. You've done this many times. I don't have to send you the receipts. It's all there. You're being completely disingenuous, and we're not taking this crap anymore. It's over. The Indian community will never be your punching bag again. Mark my words.
and then also
Well,
just
well, hang on. Who made you? Who?
Yeah, I want to jump in for a second here. Okay, so they're both good points made on both sides here. I'll say that to a certain extent. Now, when it comes to what Nick was saying, to be concerned and to talk about it, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I think if you go to a certain country, you should respect that country's culture because there is a reason why you're going to that country, right? So technically speaking, what I see a lot with many people, there's an issue when they immigrate from one country to another. They're actually not really respecting the culture of the country into which they immigrate, and that causes a bit of a problem, right? Because you are going to that country for a reason, and you're going to that country for the reason that it is the way it is, and it is the way it is because of certain factors, right? So I'd say that decent assimilation from that perspective to the people that are immigrating in, like the people that are immigrating in, they have to assimilate to where they're going. That is good. Okay, that is something we should talk about. And I think that's something that is an argument of merit. However, if you want to discuss this and if you want to criticize this and what is happening at current is, I think, a bit of a the inverse of that, then you cannot say the stuff like what has been said on Spaces multiple times already. Okay, and some of those dumbass memes about street shitting and whatever, that's just insane, and that's just stupid and annoying. It makes everybody who does this look extremely stupid. Like, if you want to look absolutely brainless, then you spread this kind of shit. Because if you have an argument, you can sound very reasonable in doing so, right? I think Utsef can agree here. There's like literally no hate here, and I am actually bringing across the point that Nicholas here is trying to say. Nick, sorry, like you can be logical about it, or you can be racist about it. It goes either way, and I've seen a lot of stuff that I'm very disappointed in, and I don't want to ever fuck that shit again because it's not fair. Okay, and because look at this. If you really want them to assimilate the culture that you want them to assimilate, then why would you make those specific people pissed off at you? Why would you do that? If you're supposedly representing a very specific set of values, then why exactly would you make these people pissed off at you? Because then they would be pissed off by those values specifically because they associate them with you. So that's a bit of a problem. I will criticize that as well, right? I think we're all on the same page right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, my own personal issue with Nick is not that he's dumb. In fact, he's very well spoken, very intelligent. The problem is he trolls too much, right? And it doesn't help the conversation. It doesn't help move the needle forward, right? I mean, or push it in the direction that it should be going. That is the only issue, right?
Yeah.
Seriously.
It's too much.
And
Still being
it's not
trolled.
him so much as his followers, right? His followers, some of them, they listen to him not because he's smart, not because he has something intelligent to say, but because they just want to troll people, and that doesn't help.
But how's that any different? Like that's no different than Dean's followers. That's no different. Like there's lots of people.
That's just not true.
There's lots of people. Hang on. Just wait a second. Let me make the case. Okay, it's no different. There's no distinction here when you say, okay, some of these guys' followers follow him because they want to troll. It's like you can say that about everybody. You can say that about any major personality who exists.
Let me jump in here. There is an exception to this. Okay, specifically, what I have seen from the Groypers was mass harassment on people for no reason, and literally it was. Okay, there's one person specifically that these people targeted and tried to bully into censoring themselves, and to an extent even succeeded. Okay. Which, by the way, is going to lead to another point, because I don't want to hear any of these people ever complain about censorship again, because getting this many views on posts and literally trying to get other people to censor themselves is literally peak irony. Okay? And just say that people troll each other, yes, trolling is fine. To say some dumb shit about each other, that's fine. Okay? People are going to do that. Is it something that should be done? No. Are they going to do it anyways? Yes. But pressuring people and mass harassing them, that's what I have a problem with. That's not okay. It doesn't matter whose side that comes from. I don't give a slightest of a shit. I will call it out in either direction. I don't care, because that shit's unacceptable. This goes for the right and the left as well.
And then I just wanted to briefly respond to what Andrew said.
But
sorry for the double mute. It's a basic glitch.
Dean died.
Wait, really?
Dean,
I thought it was
Sorry, no, I'm back. Just 10 seconds to kind of respond to a point Andrew made about how maybe the fan base of a lot of larger creators and influencers and the plitosphere can be chopped up towards wanting entertainment or satirical nonsense. Well, I guess the difference between people like Nick, me, Harry, etc., is I've never seen a clip on my feed of Nick making a good point supported by evidence inside of an intellectual conversation get thousands of likes. Every single time I see this guy, it's an edit of him screaming the N-word and then going into Germany and then I love Hitler at the end, right? And top of that, it is never something to do with, as I already noted, an intellectual point. Even in this conversation that we've had so far, you chopped a difference between 85,000 individuals to 500 million individuals is just satirical hyperbole. People don't look to you for news. People don't look to you to learn. People look to you because they feel excluded from the general broader society, and you're the only place for these introverted, quote unquote, oppressed white men to go to feel special, right? It's not because they're learning from you.
Well, Nick, I want you to know. Hold on 1 second, Harry. 1 second, Nick. I want you to know that I'm an oppressed white guy as well. All right, and I'm here to save the white race with you.
Jordan here is black, by the way. Jordan here.
I mean, look right there, right? Nobody. Here's a difference between it's gross.
Disgusting.
It's just gross. He laughs. It's just no. It's just no. It's just gross. Here's the difference between just shut the fuck up, Nick. Please. The less from you is better.
Really good troll here.
The less from you, the better. The less from you is better. Listen, the difference.
That's not.
Wait, you guys, you can't be come on when he says the N-word and I tell him to shut the fuck up, right?
No,
I'm totally,
not
I'm
about
absolutely
that.
right.
Not about that, but you can't tell people not to talk when they're on stage. Don't tell people not to talk when they're on stage.
Oh,
well,
God,
when he's saying the N-word, hold on.
Hold on. Jordan,
when he's saying, wait.
Jordan fully expected
when he's saying, when
Nick
is saying,
I expect.
Jordan was egging him on a little bit there.
Yes.
Can Jordan say your piece real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was gonna
Jordan, what did you intend with that? Were you expecting that to happen?
Dude, this actually just proves my point. I went on a whole little 30-second talk about how Nick doesn't educate, Nick doesn't inform, Nick is only for the satirical, aggressive bull. And then his response is to ignore it all and throw out a racial slur. It's abominable. It's gross.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the point I was making.
Harry.
Are any of you familiar with how Chernobyl kind of melted down? Because this is what I'm seeing right now. I have the control rods. We're putting it into the nuclear material. The piece is coming in. It's all nice. But the moment that we're lifting it up a little bit, the graphite rods start to burn, and we're having a massive meltdown. And now I'm on the call line with God saying, hey, can I get another try at this? And so I'm putting it all back together again. That's the mute button right now. Okay. So anyways, I'd like to go with Jordan. Nobody talk. Jordan talks now. He's going to answer a question that we have for him. And then Nick is going to answer that question. That is going to come as an answer from. Okay, Jordan, go ahead. Did you believe that with what you just said, or what you said beforehand, that was going to egg on Nick to say the hard R N word?
I mean, I don't care. Nick knows that I said that joke in good faith. It was meant to be funny. It was genuinely meant to just be hey, guess what? I'll help you save the white race, since white people won't help you. You know what I mean?
Never.
I'll marry a white woman. And Jesus Christ,
never
bro.
ask a white Never ask a
Dead.
white supremacist the race of his girlfriend.
Yeah, definitely black.
Okay, so another thing I want to ask. Another thing I want to ask, Jordan. Were you offended by him saying the N-word?
No, because like I know if I go to like Nick and I like drop a joke in his DMs or something, and it's like a racial joke, he's not gonna take offense to it. Like it's not like
Also,
Nick's not like the whole problem with race is the fact that like people like Harry and Dean jumped in front of me before I even got to jump in front of myself. Like I already knew it was a joke when he said it. I'm not gonna fight Nick over the fact that I'm like, oh well, I'm gonna fight rate. Like you know what I mean? Like I know damn well if I'm drinking at a bar, a dude swings on me. Nick's gonna be like, all right, dude, you want to just knock this guy out or what? Like that's what's gonna happen. Like I already know that it's not that type of situation. It's just like when you make that type of joke, like expect like that type of response. Like I would expect nothing less, to be honest with you. Now in other situations, I'm not gonna bring Nick to the hood and then say that joke and then he drops that shit. I'm like, Nick, you on your own. But like but in any other situation, I mean, like it's just whatever. Like it's funny to me.
But do you not
It's
recognize what
whatever.
you just said? Like you wouldn't bring Nick to the quote unquote hood because he would say something offensive, and a lot of people would take offense to that.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't bring him to the hood and then say, let's save the white race. Like, that's crazy work. Like, I wouldn't do that.
Then also just like the idea of
That's
like
what I'm
saying
saying. I
like,
wouldn't do
This
that.
is
and also like the idea of like
die-hard
saying
shit,
like,
man. Like
oh,
seriously.
the idea of like
This is, like,
chopping it up to a
exactly that.
joke. The idea of like chopping it up to a joke, just being like, "Oh, funny, haha, not offended. It's just a joke." That's crazy.
I mean,
I
this
feel like
was a
people like to
joke,
push
wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
Nick
just
buttons
listen.
by making him
Can
say
I
shit.
but
can I have
but it's gross,
yeah?
right?
Can I
Like it's
have
gross. Like
just 30 seconds here? Like this idea of trying to sensationalize like this blatantly racist white guy throwing around the N-word, calling it a joke. It's morally abominable. Like imagine you had a 10-year-old daughter, some guy that you chopped it up with once or twice, really sensational, genuine dude, walks up to you and says, "Damn, your 10-year-old daughter's hot as shit. I can't wait to bang her the day she's legal." And like, what are you gonna do? Like,
What
oh
the
my god, that
fuck
was
is
such
this?
a joke. Like,
What?
I'm not
That's not even
offended.
the
Like,
same
obviously,
thing.
What?
this
Same.
wait,
statement is
yeah, just for
crazy.
the record, that's
Fuck
what
me,
just for
man.
the record, that's what Donald Trump said. By the way, Dean just quoted Donald Trump, and you're all going, "Oh, what? That's so gross." Yeah, you voted for it. Y'all don't
I
know that
didn't.
Donald Trump.
I didn't.
Yeah, wait, hold on now.
I
Y'all don't know
think
that
we're a
Donald
little
Trump told a
shocked
10-year-old girl that he
because
wants to date her.
when you're trying to drag out one kind of oppression to compare it to another kind of oppression, you kind of show how little you actually give a shit about both. So maybe just don't.
Bingo.
Wait, who is that in response to?
Everything, literally everything. All right, let's move on. Homath, what's up?
Hey, I don't know what the fuck to do with any of this shit.
And why did you?
Welcome to the
Why did you
conversation.
Yeah.
request
The
to
average
come up?
experience.
What's up, Matt?
Why did you
Hey.
request to come up?
It's been everywhere for sure.
This conversation it needs a moderator and it needs a structure because everyone's talking past each other. No one's getting really a point or a moment to make. Sorry, I'm tired. No one's getting a moment to make a point about what their values are, what they're seeing, how that's making them feel. You know, we're all just arguing about like the last few comments were just like, you can't compare one kind of oppression to another kind of oppression. It's just, I could vomit blood down the front of my shirt if I hear that shit one more time.
He's
I just
he's
say something they couldn't
Same.
respond to.
Well,
Yes.
what you know, it's the rhetoric that it's so stale. It's so like there's just a certain map of lines that you can't cross, and if you do, everyone gets to call you a bad guy. I care so much less about that than I care about listening to people say, well, hey, these changes are affecting me in this way and I don't want it. I don't, what's the point in calling someone a name when they have something like that to say? We're not.
I think it's incredibly important to call out people in society like Nick Fuentes who say disgusting things like the N-word.
Yes, I know you think that's
like
important.
for us,
You're
wait,
acting like as if Jordan is
hold
somehow a
for
victim
us.
here. What is this?
Hmm?
No, I'm not. No. Hold on. We weren't saying that Jordan's a victim here. We were just saying that generally Nick shouldn't be saying that, and we shouldn't be embracing people who use language like that. It had
Who's
nothing to do
embracing
with
anyone?
like
Hang on a
Jordan
second.
Yeah,
asking
but
Hang
he
that
on.
didn't
question
use
being
it
He
in
dropped.
like
provoked.
a
No,
bad
no,
way
no,
He
though.
no,
dropped
no.
some
It's okay.
bullshit
It's
that's
no, it's okay.
controversial. He dropped
No, it's
some
okay.
contra.
I want to be the victim. I want to be the victim. It's okay.
I'm so finished.
Look, I love
What are you
Vladdy.
doing?
I will
Just for the
What are
say,
you
record.
doing, Jordan?
I will say, I think it's kind of ridiculous that there is a lot of people getting offended over words.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't be offended by
It's
words.
a
I know
huge
it's
waste of
clear that
That's
he
airtime.
oh
didn't
my
mean it in a
guys,
bad way.
guys. There are words that offend you guys every single day. Whether it be someone personal to you using certain words that offend you, it could be anything, right?
I don't care
Words
that
words have
much.
I
meaning for
I
a
have
I
reason. So
don't
literally,
obviously
I
words
don't
can be
I
hurtful,
really don't
Harry
care
especially.
that
Dean,
much.
I want to tell you something. I have literally been called every single slur that you can imagine that can be
I
associated with
totally.
anyone that has the shade of
Likewise.
white.
If you
I
shouldn't get
don't.
Wait, hold on, hold
if you
on.
shouldn't get
But
offended by words, how come
Adrian, hold on.
all
For example,
well,
like
if you shouldn't get
I
offended
think
by
all
that
right.
shit's
words, how come
funny.
All right.
everybody on
I
this
So
think that
panel
shit's
got
kind of funny.
offended
It's
hold
fine,
in
on.
buddy.
Hold
relation
on.
to the idea of hitting on a kid? Weren't those just words? I think we could all recognize it. Yeah, sometimes it is okay to be offended by words, especially words that perpetuate harm.
and by the way, when I
Nice
told
one.
Nick to shut the fuck up earlier, everybody got up in arms. Those are still words, right? Words can be offensive. And Adrian, I totally acknowledge that you've taken like a lot of shit from a lot of people, no doubt. But it's not necessarily that like words just generally in their use can be offensive, but certain words in certain circumstances absolutely can be offensive. So for example, if a loved one came to you and said something like picked on an insecurity you've been open with them about or something like that, right? You
Isn't
would
it the
probably be
meaning behind
offended.
the words that matters more than the words themselves? Because,
Exactly.
from
I
what
think it's
I heard,
Yeah,
both.
I
Nicholas
think
didn't
I
I
think it's both.
intend to hurt
I
Jordan,
think
right? There was no
yeah,
intention of hurting him.
exactly.
I think it's both,
Yeah,
right? It's both.
and then like just to
Firstly,
like I'm
first
gonna add on a little
also
bit further. It's not
also
like the grammatical structure of the N word that
also
pisses me
how
off.
much of a
It's how the
bitch
word has been used to
What
dehumanize
the
people.
fuck
It's
also
is
how the
how
word has
much
been
of
used
a
to perpetuate
bitch
real
Well, he
harm.
wasn't
It's
using
how
it
the
as a
word
dehumanizing fashion,
it's how
though.
the word is used to perpetuate harm today, right? It's about the impact of the word. It's about the
Yeah,
intention
but he
behind
wasn't
going
Dean,
using
against
it
it's
the
in that
word.
okay. I
fashion,
sleep
Dean.
with white women, bro. It's okay, bro.
Holy shit, dude.
all right. Also, I don't think you should I don't think anyone should be enough of a bitch to get like upset,
Worked up.
worked up
Yeah,
about
no,
a
nobody
quote
here is
unquote
upset about it. Come on.
insecurity. Oh my god, my nose is too big.
Wait, so like
Shut the
are you
fuck
guys
up.
like are you guys perfectly okay with like Dean and I just like being incredibly offensive toward everybody on this panel and start telling everybody to shut the fuck
I
up or
mean, I'm
like
gonna have to mute you
Sure.
you
all.
I
probably
mean, you
wouldn't
could
want
call
that,
me the
There's
right?
a
hard. I mean, you could
difference,
call me the
isn't there?
hard R, but I
Sure,
mean,
go.
like, I
No,
don't
no,
You
no.
know.
I'm just
you
telling
can.
because like I
No,
just find
no,
it
it's
ironic.
okay. Call me the
No,
hard R.
it's
Get
No,
your
okay.
rating.
I find it
Bullshit.
ironic. I find it
Okay.
ironic how earlier again I told Nick to shut up and also shut the fuck up and people got upset like
No, we
wow
weren't.
Who?
it's
We
becoming
Who?
like
weren't.
Who
so
got?
there like
Okay,
it's
Wait,
hold on.
No,
who
terrible.
Hold
got
on.
no,
Hold
upset?
on. Hold
right?
on.
Who got
Wait,
upset?
Hold on. Let's clear this up. Let's clear this up.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. We weren't upset. We weren't offended, right? You can say all of those things, right? You can say all of those things. We don't mind, right? Also, I'm not white, and I've been called slurs as well. I don't give a shit. But right, we're trying to keep this space somewhat productive. So even though those things wouldn't bother us, it is still getting in the way of having a productive space.
Yeah, and I think look. Here's the thing. Here's the
But
thing.
wait,
Here's
I'm
another thing.
sorry. Wait, hold on.
No. Here's another thing. Here's
Dropping
another
the
thing.
N
Here's
word
another
is
thing. Here's another thing.
productive?
Here's another thing. No, we never said that. Here's another thing. You can all eviscerate fucking. Actually, no. That's the wrong terminology. That's actually not correct. You can all debunk or have your criticisms of Nick Fuentes in the comment sections of this space and various other places. We don't really want to harp on this as much as possible. Now, I don't think he should have said that word, but it doesn't matter. He said it. That's his responsibility to bear. And whatever criticisms you have on that, you can leave that to the comment section. We cannot inundate the whole conversation with how you would like to express your disapproval of it, right? I think everybody understands what the disapproval is because it's literally a blanketed term, and it's so annoying. It's like it's over and over the same thing. It sounds like an LLM is out spitting it out, except that it's not even like that because it is always the same thing, not something different. It would be exciting if it was a different thing, but realistically speaking, it's always the same thing. So it makes it worse than something that an LLM would spit out. That's why it pisses me off so much. Okay, so let's kind of return to a little bit of order, and let's try not to be. I don't care.
Yeah.
No more virtue
yeah,
signaling.
yeah,
This is
so-
virtue signaling. I'm sorry.
so-
This is virtue signaling.
Okay,
No more virtue signaling.
I'm gonna keep a level head. This will be it for me on this, and then I'll probably go to bed. And this
All right.
actually could play into a productive conversation. There's something that you just said that I kind of agree with. You said, well, we shouldn't be able to use like the N-word in this space as it impedes upon the productivity of the conversation. So, like in other words, we shouldn't say things that produce suboptimal outcomes or negative outcomes. And that's like my exact argument for why I don't think that word should be used at all by white people in society. And I mean, I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Yeah, but why should
like
it
for the
be
same
used
reason.
by black people then? It's either everyone gets to say it or no one gets to say it.
And who are you as a white dude to decide anything? To be honest,
Yeah,
I
don't
don't
want
know,
to.
man.
I don't want to oppress other people just because a word oppresses me. That's like an eye for an eye makes us all blind. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't
Also,
understand why people
something.
put so much power, give so much power to the word. It just
Yeah,
it's
if anything,
bad.
you remember the word cunt, right?
Yeah, I remember that. You're not supposed to say
So
that.
I was I lived in a lot of English speaking countries before, like I was in the UK for quite a while. And people say the cunt pretty often, but you come to America and people are so offended by the word cunt, right? But in the UK it doesn't really have any impact. Why is that? It's because people say it so frequently that it loses all meaning. Cunt, 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 cunt. You say it here, people lose their mind. They're like, how dare you say the C word? Blah, blah, blah. It's because the word is said, if it's because the word has the taboo that gives it so much power. So if you
literally with Australians, they have the same thing. When they want to compliment someone, they literally say the words "good cunt."
Yeah.
No, I can say.
Why are we
It's
having
like
a
the
meta
reverse, though.
conversation anyway? Can't we get back to the
I don't know.
topic?
It's nice to get back to
Conversations
that.
on language are
Punky virtue
important.
signaling.
Yeah,
Unstructured,
Crazy.
I'm gonna go to
unstructured conversations always devolve into tone policing.
Harry.
True.
I'll
is right
see you
about
around,
that.
Harry. I'm gonna go to drop for the night, y'all.
All right, man. I appreciate
Gotcha.
you. Sleep well, man.
yeah,
Sleep well.
sleep well.
God bless you.
God darn it.
Why, did you
Yeah,
wanna,
let me
Romanis,
jump
did
in
you
here
wanna,
if
did you want
I
to beef with him?
I want.
can I
I
jump
well.
in here?
Yeah, any white supremacists in the chat wanna call me the hard R? I'm feeling
I
I'm feeling
really,
my
Come
race
on.
kink.
God!
I really don't
Sorry,
think
I
that's
feel my
Jordan.
race
necessary.
kink and shit, dude.
Jordan.
Sorry.
I really don't think
Please,
that's
I do not want
necessary.
this kind of replies under my spaces, man. Come on.
All right.
I mean, I understand it's all in good
Yeah.
faith and whatnot. You're kind of
Anyway.
asking for it, but come on, man.
Anyway, let's
Yeah, I
move
think
on.
Nick wanted to say something, so I mean, let him
Hey,
jump
go ahead,
in.
Nick.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. I mean, look, obviously, Jay or Jordan made a joke and said, "Oh, I'll help you save the white race," and I said, "Oh my God, it's a joke." And the thing is, like, and same goes, by the way, for the Indian stuff earlier. I think it is important to not get so caught up in the tone policing. Like one big development that I actually 100% support Elon on is getting rid of the woke stuff. Like obviously I've been a little critical of Elon over some things lately, but the one net positive I absolutely support about Elon and Trump is undoing the political correctness that gets in the way. And like, here's a perfect example where we're actually talking about a super important issue, which is immigration. Whatever side you take on immigration, it's globally transformative. And people don't talk enough about this. It's a global phenomenon. And they're calling it, it's actually a distinct, what they call a demographic transition in the history of mankind, which is the global south migrating to the global north. And you see this, of course, in Europe. You see this in the United States. You see this in Australia. And it's changing everything. And obviously, it's having an impact on the politics of all of Europe with the rise of AfD, with what's happening in the United Kingdom, the riots over the summer, the rise of Donald Trump. Even Trudeau is talking about kicking out some of the people whose visas expired. It's a very important issue. It's going to be determinative for the future of all these countries. And how this whole thing started was I was being called a racist, white supremacist, etc. And all I said was, look, treating this subject seriously or taking the propositionally negative position does not make you a racist, doesn't make you a hateful person. In other words, you can say, I oppose this global demographic transition for some reason other than racial hatred, for some reason other than prejudice. And then we got into the weeds for 20 minutes about such an obvious rage bait like joke. And so the one thing that I do actually agree with the effective accelerationists, the Elon crowd, is that they are oriented around solutions, because the country is really messed up. We're clearly in decline in many ways. And the only way, if we have a chance at solving them, is if we get serious about stuff that matters, like industrial policy and tariffs, like immigration restriction, etc., and not be hung up on, the stuff I'm hearing from these guys where they say, well, language does harm, it perpetuates harm, man. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about? Not to be rude, but it's like, what does that mean? And I'll add one thing on the very end of it, which is this. Like, obviously, everyone can tell and understand context for the most part. I would never go up to Jordan and say, hey, N-word, like, screw you or whatever. But when you do something that's like a little surprising or edgy and a joke,
I'd probably just laugh.
Yeah, and there you go.
Actually funny.
And there you go.
When he said it, it was hilarious. I know it's like mean to some people, but it's funny though.
Yeah, so it's like people got to lighten up a little bit, and that's actually, by the way, the basis of understanding. Because if you go to a black person or a person of another race and joke about the differences and not take offense, that's actually the basis of solidarity. There's like a lot of Southerners that hate me because I make fun of white Southerners and their culture, but the ones I get along with are the ones that make fun of me for being Mexican or for being Italian. They say I'm wearing a sombrero. Your last name's Fuentes, blah, blah. And that's fun. That's funny. And people say this before. It's like in the 90s when there was racial humor, there's actually like more racial solidarity because people weren't at each other's throats looking to take offense. And that cuts both ways. I actually think these days, and I'll get shit for saying this, but I think these days, even white people are starting to do this thing where they say, oh, is it because I'm white? Oh, and like, now there is a certain category of people that are fellow travelers with me that will take offense at everything said about white people. And I think everybody should just sort of relax and be able to distinguish a joke from a joke. And it's not to say that racial hatred it doesn't exist or prejudice doesn't exist, but we should be able to laugh and make jokes and distinguish. That's all.
I agree. I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, no, that joke was literally meant strictly for comedy. Like, it was not meant for anything except for like us to laugh about it, because race should not be something that we take so seriously all the time. Like, I get it. Like, there is a big difference. And if somebody walks up to you and calls you the hard R for absolutely no reason, okay, fight that motherfucker. But like, if like me and Nick are joking and it's clearly like a clear rage bait, like, just take it for what it is and just let him play it off. Like, obviously if I took offense to it, I would be like, yo, Nick, like, what the bro? But like, I don't, like, bro, if you know anything about me, man, I grew up in the Dave Chappelle era. If anything, I'm going to the Ku Klux Klan meeting with you because I'm trying to be the last motherfucker left. You know what I mean? That's the way that I look at it. I don't look at it in any other way besides that. And if anything, I don't want thugs in my area either. So I'm putting the hood on too. If I can get 5 with you, like, that's just what it is. Like, I don't take offense to like race like that. The more offense you take to race, the more like you get to play that victim card.
It gives them more power. It gives the haters more power.
Bro, I grew up black. I knew I was a nigga since I was born. Like, there's no difference. I had the same opportunities that every other white person does. If I have more money than you or less money than you, I mean, we had the same opportunities. I'll be completely honest. If you're struggling as a white person, I feel sorry for you. You're struggling as a black person, I feel sorry for you. If you're rich as a white man, shit, break me off. If you're rich as a black man, save your money, dog. Like, just trust me. Like, that's just how I operate, man. I don't take offense to this shit, and any white supremacist can come over and tell me some other shit. It doesn't matter.
All right, Harry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not gonna respond to all that as too much. I was just gonna say I'm heading out because it's like 3 a.m. on the East Coast, so I'm gonna go get rest. But Adrian, I appreciate the space and inviting me up. Thank you, Jordan, for DMing me.
Harry, you're dope.
Nice.
Yeah,
So
man, appreciate it. Ian, thanks for
Just want to
inviting me.
remind you of how much of a fag you are.
Yeah, same
Yeah,
same
Adrian.
thing, guys. I'm gonna
You're an
get some
all right
sleep.
dude.
Thanks
Yeah,
for having me up. I appreciate it.
No, no.
Adrian, if you have me back, I'll be back. But you know, we'll
cool.
see in the
Yeah, I
future.
gave you a follow, so yeah, we'll see, man.
Later.
Wow. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate
Okay.
everybody else that engaged in good conversation. Y'all be all right.
Oh my god, who the fuck said that? Who said that?
That was really funny.
Myron said that.
Oh
Bro,
my
the politics
god.
is just crazy.
Well, everyone else was scared
Jesus
to tell him the
Christ.
truth. He is a fag.
Myron,
Oh
you
my
missed
God.
the discussion.
Oh.
We
Well, I was
decided.
here. I was listening to some of the discussion. I was
We
actually in here. I was listening to some of it, but they didn't want to
Yeah.
bring me up for obvious
No,
reasons.
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not that we didn't want to bring you up. It's that
We just have to like
Spaces
deal
has a
with certain
limit.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, Spaces has a limit. Has a limited number of people that they allow to come up.
If we could bring
Well,
more
I saw a
people up,
bunch of
we
people in
would.
here that, quite
Basically,
frankly, hold on. That's a cop out because there's a bunch of people in here that weren't talking like that. Hell, you guys even have a woman up here. I don't know why you guys have a woman as a speaker. That's fucking comical.
she's
And-
a meme queen. She's a meme
Are
queen.
you joking, or I can't tell if you're being serious?
She is
No, I'm
literally.
dead serious.
She's literally.
Like,
No, think about this. Hear me out on this. Hear me out on this. This is a Jewish meme
Here we
queen.
go.
Okay. Ian Miles Chung is the person that they keep calling Ching Chong because he's Asian. Okay. Jordan over here is a base black dude. Auto over here is. I mean, I can't say what he is. So again, this panel is everybody helps out. We got a lawyer down there as well. He's pretty good. By the way, he's not going to be a threat to you. Don't worry about it. He chill. He cool.
Also, Myron,
Damn
are
it,
you
white
bringing women
supremacist.
onto
Science
your
engineer or
stage
something.
every single day?
Yes. So we
What
have
was
this
that?
person up here. We have this person up here for no other reason than look funny. So yeah.
Don't you bring a bunch of women onto your stage every single day?
That's a
yeah,
good
to
point.
show why they shouldn't be speaking. Exactly. I bring them on so men can remind themselves of why you shouldn't let women speak or give them a voice.
Last time Myron was on here, he's like, "Yeah, my book has 99 pages because women deserve one less."
Yeah,
But
the
so
book
are
is
you
called
having
Why Women
trouble
Deserve Less.
proving it, or why do you have to keep on doing it?
Why do I have to keep doing what?
If you're saying you're trying to show why they shouldn't be speaking, why do you have to do it like hundreds of times? Are you having trouble showing that?
Well, here's the thing. We got simps like you that keep thinking women deserve equal rights. So I have to keep reminding people, regardless of education, background, or creed, right,
Jokes on,
that
I don't
women
want
should not
equal
be speaking.
rights. I don't want equal rights. And yet
Okay,
they're
yeah,
forced
sure.
upon me.
Okay, look, how about this? How
Myron, you
about
don't
this? If you
understand.
don't
This
want
is a
equal rights, how
based
about you
woman,
take
okay?
yourself
She's
off
good.
speaker? How about that? Let's see. Hold on. Put this to the test. Freckles, if you
No.
don't want equal rights, go ahead and level yourself off as a speaker. How about that?
Absolutely not.
Exactly. That's my point. You bitches always want rights. That's the fucking
Jesus,
problem.
this
That's
isn't
the
a
fucking
right. What are
problem.
you talking about?
What are
Proves
you
my
cooking
point.
her for
Undercover
that fucking
feminists every
reason?
time. Undercover feminists every time. I don't want rights. I actually want to be treated like a lady.
All right,
It's a lie.
Hold up. You should check out our timeline, okay? That's not a fucking undercover feminist. I swear to God. There's no way. I know this person personally.
Yeah.
Trust me, there's not a single shred of feminism in that person. Trust me.
Correct.
Look, man, I get it. I know you like to simp and everything else like that, but look, hook, line, and sinker, she got you. These women, a lot of the times, are undercover feminists. They sit there and say, I want to be submissive, blah, 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 while having a full-on career, fucking challenging your authority all the time. I've talked to more women than anybody on this fucking panel. I'm telling you guys, regardless of education, regardless of background, they almost always still want to be treated like an equal. This is why it proves my point every time we bring them on to speak that they're
Okay,
retarded.
prove it, but prove it in a real way by actually asking Freckles real questions instead of just trying to deplatform. Like,
good point.
Prove it.
Anyway,
you want me to prove why women shouldn't speak?
No, just literally ask her a bunch of questions. Interview her. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Well, that would defeat the purpose because she's not supposed to speak. Why the fuck am I going to ask her questions?
You're claiming that you're capable of doing this thing on your own show, on your own platform, and yet you're refusing to do it. Like, we're just asking you to demonstrate the thing that you're so capable of doing.
100%.
Okay, I just proved it when I said, hey, if you don't want to be treated equal, take yourself off speaker. And what did she do?
No.
That doesn't prove
That
shit.
proves my
has
point.
nothing to do with it.
That is not what you do on your
I'm
own
still trying
show.
to figure out why
That
she's on a
is
Twitter
not
space
what
and
we
not
are
in a kitchen
asking
space
you to
making
do.
a sandwich
If
for a
you
man who's
think
superior to her.
that you can
And then
actually
your dumbass over here simping on the Anon account. You're in here simping on the fucking Anon account like a fucking this chick that will never suck your dick, by the way, FYI, queer. So
What?
I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
She's
But,
married.
dude,
Seriously, what the hell?
oh,
By
she's
the way, I
married?
think. Hang on a
So
second.
why is she on a fucking Twitter space with a bunch of niggas at 3 o'clock in the morning instead of making a sandwich for a man who's superior to her? The
It's
fuck y'all
not
talking
3
Whoa,
about, man?
don't
a.m.,
say the N
dude.
word. Don't say the N word.
Not 3 a.m.
Whatever your fucking time zone is, why are you not fucking sucking a dude's dick that's better than you in every regard, man? Women are inferior. I don't know why you're in this Twitter space with a bunch of niggas at 3 in the morning. This is crazy.
Because I'm waiting
Wild.
for ovulation,
Myron,
dude.
why are
I'm
you
trying to
like
get
this?
pregnant. Stop it.
Yeah, whatever. And
Myron,
then
you shouldn't say offensive words, man.
and then I also find it interesting, right? I want to say this too. I find it interesting how we had like
Oh
what
my
3 or
god.
4 people trying to gang up on Nick, right? Trying to accuse him of being a white supremacist or using using nigger or whatever the fuck it may be, or that dumbass Jeet that came in here. Oh, I don't like your fucking tone. Thank you. Come again, bro.
All right,
Look, let me
Let's
make something very clear here, right? Racism is awesome. Making fun of people because the color of their skin or their stereotypical backgrounds is fucking awesome. If you guys want to go ahead and get offended by that shit, fuck y'all, man. We got Ching Chong Ian Chung here saying all this shit like, oh, well, I think Nick is smart. I think Nick is smart, but, his fan base, blah, blah. Yo, you're in fucking Malaysia with your fucking
Ian, what's
slanted
your
ass eyes,
response?
you zipper head fuck, this fat fuck,
What
right,
the
over here
fuck
trying to
is
comment on
this?
American politics.
Bro,
Like,
I'm not
dude,
even fat and I'm not even in Malaysia. What are you talking
you
about?
definitely are fat. I've seen your titties. You are fat, bro. We can
You've
see it
seen
through the
my
shirt.
titties. What
Yeah,
titties? You're talking
we
about a
can see it
That's
Photoshop
through
kind
your
of
image?
shirt,
gay.
bro.
God,
You
you
are
have like such low
absolutely,
IQ.
dude, you literally
You are
breathe through your
not
mouth.
meeting the
You
allegations
are
that
a
you have
mouth
low IQ.
breather. You're breathing through your mouth right now. I can hear it on the mic, fat ass. Fuck you talking about? How are you
The
fat living
fuck?
in an Asian
Like,
country?
Oh
How?
it's
my god.
just
How?
ad
What the
hominem
actual fuck?
after ad hominem
Hey,
after ad
hey,
hominem.
Myron, what should we
Okay.
do about immigration?
What do you mean? What should we do about immigration? We shouldn't be letting
Which
nobody
we
else
were
in.
talking about before you
I think we
started
should deport
talking.
Myron.
Yeah, we shouldn't be
Yeah.
letting anybody in. We have a serious
That's
problem
then
with
That's
new to
it?
immigration in
you, right?
America. Yeah,
Can
no
you
more
elaborate
immigration.
on that? No,
Elaborate on
just
immigration.
zero more. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what we were
sure.
talking about before
What
we
what
started
particular
going down this
subset do you
road.
want to talk about? Do you want to talk about visas? Do you want to talk about the Southwest border? Do you want to? What do you want to talk about?
Well, we were talking about there was somebody here saying something that the Indian community wasn't going to be someone's punching bag when I logged in.
Yeah,
There were all
I
kinds
heard
of
the
people
Jeet
talking about.
complaining about that. He was saying that Nick's not going to use the Indian community as a punching bag, which too late for that. They are a fucking punching bag. They stink. So,
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
not sure how you prevent
Oh.
yourself from being a punching bag in the internet age. People just will say what they want, but it's
exactly.
like there's a lot of, lots of different groups of people moving to different places and having a lot of conflicts. I thought that was the nature of the conversation.
Well, okay. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, immigration is my background. If you guys want me to go through this, I can. I just need about 120 seconds uninterrupted by anybody, but I'll go ahead and briefly go over it. We have an immigration crisis in America. The Southwest border is absolutely getting ran over by a bunch of illegal aliens, thanks to the open borders. We're getting destroyed there. I worked on the Southwest border myself for 4 years. And, under Trump, we did a significantly better job of returning illegal aliens. But now a lot of these aliens are getting something called a notice to appear released on own recognizance. They're coming into the United States. They don't have a court date for many years because the immigration system is backed up judicially. They don't see an immigration judge for 4 or 5 years. And then a lot of the times, by the time their court date does come, they're already gone in the wind or they did some fraud marriage with an American citizen. Then, if we want to talk about visas, we're exploited with visas in many different ways. The J1 visa, F1 visa, B1, B2 visa, H1B visas. These are all visas that are almost always being exploited by foreign nationals to come here and either work through cheap labor like H1B scamming, or they'd use the J1 or the B1, come here and work legally anyway. So we have a big problem with visas being exploited. Then we want to talk about uh, visa waiver program where people are able to come in from, some of these countries that we have this arrangement with. Canadians, Italians, French, they come here all the time, illegally stay and overstay their visas, or sorry, overstay their welcome, the 3 to 6 months that they're allowed in by CBP, and they get jobs and work legally as well. So we're getting attacked on many different fronts when it comes to immigration. People are coming here legally and then overstaying illegally, and people are coming in illegally through the southwest border.
What do you think about EB5?
Yeah, similar to like an O1 visa. It's a skill set visa. So if I'm not
No,
mistaken,
EB5 is investment.
oh, okay, my bad. I was thinking of the EB1 and EB2.
Yeah,
I'm
EB1. That's
yeah,
EB1. The O1, similar to
yeah,
O1.
yeah. O1 and EB1. It's basically for extraordinary skill. But yeah, I mean, I think those are better. If we want to actually bring in people that are talented and actually have extraordinary skill that can't necessarily be replaced by the American public, then yeah, that's fine. But those visas take a lot of work to get because you need to submit a packet, you need references, you need to be able to show your body of work as to why you deserve it. So look, if we're going to actually go ahead and use this brain drain as people want, then we need to increase the threshold and make it with O1s and EB1s, etc. People that are actually bringing in something else. But in general, we need to stop immigration in 99% of the cases.
Yeah, I think I'm more inclined towards skilled immigration and also investment immigration. I think the problem is though that if you look at people like Elon Musk, for example, he didn't qualify under the O1, where way after he had already sold PayPal. So during the Zip2 era, where he actually sold his company for over $200 million, he still didn't qualify for any of the other visas other than a H-1B, which is the problem. It's the fact that these visas aren't always perfect, and they don't get people that are they have these strict requirements that don't meet
Yeah, but
everyone that's extraordinary.
yeah, that's
I
I
don't know if
understand
that's
your
a big
perspective,
problem anymore.
but for every one Elon Musk, there's like 100,000 fucking scumbags that shouldn't be coming here.
Yeah,
Also, the O1
I
is much easier
100%
now.
agree with you on that. But
Yeah,
my
they
perspective is that the history is pretty much shaped by the exceptional people. The exceptional people are the people that have the biggest impact. So how do you make sure that you let those people in, but you keep out all of those people that are exploiting the system?
Well,
Here's
the
the thing,
O1
someone
is
like
much better now. It's much easier than it used to be. You can get an O1 in like 2 weeks.
But only if you
Did he
qualify.
cut out?
Yeah, but
I
a
think
lot of
were
he
you
people
did.
were you
qualify.
asking me that question or were you asking somebody else? I don't think
No, I
you're
was
asking me that.
I was asking you, yes.
Okay, so you're saying like repeat it one more time. You said if for
Okay.
one exceptional
So
person?
history is, I believe, my belief is that the world is basically defined by exceptional people. It's not defined by the average person, right? If it was defined by the average person, we would still be living in caves.
It's defined by large numbers of
So the
average
exceptional
people.
people are like the only people that actually matter. So how do you have exceptional people coming
Yeah,
in?
sure. So I can answer that out. So this is what I'm saying. Someone that's good at what they do, someone that's brilliant, you're never going to be able to hold them back from success. So whether he came to the United States or not, he would have been able to find a way, probably become exceptional, and been able to get that O1 visa or EB1 visa down the road. Maybe he
I
wouldn't have got
disagree
it
with
back
that. He
then,
might have gone somewhere else.
or he would have gone. Who knows? But the point I'm trying to make is that
Yeah, but
he would have
don't
been
you
able to
want
build.
Elon Musk? Don't you want guys like Elon Musk
See,
coming
you're
to
trying to
America
use
and
an
being a part of
exception.
America?
Look. You're trying to use an exception to for the generalities. The reality is most H-1B people that come in aren't necessarily special or deserve that
Yeah,
position over an American citizen here,
by the
right?
way,
Yeah, but isn't it
Now,
a good
if
trade-off,
you've
though?
been on our previous
who is
spaces,
who's just asking if is it a good trade-off?
so
Me, Ian,
who's
I'm
asking?
asking you, isn't
Ian
it a
is
good
Yeah,
asking.
Ian,
trade-off?
I find it interesting, Ian, that you like to comment on American immigration when you live in a homogenous Asian country where they
I
don't
do not
accept
live in a
immigration at
homogenous
all.
Asian country. I live in Dubai. It is not
Hold on,
Oh, now
Ian.
you live
homogenous.
in Dubai.
The vast
Okay,
majority
Ian,
of the people living
can you
here
okay.
drop
are of
down,
different races.
and I'll bring you
But
back
you
up at
spent a
some point.
significant amount of time in Asia, which practices almost no immigration,
That is
ridiculous
untrue.
racism, and
Malaysia is
homogenous.
one of the most diverse countries in the region,
Okay, buddy.
as
Anyway,
is
so
Singapore, where I lived
um,
for a long time.
yeah, okay. So anyway, back to what I was saying, right?
No, it
Because
disproves your
now it's
point.
just in no. What I'm trying to say is that we have a problem where these H-1B visa people are coming in, and quite frankly, they're not necessarily better than some of the American employees that we have here. We can absolutely employ our own people. I see your point. Hey, we wouldn't have Elon Musk if it wasn't for the H-1B visa. Well, you got to also keep in mind that when he came in, this was what, 20, 30 years ago? Times have changed significantly. So we need to clamp down on the border and fix it. Now, just because one person is exceptional and is obviously able to do something doesn't necessarily mean that the majority are. So for every one Elon Musk, there's 100,000 plus scumbags that, quite frankly, don't deserve the visa or shouldn't be here. So you can make
But
the exception to the rule argument, but that's why it's the exception to the rule.
yeah, so if you had been in our previous spaces, we have actually argued this as well. We have argued that the H-1B system is very abused, has a lot of problems. But the problem we have is that the system with O1 and EB1, they don't encompass everyone that is actually exceptional. In some ways, they are somewhat strict. In ways, you have to win this type of award or you have to win that type of award. It has to be like a national or international award, and you're not necessarily going to win that just because you're exceptional.
Survival of the fittest, baby. We only want the best and brightest, don't we? Brain drain, right? Best and the brightest only. Winners and
Yes.
losers in life.
Yeah, I agree. You want the best. I don't like the fact that the H-1B is being used to bring down wages and bring in low quality people just because they're cheaper or they're willing to work for shittier conditions or whatever. But the question is, I think, I think that you're going to miss out on a lot of people that are very high quality people that don't have another program that they can come in on. And yes, they are the exception. Yes, they are the minority. But my belief is that the minority are the people that really affect the country. So maybe we can discuss a temporary work visa, like an H-1B, that people come in and work. They have 3 or 6 years or whatever to prove they are exceptional. It switches to something else, and then those other people that are not exceptional
No
don't have
more
a way to renew
immigration,
or stay.
bro. No more immigration. What the fuck do people not understand? We don't need more people coming here. No more immigration. We have
Yeah,
plenty of talent here. We got the best
I
universities
kind
here.
of
No
I
more
kind of agree
immigration.
with I kind of agree with Myron on this one. That just all it does is put us back into into the
Where
previous
did
state
Nick
of the
go?
T of the
We literally
TN visa.
discussed with Nick, and he said that he was willing to have immigration if those people were exceptional. And that's what we're arguing.
Literally, the entire country itself, which is American, and what made it really, really good and very great, was built off of the fucking backs of people and their achievements. And those people didn't
We're
always
immigrants.
come from America. They were immigrants. Who the fuck is Nikola Tesla, actually? You know, ask yourself that question. Or those individuals. Or the many, see, as a matter of fact, even various many 3-letter organizations understood the value of bringing talent in to such an extent that Operation Paperclip was once formed that then brought in all the scientists from Germany before they turned it into a fucking fire pit. So, yeah.
Bro, it's 2024. Times have changed. Like, that need for immigration has long past due, man.
Okay, then
Yeah,
tell me
Ellis
why.
Island
Okay,
immigrants.
hang on a second. Okay, then tell me why it is that the world's best, and even to this extent, only computer chips of this kind are produced in a country other than the United States. Explain that one. And don't you think that talent should have been imported if there was no option to do that?
That's a very
That's us
big
being
question.
stupid and allowing us ourselves to be put in a position. That's not really an immigration issue. That's more of a deciding to open up businesses and or relying on other countries to make something for us that's critical for our infrastructure. That was a bad political decision. That's not necessarily an immigration question.
Yes, it is. Because if you think about it this way, then say if there are other people that are very talented, they can no longer come in. Chimes may change, but guess what? People age and they die, which means if they're exceptional people, sure, they're already here, but they're going to die, right? So you want to bring them in. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with being a land of opportunity? I thought America was supposed to be a land of opportunity, no?
You're also going to have a situation where if there's exceptional people in this country and they're not allowed to work with exceptional people outside of the country because those people can't come in, they're going to choose to go somewhere where they can actually work with those exceptional people. So you get double brain drained. Those people aren't going to come into the country, and your own intelligent people are going to leave the country.
Yeah. Look, if you look at the most
to
important,
Europe, for example, that's going to
if you look
happen
at
to
the
the
most
US.
important, the most important economic thing for the next few decades is AI, right? And there's only 2 countries that actually matter in this
John's
race.
speaking, by the way.
John,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
he
John is
We
speaking.
can't hear him.
He's speaking.
I can hear him.
All right.
But...
Yeah. Hold on,
But
wait.
so there's
Let
only
me
2
drop
countries.
John.
Let's drop John.
Yeah, we're
and
gonna have to
bring him back.
re-add John
Okay.
because I think the host
Yeah, we
can't
can
hear him.
re-add you.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, we could take Japan as an example. They don't do a lot of importing of migrants, and as a result, they have set themselves back in a variety of sectors. And they've experienced a 20-year economic stagnation.
We just don't have the education infrastructure for another 20 years to suffice for the engineers and the people that we actually need to fill the jobs that are actually important. That's just the bottom line. Like, we need at least 10 years to catch up. And we can't get around that. Like, hate to say it, everybody's too dumb. Sorry, not
We need
sorry.
immigration.
Correct. I mean, this is the big problem with the trades, for example. There's just not enough teachers. There's a lot of willing students who want to learn the trades, but there's not enough teachers. And so what can you do with that? Well, one of the solutions to that is to simply import the teachers from elsewhere, because where the fuck else would you get them? So if you want to import, I mean, if you want to increase the level of education in your country with certain skills, certain trades, then you're going to have to import people. Now, if you were to have an immigration moratorium, where the fuck do the teachers come from?
Yep.
Oh,
The
no, can you
same
hear me?
place. Yep. The same
Yeah,
place.
I find this
You end up
I find
you
it
end up right
interesting. You
back in the
guys are just
same loop.
focusing so hard to try to push for immigration. We have the talent here in America, right?
No,
I
we,
know,
You
Ian,
we,
you
don't,
haven't
though.
been
You
here
don't.
before.
we don't.
Yeah, I have been
Dude, you
there.
don't know what the fuck
I
you're
have been
talking
there.
about.
I have been there.
You have
Why
been
do
here?
people keep saying I've never been there? Yeah, I've been there.
When have you been here, fat ass? When have you been here? To eat some fucking KFC?
Good Lord.
Bro,
Do I need to give
When
you
were
my
you last here,
immigration
bro?
history?
You've never been here.
American
You know what the
KFC
I
is
fuck you're
have
actually
been
talking
worse
there.
than
about.
the
I have
Italian one.
photos of it. What the fuck is your problem?
Okay, when were you here, bro? When?
Well, like 10 years ago.
Get the fuck out
Why?
of here, nigga. You haven't been here in over a decade. You try to tell us what the fuck's
I
going
said
on?
10 years ago.
Yeah, you've
Within
been
10
here
years
a
ago.
fucking decade ago. Motherfucker was here when Obama was in office. Fuck out of here, man. You don't know
You just
nothing.
said I was never in America. Wasn't that your point?
It might as
And I
well be
just
the
proved you
same
wrong.
thing.
Things are
2014?
pretty different. It is pretty different now from 10 years ago.
Yeah, cigarettes were still $5 back then.
True. They were cheap.
Okay, my point from earlier, there's only two countries that matter in AI, which arguably is the most important economic change for the next few decades. And the reality is, China is not bringing in a lot of immigrants, and the US AI sector is almost entirely staffed by immigrants, many of which are from China, many of which are from Canada or Europe or India. And so, like, you can't not have any immigration unless you want the US to just totally collapse to China.
We can have them work from their countries and work here, man, and work remotely or whatever. But we don't need to import more people in.
Remote
We really
working
don't.
is a bit of an issue. Remote
We
working
don't.
is a
We
bit of an
need. We don't
issue.
need to import people in.
You can't just
You
do
Yeah.
remote
you can't
working
work
because of
remotely
two
when you're
reasons.
training
Yeah,
AI.
Two
when it
reasons.
comes down
One,
to
you're
AI, they need
spending
to
your
be
money
on
there.
site. They need to be
Exactly.
on
On top
site.
of
Literally
They
for
need
that,
to
like
be on
physical
a
prem.
lot
compute
of this stuff is
issues.
sensitive. A lot of this stuff is
Yeah.
very sensitive. You do not
You
want
need
the
to be
Chinese
on
government
site.
getting their hands on it.
Okay, so many of us actually work in these specific sectors, so we know. John here works
Yeah.
directly in this exact sector. You want these people to be together. Actually, Myron, have you ever been in a hacker house before?
What?
A hacker house. Have you ever been in a hacker house? One of those events?
A hacker house event?
Yes. Have you ever been at one and participated in one?
No.
That explains a lot. So in this case, if you have ever been there, and if you've ever done something like that, then you will understand why it is important for people to actually work together physically on site. This is like there are many different reasons.
So yeah, we need to bring in 1 million Jeets, right? On H1Bs for this, right?
No,
That's
you
not how it
just
works.
can't
We have
for
never
say that.
claimed that. We
like
have literally
Myron.
claimed that this is a problem and H1B is exploited. That's not what we're arguing. You that might have been what you're seeing some people argue, but that's not what we're arguing. You're kind of preaching to the choir about that.
I like how you guys just mute me instead of letting me finish my point. Look, if you want to talk
Rambling
about
is not
bringing
making
in
a point.
people,
Rambling is not making a point.
dude, no one's rambling. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Anyway, this is the reality.
All right, let's get a few ground rules. You can be an idiot or you can have a conversation. If you want to be an idiot, that's fine. I'm going to keep muting you. If you have a problem with that, you can respectfully go fuck yourself. How about that? You have no power here.
Funny, this guy mutes somebody, thinks he's a tough guy. Anyway, back to what I was saying. The reality is this: we're going to bring in people, right?
Myron, we're trying to be
Myron,
very
it's his
respectful.
space.
We're trying to be very
No,
respectful.
he just said, "Oh, this guy's rambling on." It's
Yeah, you literally are rambling on. You came up here, you said a bunch of bullshit. We're laughing about it because we're good sports about it. And then you want to appear as a fucking tough guy on the internet? Excuse me? This is the fucking internet. What do you mean? Do you think I care about being perceived as some fucking tough guy?
you're a certified, straight up certified. Anyway,
right, cool.
like
so,
I was saying,
okay, so hang on a second. Everybody who disagrees with you or is willing to call you out on your bullshit is a fact immediately. Gotcha. Cool. 100%.
No, what I'm saying is, if you want to bring in these people that you're talking about are high talented, etc., that where you need to bring them in a place and they need to all work together, cool. There's visas for that. We don't need to give them H-1B visas. I never said we don't bring in people that are highly talented. What I am saying is that we need to focus on the ones that are actually highly talented and not the people that are scamming and abusing our immigration
That's
system.
exactly what we're
That's
saying.
what I'm
do
saying.
use
That's
So
H-1B for
exactly
those
what
there's
we're
people.
visas.
saying.
You
Hold on,
just
hold on, hold on, hold
repeated
on,
our
hold
That's
on.
what they
exact
use.
position.
There's visas for people that are actually highly talented. Let them go ahead and compete, and let's get the best and the brightest for
You're
real.
preaching
But
to the
I'm not gonna.
choir.
Yes, you're preaching
I'm
to.
sorry.
We have
So
exactly
then, what the fuck
argued
are you
this.
niggas arguing?
We're
You are
arguing.
You're the
arguing,
one
not
arguing.
us.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
you're arguing with me. You're
Okay.
like, well, we need to bring in these people X, Y, Z because there's blah blah blah, and I'm like,
You're literally arguing with us, and then you're arguing why we're arguing. That's what's happening right now.
So
Okay, okay, Lawyer Katz, I think, wanted to say something real quick. So let's let him speak, and then you can speak again because I think you wanted to say something.
yeah, I think a big part of it is when you come in and start with a bunch of ad hominem attacks that have nothing to do with the logic of the underlying positions that you're arguing.
I
It makes
can't hear Lawyer
everything
Katz,
a
for
lot
fuck's
more.
sake.
I gave my position on immigration in the beginning. I
Yeah,
gave it already.
look, we agree. We agree. Our problem
All
is
right then.
the O1, the O1 and EB1, they are a bit restrictive in some senses. And I'm not saying relax it to lower the quality of the people coming in. What we are saying is that it doesn't encompass everyone who we believe is truly exceptional. So if we manage to actually fix the problems with the O1 and the EB1, then we can scrap the H1B completely. That's our argument.
I think
Well,
most
the
people here would
H-1B
agree
is
with that, but he's saying no immigration.
no.
He's
I'm
changing
saying
his
it
Can
needs to
I
positions a
be
few times.
reframe the question?
significantly. Hold on. Let me clarify my position here because people are when I say no immigration, obviously I'm saying the mass immigration that we have, and we're bringing in millions upon millions of people that aren't necessarily special to replace American workers. That's my issue. If we're going to bring in O1s and EB1s, etc., people that are actually really good at what they do that we can't replace here in the workforce for real, then cool. But if
Yeah,
we're going to sit
then
here and
we
like,
agree.
Yeah,
Then we
we
agree.
literally
okay,
We
have
all
said
right,
this
cool.
exact
All
thing.
100%
right then,
agree.
A
fine.
lot of the
So
illegal,
All right, fine.
undocumented
We
immigrants
were
that are
trying.
coming over are a problem
So
to
I
that
think you
country.
guys misinterpreted my position. So people got triggered by what I was saying too much, and they misinterpreted my position. My position
No,
is
you
there's nothing
literally
wrong with
said you
bringing
did
in
not
top
want to
tier
see
people.
any immigration at all.
Yeah,
But
you
millions
explicitly
upon
said
millions.
no immigration.
No. Okay, look, you guys are literally reading into it. I said no immigration, then I followed up and I said if we're gonna bring people in, we need to bring them in on O1s, EB1s, etc. People that are really good at what they do and can't be replaced by Americans. That's what I said. When I
Okay.
said no immigration, I meant for the general masses.
Okay.
Then
We
I went
agree.
ahead and followed up specific.
We agree.
Okay, then we agree.
We agree.
Yep.
The problem we had was that we were trying to be respectful and give our position, which is exactly the same as yours, but you were kind of talking over us and calling us.
No, you were misinterpreting my position.
Can I reframe the question real quick? You mind?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, Sovereign Boy,
Exasperated
you had your
sigh.
hand up.
I'll try and make it good. So I thought that immigration was always about bringing in the best and the brightest, and I took a look around the
Can he
country,
hear
and
me?
I
Or?
can. Am I not on?
Sovereign Boy has his hand up.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, someone was talking. I thought
Oh, it's
immigration was
Tomas
always
speaking.
about bringing in the best and the brightest. I took a look around. I don't think we've done that. So, how do we
Wait,
continue
who's
to
speaking
bring?
right now?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think
who has
anybody
to speak?
disagrees
You
with
can't
that, but
hear
if you're
anyone.
taking a
Shit.
Oh my fucking.
if you're taking a look around, you're gonna see the millions of illegal immigrants. You're not seeing the H-1Bs when you take a look around.
Right. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I think Myron is saying also, is that like a lot of these programs are bringing in people who, like, there are very non-exceptional people getting snuck in through these programs under the guise that there aren't any Americans who can be a janitor or whatever they're getting a H-1B for. There's been a lot of harmful immigration that is upsetting a lot of really important things about the country. Does anyone like
Or even
have?
not necessarily
Yeah,
Yeah, I
H-1B.
mean,
There's
we
nobody's
all
millions
nobody's
that
agree.
don't
getting
have
an
H-1Bs.
H-1B to be a janitor. Those are
Yeah, but
Yeah.
applications that they're denied.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways in which they're getting in. Some of them are legal, some of them are illegal. H-1B is not necessarily one of them. And a lot of the stuff we've been seeing online with, like, say, a shopkeeper, a grocery store manager being brought in on an H-1B, those are just applications. And yes, they're on the website, but they're not actually being let in. There's been a lot of misinformation, shall we say, on this topic by people who want to muddy the waters.
People who what?
Who want to muddy the waters.
Oh, okay, muddy the waters. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which is very
and
unfortunate.
the median salary is a lot higher for H-1B people than for non-H-1B people. My perspective on this is you can't say every single person that we need to bring into the country has to be on an O1 or an EB1. Those are for truly exceptional, like Hollywood stars, Elon Musk,
Yeah, like
Einstein.
extraordinary.
We still need to bring in talent. So say you have an AI company like OpenAI, you can't staff it with only Americans. There aren't enough people in America who can do that, which is why it's mostly staffed with immigrants. You have to bring in people from China, people from Canada, people from France, but you can't bring them in on O1s unless you want to totally dilute down what an O1 means.
And
because there's a difference between
in the case of
Einstein.
the trades, right? For instance, the roofing industry requires workers from Mexico because there's simply not enough American roofers. That's a fact. You can look it up. And they're not being brought in on
Yeah, but
H-1Bs. They're trying to look
how
for
much
a
of
different
that?
visa.
How much of that is because they're not being paid enough?
I don't think it's not because they're being paid enough. There's simply not enough
Yeah.
expertise. There's a lot
Yeah.
of students
Yeah.
who are willing to learn this stuff, but there's not enough teachers, and that is a separate problem. And that also needs to be dealt with. There's a myriad of problems, right? It's not as
A
simple as,
lot. It's
hey,
like
let's
it's
just pay them
almost like
more.
I was gonna say it's almost like a revolving circle of doors where every time you open one door, the other door opens, and it just causes another problem. Like this goes right back to the Department of Education, and
And the
if
Department
we
of Labor as
and the
well, and also
Department of
the Department of
Labor, like
Immigration. They're
it's
not
just a
really
big
talking to each
circle.
other, right? The
No,
government is
they
not really
don't
talking
talk
to
to
each
each
other.
other.
Yes,
Anyway.
precisely. The left hand does not know what the right hand is doing, and that is the biggest problem with the American bureaucracy. That's what Doge is being brought in for, to fix it.
Anyway, Sovereign Bro has a hand up.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Awesome. How you guys doing tonight?
We're doing good.
Fine.
What about you?
It's day here, but fine. Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
on. Yeah, this is an interesting discussion, and as an American patriot and an American nationalist, it's obviously one that concerns me and many other Americans because our general perception of it, and I think this applies to a lot of people within the MAGA movement, is that H-1Bs have been abused to source cheap foreign labor for a lot of companies. And, I get it. There's a free market argument for hiring the best and the brightest, right? If you're running a company, obviously you're going to want to source the best people in the world. I think where the concern comes in is that, when you drill into a lot of the data, it turns out that America actually produces a lot of the top engineers and programmers in the world. And
that's true.
Within the United States,
Yeah, that's true.
we've seen this trend over the past 10 years, especially called, DEI. Obviously, everybody here is familiar with it. And it's incredibly difficult for white men, for example, to be employed in a lot of positions. They experience nepotism, especially in the tech industry. There might be an Indian hiring manager. They're notorious for hiring other Indians. This kind of ethnic nepotism is common all over the place. But we see a trend of Native Americans, if you want to call them that, being passed over in employment opportunities in a lot of different areas. And the MAGA movement, part of the reason why this is such a contentious topic is because the MAGA movement as a whole for nearly the past decade has prioritized putting America first, and especially Americans and American workers first, right? As I'm looking at this argument, I hear what everybody's saying. I agree with what Myron was saying a few minutes ago. Obviously we're going to want to source the best and the brightest, but one question I have is this actually about sourcing the best and the brightest, or is this about sourcing cheap foreign labor and getting people into the country from other countries who are willing to work 80, 90, 100-hour weeks at wages that your average American may not be willing to work? Is this about companies wanting to source that cheap foreign labor, or is it actually about getting the best and the brightest?
Okay, so to give you an answer, for the most part, this is being used as cheap foreign labor. However, there is also a lot of companies that are genuinely using H-1B for very specialized roles that don't really exist in America because either America doesn't have the experience because they've outsourced it to other countries, and they've kind of Americans have determined that it's below, you know, what they're willing to do, or that it's just something they haven't done before because it's been outsourced to India or China or whatever. So there's companies that do genuinely use H-1B to bring in people with very specialized skills that you can't really find in America. But the problem is exactly what you're discussing, is that mostly it's been used to hire foreign people that, while they're not necessarily cheaper, they're technically more expensive because you've got to pay them the prevailing wage. And also it costs money for the company to sponsor their visa. Those people would be willing to work under worse conditions, under worse circumstances, and work more hours. So for per hour work, they are actually ending up cheaper. So yes, you are completely right.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for that context, because I hear from a number of white guys that work in the tech industry, and they're like, "Yeah, man, this is a problem. White guys who are perfectly capable of doing these jobs and are exceptionally educated, exceptionally talented, will be passed over in favor of cheap foreign labor." And this seems like a betrayal of the American people, and a lot of people are trying to cloak it as, well, this is MAGA. We want America to come in first, right? This was Vivek's statement, and to me that just seems totally disingenuous. Trying to turn the Make America Great Again movement and the idea of America first into America coming in first rather than Americans being placed first. It's kind of like a sleight of hand, and I don't believe that American workers need to be passed over in order for America to come first. That doesn't seem like a deal that we need to take, especially when we have exceptionally talented people within the country.
I think if you look at this panel, there's not a single person here that thinks that DEI is a good idea. I think all of us agree that DEI should die. And personally, I believe in a pure meritocracy. Everyone should be hired only for how good they are at the job, not because you're trying to make the job cheaper. But yeah, I think you are right to some
I
extent.
I have something I
Yeah,
want to add as well. The
yeah,
other thing
go
too, I
ahead.
think that's very important that no one has brought up, which I guess I will bring up, which is the ugly thing that no one wants to talk about, is quite frankly, we have to preserve American culture. This isn't an economic zone. We're going to bring in a bunch of foreigners that bring in their weird backwards culture and their weird mannerisms and behaviors here. And, a lot of the times they don't assimilate. They don't want to learn the English language. They don't want to adhere to our customs. They don't want to necessarily observe our viewpoints on things, and they want to bring their culture. And the problem when you have too much of this is you end up losing the identity of the nation. If you guys don't believe me, go to Toronto. It's basically
Yeah,
fucking India now. I don't
Yeah,
want
or
that to
London,
happen.
yeah,
or
I'm
go
hearing
to
a lot of
London. Go to
yeah.
So
London. It's also
hold
worse.
on. I didn't finish saying what I was saying. So my thing is we need to also preserve the culture, right? And when you bring in a bunch of foreigners, right, that don't have the same values, that brings problems as well.
I do agree with you. I do like a Swiss type system where they actually have to show that they've integrated into the country and the culture to actually before they can even become citizens. I think one of the issues is that it's kind of for a lot of people that are like actually genuinely skilled and genuinely have a lot of talent. It's very difficult to get like a green card, but once you do get a green card, it's way too easy to become a citizen after that. Um, and I've met people who are like fucking Uber drivers. The guy barely talks English, and he's somehow a U.S. citizen. And I'm like, how the fuck did you become a U.S. citizen? And it's you
Well,
literally
that's
have
it.
to.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. This is
Yeah.
why we need to
Exactly.
limit immigration to literally only the best and the brightest. Keep our people here. Because the other thing too, is when people do have foreign labor, and we have people talk about these these labor jobs that are getting taken away. That what ends up happening is they're able to go ahead and employ people that are here illegally, people that will take lower wages, people that are here illegally overstaying their visas, etc. That's why when I talk about the immigration problem in America, like the H-1B is just a microcosm of a way bigger issue. We have a total immigration problem, and a lot of times some of these people aren't even from poor third world countries. They're from fucking Canada. They're from France. They're from Italy. They're from like these socialist type countries that don't have the same opportunities here. So they'd rather come here on a B1, B2 visa or come here on a visa waiver program, stay here illegally and work. That's a problem. So we need to limit immigration almost every way and only make sure that if we are going to bring in foreign labor, it makes sense for us where that person brings some type of skill set that we can't necessarily replace. And I'm a big fan of the O1, the EB1, etc., because that means they actually have to prove their merit. Otherwise, stay the fuck out of our country, because a lot of these people come in and they don't assimilate. They don't learn a language. They don't accept our culture. They don't shower. They stink. Provide a lot of fucking problems.
Yeah, so I agree with you, but you also have to realize where the problems are. I'll give you an example with the EB5, right? That's the investor visa. So with the investor visa, what happens is you have to invest $1 million into the U.S. government, not the U.S. government. I'm sorry, you invest $1 million into a U.S. enterprise, and you have to create 10 American jobs, and you also have to create a somewhat sustainable business. And what ends up happening is you get a conditional green card, and if your business qualifies under the requirements that's been set, you then get a green card. Now, I think pretty much everyone here would agree that that is probably a very good system to have, right? The people have to come in, create jobs, and if they do, then they get rewarded with a green card. However, the problem is, and I know several people who have gone through the EB5 program. The problem is that the U.S. government limits it pretty much almost exclusively to regional centers, as opposed to the person starting their own business. In theory, you can start your own business, but the U.S. government very rarely approves them. They have to go through a regional center. And what happens is that a lot of these regional centers will commit fraud, steal all the money. There's nothing the people can do. And so you've basically lost $1 million, and you've also lost your green card, which is so even on this is just to show that even people that have made millions of dollars and have invested in the US to try to actually create solutions, create jobs for Americans, even they're getting fucked over because the American government is basically turned the other cheek and not actually focusing on these programs. So even the EB5, the EB1, the O1 have their problems that people don't want to address because those are the minority, right? We're always talking about, 1 million people enter through this visa, 1 million people did this, 1 million. We're not talking about the actual people you want in. And the actual people you want in are getting fucked over because the US government has failed at providing good visas for them. The visas that they do have a lot of problems.
Yes, I've been very critical of the INA, the Immigration National. Like, we have a lot of problems with the immigration system in America. It's exploited on some ends by, by crooks, and on other ends by people that are trying to be honest. They're not able to get what they're supposed to do, which, obviously we need to get law enforcement more involved and get this stuff done. You know what I mean? With these regional centers that are committing fraud, I'm sure the FBI or Homeland Security would love to take that case if maybe it came across their way, or they had the funding, or maybe the United States Attorney's offices don't want to take them for prosecution. Multitude of different reasons. I used to work on law enforcement myself, so I understand the bureaucracies with a lot of these agencies when it comes to investigating these crimes. But regardless, we need to focus on bringing only the best and brightest, where we have stringent standards and bringing them in. I understand this problem with the EB5 that you mentioned, but we still need to make things extremely restrictive and limit a lot of these other programmatic areas that people are able to exploit in our system. And I'm talking about complete immigration reform, where we need to attack this thing head on from multiple different angles, because the H-1B visa is just one way we're exploited, but there's so many others. We could talk about the marriage fraud industry. We could talk about the document benefit fraud industry. There's entire multi-billion dollar industries, illegal, by the way, that facilitate the illegal immigration and/or entry of aliens into the United States in multitude of different ways.
I fully agree with you. The reason I bring up these points is my social circle is mostly people that have either come or have tried to come to the US through the EB5, EB1, O1. And I know several people that have gone through the EB5 route that have gotten completely fucked over. The EB1 program, from what I have seen, those are for people that that's called the Einstein visa for exceptional people. From what I can see, that one is the best run. I've seen people that, even though the EB1 is supposed to be more strict than the O1, I've actually seen people not qualify for the O1, but somehow qualify for the EB1. So there's a lot of problems, but I have seen people that you're saying are the best and the bright, like everyone would agree are the best and the brightest, actually have issues with immigrating, and it's even worse in Europe, believe it or not. Where those people, if they want to immigrate into Europe, they have so much red tape, so much bullshit they have to go through, and they pretty much can't. Meanwhile, some fucking dude without any passport can come in, say I'm 17 without any evidence, and he'll just be handed a new passport after a few years.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody here agrees with solving the problem that Myron sees. But my biggest question is, where do you even draw the line for the best and the brightest? Because you could say you want 99.9 percentile people, but does that mean you don't want to bring in people that are like 98th percentile, but they're making 250 grand a year and bringing a lot to the economy for temporary work? And I think Auda made a really good point. It should not be, it makes no sense that you would make it easy to become a citizen after you're already working here, but hard to come into work. That seems like the total reverse of what you would want.
Well, John, I think a relevant question to ask in follow up to that is, of all of these people that are being brought into the American workforce on these visas, how many of them are actually even 98th percentile? How many of them are even 70th percentile compared to American workers? Like, there's no standardized test to test the quality of an H-1B worker from India compared to an American that was educated in America's STEM sector. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that is my core question here. It's like, is this argument that is there really any legitimacy to it at all in practicality when we look at the numbers? Or are we being told that we're bringing in 98th, 99th percentile people when across the board, at least 95% of the people that we're bringing into the country aren't even 70th percentile? Could that be the case? Because I think it's entirely likely that it is the case. I don't believe that these
Well,
arguments are
Okay.
genuine. Not
Okay.
saying
look, I'll
your
give you
guys'
my
arguments are
perspective.
genuine relative to this, but what we're being presented by Elon or Vivek or all of these other people that are pro-immigration, I don't know that we're actually being told the truth at all here about the quality of these workers.
I think that's a great question. Well, here's my perspective. I think you could look at each category and take a pretty good guess. Like, I think we all pretty much would agree that the illegal immigrants, almost none of them are 98th percentile. If you look at like people who are just abusing other systems, people who are coming in on like marriage or whatever, probably not 98th percentile. But if you look at something like H-1B, there's a few things we can control there to alter how many people are actually high quality. And so like one example is they didn't change the minimum bar for salary. They should probably change it with inflation. But even there, I think you could say like, okay, probably half or maybe 60% of that program is mostly fraud and people that shouldn't be coming in. But I don't think that means the program has to shrink. You should get rid of the fraud. But my perspective as someone who's actually hiring high skilled people, there's a lot of people who it's difficult to bring in that should arguably be brought in. So I think there's perhaps even more people who should be coming in that don't have a way in than people who are abusing specifically H-1B, which is, to be fair, a very small portion of total immigration. So that's why, like, this whole time we've been talking about immigration, I don't understand why people are advocating for total bans if we can just say, okay, we have H-1B, reform it, even if we bring in 250,000 people a year on H-1B, if we set the salary bar at the right place and we actually investigate and get rid of instances of fraud or like preferential behavior, that's a great program. If we can get rid of 5 million illegals coming in a year, that's far more important to me.
I can answer that question. I think the reason that people say things like we need to ban all immigration is because we hear over and over again that they want to bring in the best and the brightest, and it clearly has not been the case for 40 years, and everything is different now. And if we keep hearing the same thing, oh, we're going to change this program and only bring in the good ones, isn't the same thing going to happen? Like, if you do the same thing, don't you get the same result? How do we, I don't trust any of this. And I think that
I
that's
think
what Chase is saying.
yeah, I
Well,
think
I think if you
here's the
just use
problem.
money as
Yes,
a
it is.
bar, money is a great bar. So, like, for example, here's a typical bad H-1B in the perspective of a lot of people. You have an Indian person who's coming in through a company that only hires Indian people and then subcontracts them out to other companies in America for a higher salary, but doesn't pay them that full salary. And then they're also sending tens of thousands of dollars back to India in remittances. And this is not just an Indian problem. This happens in all sorts of countries. But you have people who are coming in on H-1B that aren't necessarily the highest quality. And not only are they not getting a massive salary, but they're sending a lot of it back outside of America. If you limit remittances and increase the minimum bar for salary, say you have to make $200,000 a year and you can't send any net remittances out, now you're going to have a lot of really high quality people because it's hard to fake that. People can't afford to fake that at scale.
I think also what you need to consider is that a lot of Western countries, they've said they want the best and the brightest, but that has been a complete lie. What they have done is they've made it very, very difficult for the actual best and the brightest to come into the country, and they've basically came in, and they've made it very easy for people that shouldn't be coming in to come in. And so you've got this duality where you're seeing way too many people that shouldn't be coming into the country coming in, and they become citizens, and a lot of people are rightfully angry about that. And then you've got someone that genuinely earned their place into the country, and their experience was, holy shit, this was difficult as fuck, which is why you get instances like Elon Musk having that type of reaction about H1B, because it's personal to him. He himself recognizes how difficult it was to come in as someone that is actually highly skilled. And this is something I think was done very intentionally to try to bring in people that are willing to work for low wages and not bring in people that could potentially compete with companies that are already established.
Yeah, I think when we see things like, I think they brought in, I mean, I'm just going off the top of my head, but I think 500,000 Haitians came to the country in the last few years to do blue collar work. And then when people see things like that, anytime they hear anything about immigration, they think it's just going to be that again. I think that's why you're getting this response.
Yes, that's correct. Ian Chong,
Well,
are you in here still?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
What is your I've been trying to get a read on what your position is on all of this. You seem like you're heavily in favor of H-1B visas. What's your overall take on all of this?
I definitely think H-1Bs need to be completely reformed. I do think that there's a lot of exploitation going on. I don't think the O1s are enough, right? You can't necessarily recruit not even the best and the brightest, but just simply people to fill the jobs. For instance, with the microprocessing factories that TSMC runs, you're going to need H-1Bs to bring in a lot of the Taiwanese workers, and they're not necessarily the best and the brightest, but you do need them because they have the skill to do it. So I don't think you should
The
get rid of it, but
Taiwanese,
I do
the
think you should fix it.
Taiwanese, no, they're definitely the best and the brightest.
Do you think that these work visas though are negatively affecting the job market for Americans?
hmm I think there are a lot that do, absolutely. I think that the solution, though, I mean, comes with education, right? The problem is you can't solve it within, 6 months or even a year or even 2 years or even five, right? You're going to need about 10 years to get everybody up to speed. And I think in the meantime, it's going to be a necessary evil. Until that happens, because the problem right now with colleges being so heavily invested in bullshit like English literature, that needs to go. It needs to be more STEM focused, more engineering focused, more geared towards what, say, countries like Russia and China are doing. If you look at Russia's education system, it's very heavily geared towards engineering, and the vast majority of the graduates that come out of there are either software programmers, technical engineers, a variety of all these other things that America simply isn't producing right now. So you're going to need to import a lot of this expertise in order to compete on the global market, because America doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? It's competing against China, Russia, and so on, and now like the UAE, for example. So you're going to see a lot of people going there instead, which is very unfortunate for
Well,
America.
so a couple things to break down there. I keep hearing this argument that we're going to need 5 to 10 to 15 years to catch up with our own education system, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that our education system in America is perfect. It's not. 50% of American adults can't read at an 8th grade level. Okay,
Yep.
but where the American education system is good, it's the best in the world.
It's the best.
And
Yeah, literally the best.
America
MIT.
in particular produces the best STEM graduates in the world. Our elite
Yes.
STEM graduates are better than
But
any other countries in the world.
But you don't want them going
but
elsewhere,
you
right?
do
I
you
mean,
do
once
also
you
you
know,
do
like,
have to also realize that a lot of the America also takes in the best in the world as well. The people going to Stanford, the people going into Harvard,
right,
the people
the
going to
Chinese and Indian
MIT.
students who go there, they
Exactly.
are graduating from
Exactly.
American colleges, and you
Exactly.
want them to work for
When I
American companies. You don't want them to run off,
Sure,
to
when
yes,
I
some other
but
when I
country.
they
went,
are also heavily outnumbered by American citizens that are going through those same programs.
yeah,
And I
but
guess so
a
here
lot
here's
of
here
those American citizens are either second generation immigrants whose parents were born, whose parents came to America and they were born. So it's not just they're outnumbered. It's I mean, when I went, a significant portion of them, the professors were Indians and Chinese. It wasn't the majority was still, I would say, white, but a significant portion of it was still Indian
Sure,
and
and I'm not
uh,
denying that a significant portion aren't Indian or Chinese, but the largest proportion by far are white Americans,
yeah,
hands
but
down,
but you
not
also
even
have to
close.
consider that most of America's population is white as well, right? And those Chinese and the Indians are taking a very, very small portion of the population, right? So the fact that they make up that significant portion of U.S. colleges is also saying something.
Sure,
Well,
yeah,
again, that's
I
also because we
suppose. I mean,
filter them.
in the year in 2021 through 2022, we had 789,000 STEM graduates in America. Of that 789,000, 100,000 were foreign, 97,000 were Asian, including Chinese and Indian, and 400,000 were white. Okay, so the idea that like there's some shortage of white heritage Americans within STEM programs is completely
Okay,
false.
but see
Well,
this
okay,
argument. See
there is
this
a
argument.
shortage, but
See
you're
this
right about the
argument though.
stats.
The people that the foreign students are one of two things, especially if they're going to Harvard or Stanford or any of those top colleges. Either their family already has money and they can afford to pay full price for the university cash, they're not taking loans, or the university itself has determined that this person is so intelligent that they're willing to cover the costs of them coming and studying in their university. So those foreign students that are going to those university are automatically already in a better position than the average Americans.
Sure,
And I'm not saying this. I'm
uh,
not saying this with
that's a
like a
fair
state.
point.
I'm not saying this with a state university. I'm specifically referring to the top U.S. universities.
Sure, and that's a fair point. I think my follow-up question though would be, okay, if there is so much competition to source the best and the brightest, what are the numbers coming out of, for example, in China in terms of sourcing foreign labor from India? Because it definitely is not in a mad dash to source STEM graduates from India. And as far as I've been able to tell from the research that I've been doing over the past week, China is not in a mad dash to source talent from India either. It appears to just be the US, which again, it just like I look at this picture and I'm like, it just looks like
I think that's
tech
largely a
elites.
cultural
Well,
issue with
It looks
China.
like
I
tech
mean, Indians
elites
don't like
trying to
working there.
source foreign labor, cheap foreign
Okay.
let,
labor. That's what it looks
let me
like.
give you my argument for why there's a shortage and why this is happening in America specifically. It's because America has virtually the entire global economy inside of it. All of the top corporations, all of the innovation is mostly happening in the United States. So you're completely right. Most of the talent in the United States and graduating in the United States is white American born people. But that's only like 4 or 3% of the world population. And because of the fact that the US has the majority of the global economy in its companies, you need to bring in still more people from the rest of the world. So out of those other 95% of the world that's not in America, you still want to bring in the most talented people. China has never had that problem, and they like being an ethno state. And it also doesn't have that problem because it has a very small economy by comparison. They don't have all these big companies that need a bunch of talent.
Okay, so thank you for adding in that context. I think I hear that information and it just makes me reflect back on this argument that's been presented to us over the past several weeks, which again, it just strikes me as totally disingenuous. The argument, can you guys hear me by the way?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Loud and
The,
clear.
the argument, thank you. The argument has been that America needs to win. We're in this AI arms race against these other countries, and America needs to win the AI arms race. And I see the practical argument for that. I mean, it completely makes sense. The AI arms race is sort of a winner takes all scenario, and whoever gets to AGI first wins. Like, I get it. I get the argument. But if we're so far ahead in innovation and we have, this incredible economy within America and we are far outpacing innovation in these other countries, like why I feel like we're being like pressured in the dialectic to just accept mass legal
So
immigration for our workforce. But I'm also hearing that we're way far ahead of
Well, it's
these other
interesting that you
countries.
mention AI, right? It's quite unlike a lot of other high tech industries in that uh, a very significant, not insignificant, but a very significant number of the people working in AI in the United States are of Asian American or Indian American descent, right? I think that's the reason why you're seeing that argument specifically coming from a lot of the AI people.
also
Well, I
it's
think to be frank, it's mostly European and Chinese if you're looking at the
yeah,
AI research
Right.
rates.
yeah.
But okay,
Although
so
Perplexity is founded by Indians, though, so
yeah,
there's
but
that
that
as well.
you can't look at one Indian founder and compare that to people who are doing AI research in companies like
Yeah.
OpenAI, Meta, and so on. So if you're talking about the AI race, you're really looking mostly at European, American, and Chinese talent, to be frank. But you do still want the best from literally everywhere, and you're going to have a decent amount from India because it's such a massive country. But look, the reason why there's pressure is because America is no longer leading by an absurd amount. 20, 30 years ago, America was so far ahead, nobody was even close, and China was basically nothing. But the reality is, China has a lot of the smartest people in the world. They have an absolutely gargantuan talent pool, and they've now industrialized to the point where, in many ways, they're already ahead of the US. Like, if you look at
And
GDP measured by PPP,
And they've been
they're ahead of the
gearing up
US.
their education system since the
and
1980s,
more
unlike the United
importantly,
States.
China has way more STEM graduates, and even more
Yes.
importantly, they have a significantly larger market of people all speaking the same
Yeah.
language, which
China
they
is a very serious threat. And like you can think about it this way. For America to even get to the point where it has the same amount of talent as China assimilated, we would have to assimilate like 700 million people who are not already assimilated. So I think China is a really significant threat to the US
also
being the global hegemon.
yeah, the US is not as
Okay, so we don't
far.
need to bring in Jeets then.
So
Like all I'm taking from this is we don't need to bring in like
It's been
that's
too
it.
long since we had a good Myron rant.
Yeah,
right,
here, here.
right. So to kind of give you to give
Wait, real quick, Auto, before you go, sorry to
yeah,
cut you off real quick. There's a guy who messaged me. His name is Jin. He says he's an executive at a Fortune 50 company and he's worked in FANG, FAANG. He has some input on immigration if he's requested. He asked if I'd ask you guys to bring him up.
what's his name?
It's Jin, Jin. He's got like a yellow profile
I'd say
picture with a
text him.
dude.
Text him the handle.
Yeah, his handle. I'll text it to you.
I
His
don't I
handle's
don't
Technolibrium.
I don't
I
see
don't know if he's requested. This was like 15
I
minutes
I
ago.
don't see him requesting.
Anyways, please continue. I cut you off.
Yeah, so I think
I love the respect.
a lot of the tech industry a lot of tech industry stuff is winner takes all. right? Especially semiconductors, for example. Semiconductors are entirely winner takes all. And a lot of people don't really understand what's going on behind the scenes. They just look at the people at the front who are like the face of the companies, and they see white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy. But what they don't understand is pretty much half of the people that built the semiconductor industry, even in the US, behind the scenes, the people that weren't known, were Taiwanese Americans. And they contributed significantly to the American chip industry. And once some of these people started to leave, and they started to go to Taiwan, especially Morris Chang, and he started TSMC, and TSMC was able to make all of the right moves. Meanwhile, Intel was being headed by complete morons who made mistake after mistake after mistake over and over and over and over again. Intel was ahead of TSMC up until like the early 2010s, but they fucked up over and over and over again. And it wasn't that Taiwan stole it or Taiwan was able to do it for cheaper. It wasn't any of that. They were just simply better. Way, way, way better. To the point where now you can't even compete properly unless it's TSMC themselves. Intel literally risked their entire business. They made dog shit chips to focus all of their money into the semiconductor fabrication process, and yet they failed at every single fucking point to where they had to fire Pat Gelsinger. And the only successful U.S. fabrication process was done by TSMC themselves. Because the chip industry is a winner takes all. You have the most volume, you're able to share the most R&D, you're able to share the most research, and on top of that, you learn from all the previous generations. If you have to skip a generation, you are almost entirely fucked. You have to figure out what to do. And in America, with an industry like that, that's winner takes all, that you have to learn from the previous generations, if you don't have anything from the previous generations, you're going to get completely fucked. Without the Taiwanese, the US is never going to be able to compete with Taiwan ever again.
Auda, so what's the bottom line here? I mean, obviously we need chip manufacturing in America, but what's the bottom line that I'm missing?
I don't think you're missing anything. I think AI, AI and chip manufacturing specifically, those two are winner takes all markets. And in winner takes all markets, you're way more at risk of not doing enough than doing too much.
So in this case, in the terms of AI and the race to AGI, America is in the lead and it should want to stay in the lead. And you don't want to do anything that hamstrings
But
that, because
the
if
Chinese
you
are
do, the
very
Chinese will
close.
win.
The Chinese are
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
very
Chinese
close.
will win.
honestly, it's tough to even say we're in the lead. If you look at what the Chinese labs are doing, they're like
Yeah.
a few months
Yes.
behind
It's
us.
all
Yeah.
open source too. Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck.
And they're releasing models that are significantly smaller than the American ones, but they're still performing at around the same
They're
scale.
much more
Right.
efficient.
Yeah,
Extremely
much
efficient.
more efficient
Who
because they've had the
who
restrictions placed on them.
was there a point in time where, because I imagine was there a point in time where chip manufacturing was taking place domestically in the US
Yes.
prior to being
Yeah.
offshored to
Yes.
Taiwan?
Intel was doing
Yes.
that,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why
I
it's
mean, they
called
still
Silicon
are, but
Valley,
they suck.
actually.
Yeah,
Intel
Intel sucks.
made okay, so basically what happened was that you had
Yeah, but see, that's not an immigration thing. That's like us just being idiots and giving the chinks all the power.
no,
You know
it
what I mean?
wasn't
We fucked up
No,
there.
yeah,
that wasn't it.
Well,
that
That
Myron,
wasn't
you
quite it.
need to fight to bring all the talent in. Like, for instance, there's also ASML. It's a bottleneck in the chip manufacturing industry, and they're in the Netherlands.
okay, but
So, like,
okay,
we need
to
to
be
fight to
fair,
bring these people into the US.
to be fair, ASML uses EUV technology, and EUV technology is a US technology that's being licensed to ASML because no other.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Trying to talk. Okay, can you hear me now? No. What I was saying was we but see, we fucked up by giving leverage and allowing that to move offshore, like we've done with many things. You know what I mean?
Problem.
Yeah, I agree.
We should have stuck with the making them ourselves, and then we ended up handing it over to these
Yeah, but
guys,
that's
and now we're fucked.
that's not what happened though, right? A lot of people
That
think
isn't
that
what happened.
a
It's not
lot of
quite
people
not quite
think
the same.
that with semiconductors they just went to
And I know
Taiwan.
you're offended because you're a slanted
No,
eye
that's not
individual
it.
as
No,
well. But bro,
you're actually factually wrong, and
Wait,
I'll just
hold
gonna
on,
explain why you're
Can you
wrong.
guys hear me?
okay, go ahead,
Yeah, we can
chopstick
hear
guy.
you, Otto.
Can
Keep
Myron, can
interrupting
you
you.
hear me? Can Myron hear me?
I don't
Myron,
think
can
he
you
Yeah,
can
hear
tell
hear
me
me.
how I'm
Oda?
wrong, chopstick chaser.
Myron, can you hear Oda?
Myron, Auda's asking if you can hear him. I don't think you can hear him because he was the one explaining to you why you're wrong.
Oh no, I can't hear him.
All right, hold on. Let me bring him down. To get him
Fuck.
back in. Yeah, bring him back up.
Yeah, he thought I was gonna explain it. No, that's your wheelhouse.
All right, he needs to request again.
And Myron, if you can request,
Yeah, he
we'll let
needs.
you
Just
back
invite
up.
him. Just invite him directly. Little.
Yeah, let me find him. Where the fuck is he? Oh, there he is. Invite to speak. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
Yeah, invite the Sudanese American up.
I just caught what you said there. He's American.
Did he leave?
Nice.
No, I can still see him.
Oh, there we go.
He's back up.
All right. Myron, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. And before you
Okay.
explain, what I was saying was we shouldn't have moved it offshore. That's my only thing that I'm saying.
You didn't move it offshore. That's a completely false assertion.
All right, so what happened?
Okay. So what happened is that you had a company called Intel that made mistake after mistake after mistake, and Intel was the leading chip manufacturer at the time. And by them making mistake after mistake after mistake, what ended up happening is that eventually TSMC surpassed them in quality, in price, in everything. It wasn't just the price. It was in everything. They surpassed them in everything. And then companies were basically forced to use TSMC because every other company was inferior. If you look at, there was actually a generation of iPhone. There was actually a generation of iPhone where Apple actually tried to kind of cheap out by using both TSMC and Samsung for fabrication. And even though they were supposed to be the exact same chips, what ended up happening is that the Samsung chips were actually significantly worse. So people.
All right, so your argument is that we never shipped it offshore. We just became inferior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how America doesn't really have a TV industry. It's all dominated by the Koreans.
Yep.
You've got LG and you have Samsung, and they control it. They also control the memory industry.
What happened?
You have
What
Samsung
happened?
and SK Hynix.
What happened is that Intel got way too greedy because they didn't have to compete with AMD anymore, and they just sucked up way too much money, and they let their fabrication process go to shit, and they let flaw after flaw after flaw happen, and they were stuck with the same generation of chip for several years, half a decade.
Yep. Yep. They got lazy with
They
innovation.
got
loved
lazy.
making
They
hand
didn't
over fist.
invest. They
They
fucked
were
up.
making a lot of money
They
on
fucked
desktop
up.
chips.
Yeah, exactly. They were making it because they didn't have to compete.
Short term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, it's the same thing with Texas Instruments, right? You can go back to the
Yeah.
1980s. Back then, they used to make microchips. They don't do that anymore. Not
Yeah.
really. They
So
make small parts,
basically,
like
your guys' argument
tiny
then,
things.
just so I make sure, because I always like to hear the other perspective, right? So your argument is they got lazy. They created an inferior product that was American.
Yes.
A foreign company came up, made a better product, and now that foreign company dominates the industry. And you're saying for us to catch back up, we need to bring in said foreign workers to catch up for our domestic issues from before.
Yes. Yes.
That's the argument.
Yep, that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Now these people at Intel, what were they all? Because I know Intel has many branches everywhere. Obviously, it's an American company, but were the workers, the people that were leading the innovation, were they Americans? Were they foreigners?
Americans.
The Americans.
100% of the staff?
No,
Not 100%,
we're talking
no.
about the leadership.
But most of them are.
The leadership.
Leadership's all American.
Yeah, the
They also
leadership
have a
was
pretty
all
big branch in
American. Yeah, they also have.
Yeah, they have a fabricator in
The leadership actually deprioritized it because what happened was that AMD exited the CPU market for quite a while. So up until the early 2010s, Intel actually still was better than TSMC. So what their first mistake, Intel's first mistake, was that Apple went to them and they're like, "Hey, Intel, can you make us some chips for iPhones?" And Intel basically said, "No, we're not going to do that. It's too much of a risk. We don't see the product being valuable. We don't want to make mobile chips."
Can you give me your source for this, by the way? Not that I'm like saying you're lying or anything like that. I just want to actually be able to read up on this, as I always like to, look at things myself. If you could send, this to me in a DM. It doesn't have to be right now, but
Yeah.
yeah. But keep going. I'm
There's a
listening.
bunch of good YouTube
You
videos on
could,
this stuff.
you could find this online as well. But I think this is something that actually, this
Well,
is
I want
I'd
his
something.
recommend
specific
YouTube,
source.
honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Well, go
Intel's.
ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send this to you later.
Yeah. You don't have to do it now.
Okay.
Finish what you were saying
Okay.
because I have something. Go
So
ahead.
that was the first issue. Apple then went to Samsung, but obviously after Samsung started their phones, Apple felt very uncomfortable.
Yeah, because it would
With
steal their designs,
Yeah, they
or
would
at least
steal
they're
the
afraid of
designs.
that happening. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so they went to TSM. So TSMC actually came to them and actually said, "Hey, we're willing to work with you guys. We're willing to make your chips with the designs that you actually want." And since Apple was actually one of the first, was actually used to be an owner of ARM, they're actually responsible for setting up ARM in some ways, um, which actually saved the company previously when Steve Jobs came in. But that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah,
Um,
it is. Yeah.
so Apple made their designs. They sent them to TSMC, and TSMC literally told them, "We're a pure fabrication company. This is the only thing we're going to do. We're only going to manufacture. We're only going to fabricate chips." And that's all they did. And with the chip industry, what happens is that the more you do fabrication, the more fabrication you do, the cheaper it
Get better at it.
becomes. And not only does it become cheaper, your chips actually become better. So the more volume you have, not only is your product getting cheaper, it's also getting better. And over time, they managed to get this advantage to grow more and more and more as more and more companies decided to use TSMC because they were simply ahead of the curve. Another issue that Intel had was that when AMD exited the market, and went straight to GPUs, they got very, very lazy. They stopped investing in their fabrication process, and they actually stayed. They actually had several years where they were stuck on, I think it was either 12 nanometers or 10 nanometers, and they couldn't move past this point, and they were late to adopt EUV, which is 100% necessary to creating chips below 7 nanometers,
Yeah,
despite the
because they're so
fact,
small, right?
despite
These things
the
are so
fact
tiny.
that
You need
Intel,
lithography.
despite the fact that Intel was the one that originally created fucking EUV, but they just weren't willing to put in the investment into it. So
Yep.
EUV was licensed out to a Dutch company called ASML.
ASML.
ASML, who owns the
Yeah, they make
exclusive license
lithography.
to make EUV machines, by the way, and they were willing to put in billions of dollars into fixing all the issues with VOV. So Intel was not even willing to use the technology, was late to use the technology they themselves created.
So
And
I have something here. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, no, what did you have?
Okay, so no, because I'm listening to I've been listening in here, right, to some of the discussions being had. So, because here's the thing, the discussion originally was on immigration, right, and I
Yeah.
am anti mass immigration, and I think that immigration should be
I
reserved
think we all are.
to the very, but I'm like I'm thinking like restrictionist where it's literally only the best and brightest coming over here versus just bringing people in on H-1Bs. Now I see your guys' gripes. You guys are talking about a specific industry with tech, how that there's an AI arms race that we need to bring in a lot of people because we forfeited some of that talent over when we, let these other companies eclipse us in skill. Okay, I see your argument with the chips and everything else like that. Now, with that said, what we can do, right? Because like I said, I'm looking at this immigration problem from a totality of circumstances standpoint because I talked about the Southwest border, I talked about visas being abused, and I do think that the H-1B visa is something that is abused, which you guys agree with me on. Great. Now let's deal with the tech. Now this is obviously a small sector, a nuanced sector with tech where there's unique things that we need to implement to get in some certain talent. Now, with that said, I know you guys are saying, well, you know what, the O1 visa is a little bit too high, and then the H-1B is a little bit too low, so we need to find a middle ground. Well, what they could do is they could make an amendment to the O1 or the EB1 where people that are, specifically skilled in AI, right, and are very good, maybe they take a test or something else like that to show their competency, right? I'd be okay with something like that because obviously this is a sector that's blowing up in speed. It's becoming extremely popular every other month. It's like we're progressing more and more, right? Grok is getting updates all the time. So it's going to be the future. I understand that. So if we are going to bring these people in, it's obviously got to be extremely restricted and we bring in only the best, but that's going to be, thousands versus like tens of millions coming in like on H-1Bs. So I do see your guys' perspective when it comes to the tech world. I think we just need to make amendments to the way that we bring these people in where we're more
Well,
restrictionist versus just
I
letting anyone come in with
Well, it's not
I
the
H-1Bs.
only
I
it's not
completely
the
agree.
only
Look,
problem though,
I
because like
completely agree with you, right? Because as
I
a
mean, I agree for the
yeah,
most part, but there are other issues that I think tradespeople would disagree with, right? Because there is a shortage of a lot of positions, for instance, in roofing. I like to bring that up as an example in which the roofing industry is suffering from a shortage of workers, which is why they need to be imported from Mexico. They're even trying to lobby for their own visa specifically for tradesmen from Mexico. So there are more. It's more than just an H-1B thing or an AI thing. There are a number of trades that require foreign workers because there's simply a shortage of them in the United States. And not only that, there's no one teaching them. There are students who are willing to learn, but there's simply not enough teachers that are capable of imparting their knowledge.
Look, so here's the thing. So I'm a real estate investor. I have 21 properties myself, right? And roofs obviously are something that's very important. It could be, but could also be very costly. I don't think there's necessarily a shortage because there's always, multiple roofers that you can contact and they'll give you different bids. The reality is just that when you have all these illegal migrant workers that come in, they're able to do it at a significantly lower price and they're able to undercut a lot of the American companies, right?
Okay,
So
but
Yeah,
that's not
that's where I think a
necessarily
lot
the
of these
kind of
issues come
immigration
in.
we're talking
that's
about.
illegal immigration, right? Yeah, that needs to be cut down completely,
But that,
100%.
but
Like
that's what I'm trying to say. The illegal immigration undercuts people that are
like
legitimately doing business.
roofing is a trade that can be done by college kids.
Well, to
Like
be clear, if with legal immigration, you still want very expensive labor to come down in cost. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, you don't want it to be expensive, otherwise no one's going to be able to afford anything. I mean, look at even with things that are, done by manual labor, for instance, people working the farms or the fields or picking fruit in California. If they were college kids, they would probably demand a lot more money and the price of food would go up, and then it wouldn't be so cheap anymore. The price of groceries would simply triple overnight.
No, but what I'm saying is that we have able-bodied citizens that can do this stuff. They don't have to
But they
necessarily be
don't want
college
to do these
graduates.
jobs, though.
I
That's the
get it.
problem, right? They don't
I,
want to do
I
them.
don't want my
no,
point
They
to
yeah,
want
the
to
get
college
charge
graduates
more.
aren't going to want to do them, but not everyone goes
sorry.
to college.
I,
Yeah, but I mean, the price of living
so
has
I
gone up
think my
in a lot
point
of ways that it
you
shouldn't have. If you look at housing or
I'm
college or
trying
whatever,
to
people don't want to work for low prices. So until we have robots, it's still in the interest of the country to some extent to bring in people who are willing to work for less.
Yeah.
so I think the point I was making was confused. The example was about roofing, and what I'm trying to say is roofing is a profession
Like,
that
I'm
can be
not saying you
done
want
by
to make every
young
single
listening.
job pay less,
John,
but what I'm
John,
saying is you don't want.
John, can you hear
Sorry, is
lawyer?
somebody speaking?
John, can you hear
Yeah,
lawyer
lawyer
cat?
speaking. I think he couldn't hear you.
Oh, I can't. He's muted on my screen.
Oh, can you step down, John? I'll
Oh,
bring you
weird.
back up.
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
So all I was trying to say there is that I don't think roofing is a great example of availability in the trades because that is the kind of work that can be done by relatively unskilled people. There are much higher skill
Are you sure
trades
about
where
that?
we do.
I mean, you need teachers to teach them. It's not as like okay. Here's a better example. People who lay track on a railroad. You might think, oh, they're just laying track, right? But actually, it's a pretty fucking skilled job. They need to know how to use thermite. They need to know how to use all the equipment, and there need to be teachers to teach them how to do these things on the job. And if there's just simply not enough of them, then how the fuck do you do it? Also, these are backbreaking jobs that a lot of people are simply refusing to take, even if you offer them a lot of money. These are, college
Yeah,
kids,
but Ian,
kids who
the
are
reason
complaining
why they're
about,
refusing to take
they're
them, can
quite
you hear me?
quitters. Yeah, I can hear you.
The reason why they're refusing to take them is because the wages in that sector have been driven down so much by
By illegal
illegal
aliens.
immigration. That
Yeah,
is one aspect of it. The other
that's
aspect of
one.
it that nobody's discussed in this conversation is the fact that our money is completely broken. 50 years ago, you could work a roofing job and you could pay for a family, you could pay for a house, you could pay for a car, you could pay for all of these things. The American
How do you fix
working
that?
sector, by and large, across the board, is fucked up in so many different areas because we've destroyed our money with fiat money printing over the past 50 years, for one. And two, because we've imported millions and millions of people that are willing to work all of these different jobs that everybody keeps saying, well, Americans don't want to work them. Yeah, Americans, dude, I
I know
live here
what,
in
like,
I live here in California. I have gardeners who come here and they work for
sure.
like $5 an hour for my family, and then they leave. And
Yeah, so why are
yes,
you doing that? Why don't
Americans
you
don't.
hire Americans?
The reason why I don't hire Americans here in California is because it's impossible to find Americans that will work in that sector because it is flooded entirely with Mexicans that have driven down the wages.
Couldn't you hire
Okay,
Also,
Americans for like a living wage
this
for
is
$100,
I will
Ian.
say,
$100 an
This is
hour?
a problem. This is a problem that's developed over decades because of the massive amount of immigration illegally here in California that has been facilitated by our
I think,
politicians and by people who, frankly, ignore the immigration problem at large.
I think
This is
two
something that
other
we want to
issues.
reverse. One second out of the general trend, the general trend of cheap foreign labor in America is something that we have to reverse. That, and then fixing our money supply, like just these two things alone could fix so many things in America. But the conversation constantly misses it, and we go for these band-aids of, well, we can, bring in people with H-1Bs. And one of the things that I appreciate Elon Musk has talked about in the past year is the insane amount of government spending and how this does play a part in inflation. But it's not the primary driver of inflation. The primary driver of inflation is the money printing that our government does endlessly. This plus immigration is lowering the quality of living for Americans across the board, and it's destroying all of these different job sectors that
Feminism
Americans
too.
could be working in. What'd you
Oh,
say?
And no,
yeah,
feminism as well, I would add.
exactly.
Yes.
That's the point I was gonna make. I think the two bigger
I
issues
agree
that you're
there.
kind of missing is A, feminism, and B, stock buybacks that have become legalized since Reagan. They're completely destroying everything.
Yeah,
What
feminism
do you?
has
I totally understand the feminism argument. What do you mean by the stock
So
buybacks? How is
basically,
that affecting this?
before Reagan, what was happening before Reagan is that you would have a company, and if a company wanted to increase their share price or increase profit, uh, uh, what they would do is not increase profits, but increase their share price. What they would do is that they would invest in better employees, invest in more infrastructure. They would invest in the U.S. They would invest in the company. They would invest in better workers. What happened after Reagan legalized stock buybacks is that going forward, a lot of these American companies, instead of doing that investment, they kind of took the easy, cheap cop out of buying a shit ton of their stock and burning that, basically increasing the stock just with their profits. Now, you didn't have to invest in the workers, you didn't have to invest in people, you didn't have to invest in infrastructure. You would just buy a shit ton of the stocks with your money, and you would burn them, and the stock price would magically go up. If you look at when wages in America start stagnating and the quality of life decreased, you'll actually
it's after
notice
Reagan. Yeah.
that there's a sharp increase after this point.
What
Reagan
year
fucked
did
a lot
this
of
happen?
things.
I think
Like 86 maybe.
87-ish. I'm not sure
Yeah.
exactly the dates. Let me check.
That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
It was 82.
82.
Yeah, by the way, I wanted to push back a bit, Sovereign. I agree with you about the money, but specifically about the wages, I don't think the problem is that wages are going up or going down, rather. I think the problem is that they're going up. If you look at the chart I posted on the Jumbotron, we've had a general inflation in anything that's correlated with labor and then regulation. So, like education and healthcare skyrockets in price because of bad regulations, because of basically fraud between the government and those sectors. But then also, labor costs in general goes up significantly, and it's very, very expensive in the U.S. or really any Western country to pay for the same thing that somebody would do at the same quality in other countries for 10 or 20 times less cost. So I think we don't really have a labor going down problem. We have a problem with all sorts of regulatory issues and fiscal issues because of fiat currency that are making things more expensive, that force people to want to work for more.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's complicated to parse
It
through.
costs too much.
There's a brilliant website called WTF happened in 1971 that has all sorts of these graphs, and basically, I'm sure you've probably seen it, but for those who haven't that are in the space
Yeah.
listening, basically in 1971 when we decoupled the dollar from gold and just started printing tons and tons and tons of money, what you
That fucked
see,
shit up.
yeah, I mean it completely destroyed our currency. What you see is that
It's the reason why Russia went back to gold.
yeah, what you see is that over time wages have risen, but they have not risen in alignment with the cost of all of these different things. College tuition being an
Exactly.
incredible example. I mean,
Yeah.
the minimum wage I think in the past 30 years has like doubled or something like that, and the cost of going to college has like 10x'd in many cases, which
hmm
is
That was
absurd.
because of
And that's
Fannie
not,
Mae.
that's
That
not
was
even
because of
necessarily
Fannie
because
Mae.
of like, correct. Yes, I was about to say
Yeah.
that.
You
Which is
had
fine.
basically
Whatever it was due to, I don't really care. The point is,
Also, there was a bloat in colleges, right? They started recruiting way more administrators than actual educators, and so the price went up, commiserate with the number of people they kept recruiting. And these are not people who are teaching; they are simply administrators.
sure, that's fine. The point though is that over time per hour worked in the American economy compared to 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, per hour worked, your dollar does not go as far in America, and wages have not risen in alignment with the cost of everything else in America. And this has totally fucked America, and it is not being made better by bringing foreigners into the country who will then work at cheaper wages. The problem is the endless money printing at the Federal Reserve. I mean, during the COVID pandemic, we doubled the supply of circulating US dollars in the world. We doubled the M2 money supply. This like
Yep, it was
my
insane.
grass-fed ground beef that I used to buy at the store back in 2019, it was $5 a pound. It's $12 a pound now. This is what happens when you print trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. And it's it's a sleeping beast. Most people don't pay attention to it, and it's fucking everyone in our country.
I
We're going to
think
see a
there's
collapse at the end of the year, probably.
I think the reality is that, immigration, right? We talked about immigration a bit, then we talked about chips, and then we talked about tech and slowing down. This is a multi-pronged problem, right? We could talk about, um, you know, the dollar not going as far and inflation going through the roof. Because the thing is, in America, anyone that like lives here understands that, if you need a job done, right, you need your lawn cut, you want to go get roofing done or something else like that. What's up happening is you hire illegals because you know that they're going to do the job significantly cheaper than, an American roofer. And then obviously that turns to them like leaving the industry and doing something else, maybe getting education, getting another trade, whatever it may be. So it all kind of like creates a domino effect where it's so goddamn common and it creates so much problems where it just undercuts the American wages, right? So I don't think it's necessarily that Americans are lazy and don't want to do some of these jobs, though in some cases, sure. I think it's that they've undercut it so much where it's like it doesn't make sense anymore to do this work for that price point, right? With the illegal immigration, because we have a lot of it and it's very bad, right? Especially with migrant workers,
I
people that do manual labor
It's
jobs.
kind of a skill issue
I
in some
And
think
ways.
then and then hold on, just let me finish. And then the other thing too, and then we talked about obviously the money supply. Yes, that's a huge one. Feminism, that's one that kind of no one ever talks about because it's politically incorrect to talk about women entering the workforce has effectively lowered the wages because now the same group of people,
50%.
yeah, exactly, by 50% because you've effectively doubled the workforce. So
also you've
Correct.
increased the requirement for housing as well.
Yes.
exactly. So all of these things like working in tandem together have created a lot of these societal issues that we've
Husband and
had
wife have to work.
in the United
Yep.
States, which, I mean, my solution is we just need to go to Taliban ways and take the rights away from women, don't let them vote and put them back in the fucking house.
Yeah, it's
But
never going to work.
yeah, I know and that's the problem. But unfortunately, we are where we are now because of feminism and giving them equal rights.
Well, you can't turn back the past, though. That's the thing.
There
It
there is
happened.
there is a way to do it. There is a fair way to do it. There is absolutely a fair way to do it. Myron, I've wanted to talk with you about this for a while. I've been
Tell me
thinking
your
about
idea.
it. This is it's a bit off topic, but we've roped it in. Dude, if you think about it, we have this weird dynamic in America where men and women have been given equal rights to men, but they have not been given equal responsibilities, right?
Facts.
And this is something that goes over it
Sure.
goes over 90% of people's heads, but at a base core level, think about it. Men are required to sign up for the selective service when they turn 18 years old. For those who are not Americans, what this means is that when you
The
turn
draft.
18 as a man, if you do not sign up for the selective service, you're committing a felony. Okay, it's criminal. You have to sign up for this. This is the draft. Okay, and basically what it means is that if the United States goes to war, if a bunch of chicks vote for somebody like Kamala Harris, and then America gets into World War III, and Americans need to be drafted into the
Men that are gonna
military,
die.
only men between the ages of 18 to 26 years old will be signed up for the draft,
Yes.
which is crazy because women can vote Americans into World War III, and they aren't responsible for dealing with the consequences of their
Yes.
actions. All of the young men are. The fact that they have a vote that is equal to the vote that men have is completely ridiculous. We've given women equal rights without equal responsibilities. I think
In
And that is exactly
you might
why
be
I
able to
say we need to
the
repeal the 19th
verse.
Amendment. That is that I literally use that argument all the time when I say that's why we need to repeal the
Well,
19th
I'm
Amendment.
not, I'm not going there, but I wouldn't be sad if everybody had to sign up for selective service.
I mean
No,
at
dude, women
minimum,
can't
if you
fight.
are going to
Fuck
vote,
no.
if you are going to
But
vote in
why would you
America,
want to draft women to fight?
well so listen,
I'll tell you
here's my
why.
You probably
I'll
here's
don't.
tell you why. If you
I
here's
don't
my
think you should
argument.
have women fighting.
I'll
I
tell
don't think that you should have women fighting either, but if women are going to demand
yes.
equal rights, we should reform voting laws on a federal level, in my opinion, so that if you want to vote, you have to sign up for the selective service at bare minimum. I think 80 to 90% of women would see that requirement and they would probably be like, "Wait, this means that I can get drafted to go to war?" No thanks. I don't think I want that. I think if women were faced with the actual possibility of having to deal with the consequences of their actions, I don't think they would want to sign up for it. I think that's the fairest way to do it. On a moral level, I don't think we should be sending any women to war
Okay.
whatsoever. I don't think that
So
they should
Thank
be
you for
able to
that.
vote because they can't go to war. They can't go fight
No, you
against
can't
men
have
on the
the
battlefield.
okay.
the mothers
Hold
of your
on. Hold
children
on.
going
Hold
out there
on.
and
Hold
fighting.
on. Hold on. That's a terrible argument because women now aren't even having kids. So argue right.
All right,
So if
let me
we
That
just
is
say what
true.
everyone else doesn't want to say. Women are
Good point.
physically inferior to men and they suck at almost everything compared to men. Men are better than women at almost every regard of human endeavor. So that is why we don't put
look
them in war.
what
The
was
other reason too, hold on, just real quick, I'll tell you the other reason too why women should be in combat. Not only are they weaker, they create problems when they're in units, and this has been shown in studies. That's why women couldn't join infantry for so long. When they're in infantry, when they're in combat, men are going to be far more likely to take risks to keep them safe and to protect them versus and compromising the integrity of the unit to be a fucking white knight. Men have a natural proclivity to protect women. So I look at it like it weakens the force. And on top of that, women a lot of times can't even pass the physical fitness standards. They need their own physical fitness
They
standards
lowered the
to be
standards,
able
yeah.
to be able to come in. So I look at it like this. Why are we going to put women in the military, effectively weaken the unit, right, for fairness? No, we need to put the best people in. And a lot of times that's not women. Women could be in support positions, but as far as like combat or whatever, fuck no. And it weakens the military. So that's why I think women shouldn't be in because they simply can't compete. And the
I mean,
worst part, this is the worst part. Let's say one of them gets captured as a prisoner of war. Guess what that's going to do? That's going to put us in a very bad diplomatic position from a
so, like, how much Supreme Court jurisprudence do you want to overturn? Like
yeah,
that's
okay, dude. Look,
you're
look, look.
going
I
pretty
get it.
far.
Like it does work. Oh my God. Oh no. Anyway, back to what I was saying. We don't want women getting taken as prisoners of war because that puts us in a bad
Like
position where we now have to negotiate to get them
it's a
out. They're gonna
fake
Hey, dude, can you
fantasy,
stop? Hey,
never
hey,
gonna
hey, hey,
happen. Not real
faggot frog, can you stop
policy.
interrupting me for 2 seconds? All right, with your fucking weird monotone. All right, you'll get a chance to speak. All right, I get it. It's a lot of work. You don't want to do it. Oh my God, I don't want to overturn laws. But this is what I'm saying. To make things right, I don't think women should be in combat. I think women should be protected and they should have children. And they literally carry the next lineage. They need to be focusing on that. We shouldn't be focusing on putting them in the military, putting them in the workforce, all this other shit. It creates a bunch of problems. With Sovereign, bro, I didn't mean to interrupt. You were saying?
No, it's fine. I completely agree with everything that you're saying. I think what Mr. Frog is getting at is that it's like on principle, I agree with everything that you're saying. Logistically,
It's not
we
gonna
live
work.
in a
Yeah, it's impossible.
constitutional republic that
There's too
makes it
many people to
difficult to
disagree with it.
actually implement any of that.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need
Right?
like a
Like,
dictator and overturn the constitution
Yeah.
for that to happen.
Also,
Unfortunately,
I think
Yeah.
this
it's just
is.
unrealistic.
I think why you have to look at it in a way of why we were doing these things, right? Why was it men last, women and children first? It was so because women could have kids and they could raise the kids. If women
Yeah,
aren't having kids, what's the reason? What's our reasoning for even protecting women anymore?
correct. Yeah, there's no point in
There's
Well,
no
evolution
hold
at
on,
point.
hold
all. I
on.
mean, there's no
Okay,
point
okay, I
even
got a
living.
plan. I got a plan for this. Okay, so look, not only do we keep them out the military so that they can have children, because I get you what you guys are saying. Look, they're not having kids, so they're useless to society. You're actually right. They are useless to society if they're not having kids. So this is what we need to do. We need to incentivize women to get back in the household. All right, two ways to do this. Number one, we're going to go ahead and we're going to give them huge credits to be mothers. So in other words, we need to make it where it makes no sense for them to enter the workforce. They get tax credits on the more children that they have. So you get
So
one
they've
kid.
tried this in Hungary, and it doesn't work. Women are just not doing it. They gave them basically they cut off all their taxes. They said that for every kid that you get, we're gonna cut off your
uh,
taxes to the
Yeah,
how
point where
yeah,
long
the
but
kids
ago
are
did
two
they
hold
percent
on,
implement
taxed.
dude.
that?
Let me
How
let me
long ago
finish.
did they
Let me
implement
let me
that?
finish.
2 years ago.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so that's only a few years. We haven't had time to see how it plays
But
out.
okay, here's another example. In Singapore, they give women, something like $35,000 or something to buy a house if they have a family. It's just not happening. People just don't want to have kids.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that
Russia
people
gives
don't want to
about
have kids. I know,
25,000
I
US
know, Ian.
dollars
I
per
know
kid.
tons of Americans that want to have kids. The
Yeah, a lot of
problem,
Americans do. They say they want to, but a lot of people just don't. There's just not
I think
enough of
I
people
think
who want to have kids.
with a lot of
no, no,
people
no,
you
no, no,
see.
no, Ian. That's not it, dude. The problem, dude, is that a lot of people want to have kids. There's a shortage of masculine and or good men.
No, that's one
There's a
problem.
shortage of good. There's a shortage of masculine men, and then of the masculine men that there are, a lot of them are players that just want to play the field. They don't want to have settle down and have kids. They have
I
unlimited
think
access
you're
to pussy.
ignoring the.
So there's a shortage of good men that are in the masculine men category. But second of all, there's a
Sure.
lot of women out there. There's a lot of young women that want to have kids, but they can't find men that can provide for them because again, our money has been broken.
Okay,
Mm.
I think
Okay.
you're also ignoring the fact that the quality of women has also dramatically
Has also
decreased.
gone down.
Well,
So
there's a
yeah,
Trust me,
problem on both
I'm
that's
not
a
ends.
big
ignoring
problem.
it. I live in California. No one knows how low the quality of women has dropped
Yeah, I'm
as
in
well as I
Miami,
do,
dude.
bro.
Yeah,
We
not to be
know that
fat
there's
It's
cuts.
fucking
phobic,
Trust
it's
me.
but we
bad.
literally now we have a country full of fat people. Like men want to have kids with women they deem worthy of having kids with, and women want to have kids with men they deem worthy. But people now are fat and lazy at an absurd rate. Like this is not
70%
the
of
world that we
And
Americans are
lived in
also,
before.
overweight.
think about how dumb people have gotten over the past 70 years.
Big IQ drop.
Yeah.
20
And that's due
points.
to lead, by the way. It's lead poisoning due to
You
the
Well,
fact that
talk.
you like to put
okay.
lead in your
Look,
fucking
I get it. We have
gasoline
these
back in the day.
obstacles. We got obstacles and shit like that, but we got to talk about solutions. Again, I see what you're saying, Ian. You're saying, oh, giving tax credits doesn't necessarily work. Well, here's the thing. We also have to stop this indoctrination of women into feminism and thinking like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be a whore. Oh yeah, I'm just
Oh,
gonna go ahead and
100%. I actually agree with
pursue
you.
education.
Yeah,
So
I agree
like
with you.
we
I
need
agree with you.
to
Yeah.
not just because the thing is if we give
Yeah,
them these
the
credits, it's
feminism is
not gonna
poison.
work. If we give them these credits, it's not going to work just off of that. We also need to incentivize them and let
Yeah.
them know that having a family is the way to go. The problem with women
Also,
is
Yes.
they don't realize until too late on in their fucking life when they're in their 30s that they want to have a family and children. That's where they fuck
Mm.
up. So we need to teach them young, look, bitch, you're 21, you're at your prime, you need to have kids now. You
I
need
don't
and
think talking to them like that is gonna help, though. I mean, this needs to be a
also,
Yeah.
what are we gonna
positive
you need
do?
to
reinforcement
you
thing.
need to
We're gonna say it
also.
nicely.
Well,
Is that gonna work? Chopstick
Yeah.
No,
champion.
no, no. It's not about
solutions.
talking nicely.
Okay.
It's about offering them an alternative to feminism. The problem is feminism is very attractive, not just to women, but to a lot of men as well,
You also have
right?
to consider that the culture itself. Women are completely brainwashed typically by culture. You have to remember the K-pop shit. Remember
Okay,
how
you guys don't
everyone.
get
Yeah, I
sarcasm.
remember
I'm
that.
not gonna really
Okay.
tell them shut up, bitch, you're stupid. No, but we
Yeah.
need to teach them.
Yeah,
Like you
okay,
guys
yeah. Don't
clearly
do
don't
that.
see
Hmm.
the,
Yeah.
the sarcasm here. But what I'm trying to say
Okay.
is, yes, feminism is appealing to women because it tells them that they could be sluts their entire life. Then 35 years old, there'll be a guy there waiting to marry them. No, we need to tell them the truth and we need to wake them up. The problem is
Also,
that we
yeah.
have so much propaganda that lies to women, whether it be social media, television, etc., where they can live this sex in the fucking city lifestyle and still have a man at the end, and that's just simply
Yeah.
not true.
Look.
See,
Also.
Myron,
I was
I don't
hoping
think you
that
and
you
Also.
I
were.
disagree on too
Also.
much. Like, Myron, I think the biggest issue is the way you communicate, right? You're too crass. and it
No, I
rubs
think
people the
that
wrong way,
no,
and they assume you're
that's
being like an
necessary.
asshole.
That's
Yeah, but it's
necessary at
memorable,
some
which is
point.
Dude,
important.
he's
Yeah,
speaking
but it
he's
doesn't
speaking
work
to a
for
room
certain
full of
people, though,
men.
right?
Where this is
And I'm not tone
it's
policing him,
men
by the way.
speaking to one another.
I'm just like giving advice on how
No,
to
I
reach
think
other
I think
people.
I think that type of way of talking is also necessary at some points. But I think
Yeah,
I
depending
was
on who it
hoping.
comes from, though. Like if they don't respect you to begin with, then they're
Yeah,
not
but
going to listen to you.
Ian, he's simply making a point to a group of men. We all know that he's not going to approach
I
his
know, I
daughter
know, I
and
know, I
say,
know,
"Look,
I know.
bitch,
I'm
you're
just saying,
21, time
like,
to have kids."
yeah,
because I look at
but
his
I
interactions
wanted to.
online. I look at his interactions on X, and
God, it's hard to
let me
Well,
just say
focus.
Ian,
that
Ian,
some
you want to
people
hear
don't like
something
that.
funny? Funny story. I told my sister she was in med school to be a doctor. She was about 27 years old. I said, "Hey, you stupid bitch, you need to fucking find a guy now because you're gonna get older. You're not gonna be able to find a guy. You're gonna be priced out of the sexual marketplace because you're gonna be making way too much money as a fucking surgeon. Find a guy now, you dumb bitch." Guess what? She found a guy, anesthesiologist on her level. Now she got married to him. But had I not had that tough talk with her and told her, "You dumbass fucking bimbo, you need to find a guy right now. You're getting older. You're not gonna get any more value. You need to find a guy now." She
yeah.
made that decision. Said, "Damn, he's right." So sometimes women will
I mean, it
listen.
worked for her.
And I get it.
Myron,
It did work for her. But here's the thing: most women are retarded and they might not listen. But I'm telling you, you'll be able to get through some of them. And also, the other thing that's very important, what I've realized with women is they care more about how things are said, right? And I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. You're saying, hey, you're very crass, you're abrasive. They might not necessarily listen. That's fine, but at least they can hear me because I'm saying it in this way and they'll pay attention. They might not like it, but let them stew on it for a few days or whatever, and they'll wake up and they'll realize, damn, the things this guy said was true because it's actually happening in my life. This is why all these guys don't call me back. This is why I can't get a guy to take me seriously. This is why a man hasn't committed to me. So their experiences reflect what I'm telling them, even though it hurts them. So, hey, man, sometimes we got to cut through the noise. And
Also,
honestly, it's the men that we need to get to anyway, because it's the men that control everything. The men
It's
need
the
to
men you
become
should be
better
talking to,
and get their
honestly.
girl.
The problem with a lot of men right now is they're just not masculine enough.
yeah.
Yes, this is true. Yes,
Yeah, so stop simping on
I agree.
Isabella's photos, Ian.
I'm
okay.
not doing that. What are you
Also,
talking about?
Myron,
very important point.
Come on, give me a
I'm doing that
break,
for
bro. I've
engagement,
seen
my
it.
dude.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
okay,
also.
chopstick champion. He thinks he's going to get the chick. Hey, man, girls don't like
All right,
Asians, bro. Just keeping it real.
all right.
What are you talking
Also,
about?
also, also, important point.
Christ.
Important point. I think. The media has a lot of impact on this, especially
yeah.
when you think
Sure.
about 10 years ago. How many women did you know that were attracted to Korean men? Very, very few.
No, it's all of them.
Right now, it's like
Yeah,
half of
it's
them
K-pop.
because of K-pop and K-dramas. Right. That
Yep.
that to me showed that what was being portrayed in the media has a massive impact to what women believe and what women find attractive.
What country do you live in, Nada?
U.S.
Bro, this is not a trend in American women. American women are not pining after K-pop
No,
stars.
they are.
It's not
Yes,
that
they are.
popular.
Yes, they are.
They are. They are.
I've literally not met
How
one
old are
woman
the
who's
women
pining
we're
after
talking
K-pop
to?
stars.
How
There's a
I
lot of
think these
young
are
women who
not the
love that
same
shit.
women that you're meeting in real life. These
Correct.
are women that sit on Discord.
No,
It's an internet thing for
I
sure.
have met women that do
There's
behave
a lot
like
of
that.
college age
Alex,
women who love
to
that
be
shit.
honest with you, bro, I'm going to be, because I've talked with 1,000 women, I've literally looked at studies on this. Indian men and Asian men are by far the least desired group of men by women
Yeah, I
in
know,
America.
but now,
But regardless,
I
it's a
am
good
seeing,
point.
now I am seeing a trend, right? That it is actually starting to move to that direction.
Yeah, but it's small, bro. The
Where
majority of
where
American
where are
women
you where are
aren't
you seeing
looking
this
for
trend?
K-pop guys, bro.
But
Sorry,
point is,
they're not.
But
the point I'm
yeah,
making is that they're massively influenced by media. And if you look at all
yeah.
the romantic love movies that women seem to love, half of them are literally about cheating.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, this is why women look. This is why women can't have rights, bro. All you guys do is prove my point, bro. We got to take their rights away, Taliban style, man.
And who's making
Myron,
those
that's
movies, by
not.
the
It's
way?
not gonna work. Like the solutions that you're talking about would work if we could do them, but people are not going to accept change that radical in law. And there's no way to control the media either. Like whether or not women are all running after Korean K-pop stars now doesn't. It's not the point. The point is that the media does inform what people do and what they believe and what they feel and what they want. And we don't have any control over it. Like everything I do, all the videos I make are about how women are influenced by TikTok, more or less. Like that's the focus of what I've been doing for the last year. And they absorb these trends and bring them into their lives. You can't tell
Max,
them one at a
I agree with you,
time.
man. I'm just fucking around when I say we take their rights off and put them in caves.
Yeah,
Obviously,
no,
that's not gonna
I
happen.
know, but
But look,
it's
I do
just
have a
that
suggestion for the 19th, though.
There is
Obviously,
actually a way to make it happen that is
yeah.
palatable to people,
Real
though.
quick, let
There
me.
is actually a way to do
So
it.
this is the thing. When it comes to the 19th Amendment, right, and taking away their right to vote, the way we do it, right? I came up with this strategy. My guy Gary, he's in here actually. I don't know if he's still in here, but the way we do it is we pay off their debts. Now this is gonna suck. I get it. Some of you say, "What the fuck?" But we pay off their debts, and they agree to forfeit their right to vote. Yeah, it's gonna put us in debt for a couple of years, whatever. It is what it is. But then now the men only vote and the women don't vote anymore. That's a way where they would, because every woman's gonna sign up to get her debt paid, bro. Maybe it's a student loan forgiveness. Maybe it's a little bit of credit card debt up to a certain point, because women love handouts. So we say, hey, look,
I
we'll
think
pay a portion of your
that's
debt
how you
off.
lose an election.
Huh?
I think that's how you lose an election.
No, we would have lost. You know, if we had to rely on the female vote for Kamala to be president right now, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So that's why we got to take their right away to vote, but we got to do it diplomatically. Hey, we'll pay off your debt. All you have to do is give up your right to vote. And some of them are going to say, no, I'm going to still keep my right. Fine.
Yeah,
But
but
a
there's going to be
majority
a
of them
lot
are
of
going to
men
give it
who
up.
don't agree with you, though. I mean, like, look, you just said earlier, and I don't even disagree with it, that a lot of men are simply emasculated, or they're, just not masculine. They wouldn't go for this. There's a lot of men who just say, you know what, I'm not doing this. I'm going to side with the women, and they're not losing their right to vote. So, I mean, how do you even get the women on board if you can't even get the men on board?
No. You
Is
just
the
tell them, hey,
question.
we're going to pay a portion of your debt off, and then they're going to sign up. The women are going to sign up, bro. Trust me.
But like, what are they going to be told is the underlying policy reason for doing that? Because I think they're going to ask questions.
We don't want you bitches voting.
I don't think they're going to ask as many questions as you think. If you give people a good enough treat, they don't really think that deeply.
Well, you'd have to sell it really well, and I don't think anyone's capable of doing that. Given that the industry is more or less controlled by a lot of feminists, they would simply oppose it in a variety of different ways.
I would
Sure.
also
Like, we wouldn't be
I mean, you wouldn't
facing
even.
no
I'm
opposition.
thinking
I
about
don't
it.
even think it would
You
be
would.
constitutional to sell your vote away.
Correct. There'd be a lot of arguments against it legally as well as socially, and there would be massive pushback against it, not just from regular women, but a lot of organizations that would be opposed to it. Politicians would certainly not go for it, and not a single politician, not a single male politician, even would even agree to this, because they would realize that they would lose half their constituency, and they would be primaried. So it would be a risk that no one is willing to take.
And that's the
So I
problem.
don't think
So
Like,
you can even sell
politicians
it.
are more
Like,
concerned about the female vote than anything else.
frankly,
That's the issue.
all right.
All right.
This just sounds like incel nonsense.
I want to put forth.
Like, do
I want.
any of you people actually get laid with these opinions?
Okay.
who's
Yeah,
I
you
want
who's
to
know
put
what's
talking?
funny,
forth. I
lawyer?
want to
You do
put forth
realize
a
that like
solution
women
that
like
I
guys
think.
like us that tell them that they're inferior, right? You wouldn't know this because you're a fucking faggot. But yes, women actually like guys that are assholes like this.
That's not the case. And
Not the
no,
women I
you're
know.
lying
Oh
for
yeah, the guy with the
engagement
anon
from
account,
incel.
right? You, right? You're the one that's calling me an incel?
All right. So here's an idea I want to put
You
forth.
also have
Here's
an
all
anon
right. All right.
account.
All
It's
right.
no
All right. All right. All
your
right. All right.
government name.
We can end the dick measuring
Yeah.
contest.
Like,
The
do you want
reality
to
the
Lawyer,
actually
reality
dox,
the
lawyer,
or
chat,
reality
are you
leave
is
it,
just
leave
gonna
it, leave
roast it?
it.
the reality is that there's a lot of retards in this country voting, both men and
Yeah.
women alike.
Yeah,
Okay.
just like those women.
Unfortunately, something like 80% of women across America vote Democrat. I think that this is purely based on emotional reasons for a lot of them, and they just care
Yeah.
about abortion. They're single issue voter. All of the data backs this up. But the
It's
problem is
actually
not just
62%, but
women.
yes.
The problem is not just women. There are idiot men and women in America. About an hour ago, I referenced that statistic. Literally 50%, I'll post it in the Jumbotron, 50% of Americans cannot read at an 8th grade level. This is
Yeah.
insane. And these people vote. These are people that are voting. There's so many. I don't know if you guys saw the Google search statistics in the week leading up to the election. There was a massive search spike of millions of people looking up right before the election who was running in the election,
Yep.
who the candidates were. These are the
Yeah.
kind of people that are voting in America. It's not just women that are the problem. It's that there's idiots across the board. I think
America's kind of fucked.
I think the most palatable way. Let me know what you guys think. Super open to feedback. I think the most palatable way to reform voting in America so that it eliminates all of the idiots, men and women alike. 3 things, 3 requirements to vote. One, you have to be a net taxpayer. You actually have to contribute to the government that you are voting to run. Two, I think Americans should have to pass a basic civics and government test in order to vote. I think you have no place voting in American politics. You have absolutely no place voting in how the government is run if you don't understand the very basics of America's Constitution and the three branches of government. I would be willing to bet at least 75% of Americans can't tell the difference. If you ask them, they would not be able to tell you the difference between the executive, judicial, and legislative branches of the government. Those people should not be fucking voting.
Yes.
If you can't tell me just those three things, you have no place voting. So that's the second thing, passing a basic government and civics test. Third thing, again, registering for the selective service. This would be a huge deterrent to the women out there when they realize, oh my gosh, equal rights actually come with equal responsibilities. I think those three things are fair. I think that if you're going to vote for how the government is actually run, you should know how it works. You should contribute financially to it, and you should have to have skin in the game. If you vote for a politician that gets us into war and there's a draft, you should have to be eligible to be drafted. I think if you instituted those three things, 70 to 80% of the electorate would get eliminated overnight. And the best part, it's completely fair. It doesn't require buying anybody off.
Yes.
It's purely based on merit and whether or not you actually know how the government runs, you're contributing to it, and you have skin in the game. That's what I think. What do you guys
that's
think?
completely fair.
Is it even feasible?
I think Heinlein
The
was right.
first two things are not constitutional.
I think
Is it
that's
What did you say?
realistic?
My
Is
suggestion
it
was going to be an
realistic?
IQ test, but I think that's better.
It's not realistic because the first two things are not constitutional.
Right.
Why is that?
Because you can't require somebody to be a net taxpayer in order to vote. The amount of disenfranchisement would be unconstitutional.
You're talking about
Okay,
amendments.
there's Supreme Court jurisprudence about if you're amending
Like
the
what?
Constitution.
What Supreme
But
Court
you're
jurisprudence
talking
is there?
about disenfranchising people who are only enfranchised through amendments to the Constitution.
Yeah, the original Constitution had all of this stuff, and they just changed it because before you had to be a landowner in order to vote.
Yeah.
So why couldn't we change it again?
Exactly.
If you're changing the Constitution,
You could probably do that, but you would need a lot of support.
Previously,
that's really
okay,
hard to
hold
do.
on. Previously, you had it being expanded, and that's way easier to do
People don't like
than
losing their
making it
rights.
smaller. Yes.
The problem is people don't like losing their rights. They already got these rights. They enjoy these rights, and they don't want to
Yeah,
lose
but
them.
look at
Right?
Argentina.
Yeah, but the idea that they're even rights in the first place is nonsense. These aren't rights; these are privileges that have been afforded.
I know, I'm aware. Yeah,
privileges come with privilege, but this language is important because people talk about voting rights, rights this, rights that. These are privileges that have been given to us, and privileges come with serious responsibilities. And people need to understand that. And someone said a few minutes ago, changing this would be really hard. And it's like, well, yeah, it would, but like it's fucking worth doing, dude, because our constitutional republic is completely broken. It is so fucked up all from top to bottom. It might be hard,
I like to say that liberalism is a failed experiment. So
me killing my baby is alright.
Yeah. Look, in Argentina, people voted to have their welfare taken away. Rome voted to change from a republic to a dictatorship, and we've already had an amendment be nullified. We had the alcohol ban nullified, so you can take away amendments.
I'm just
I don't if there was sufficient political will for it, I don't I mean, yeah, you say you don't see it happening. A lot of people don't see a lot of things happening, and then they do end up happening. I have faith that something like this could happen. I mean, people are so fed up with how our country runs right now. Like
it has to be how you sell it, right? Like I mean, look at fucking Trudeau in Canada.
Of course.
He literally took away people's right to bear arms. They had a right to bear arms. He took it away.
Oh
right?
yeah,
and
Australia
no one complained
too.
about it.
Australia too.
Yeah, Australia had as well, as did many other countries in Europe. They used to have a right to bear arms, and now they don't.
Yeah, and this stuff just takes time. It takes time to plant ideas like this within a citizenry. 40 years ago, if you told Americans that 40 years from today, that there would be a large contingent of Americans who would support completely taking Americans' guns away, Americans 40 years ago would have called you completely nuts.
Yep.
They would have said that that's insane.
Oh
That
yeah,
would
do
never
this
happen.
50
Here we are
years
today.
ago. About half the shit that's happening now. No one would believe you.
They wouldn't believe what
Exactly.
happened during COVID.
People wouldn't believe that doctors would be chopping off kids' genitals
Yep.
today 15 years
If you
ago.
took,
I
You know,
mean,
and people
5 years ago, right? 5 years ago, no one believed that they would do what they did during COVID, that they would strip everyone of their rights. But it happened, and people let it happen, which is fucking insane.
if you told the early feminists that this would be what would become of feminism, they would chase down every feminist to the ends of the earth.
You know, it's a funny thing you should mention the feminists, the early feminists, because Karl Marx literally banned a lot of these intersectional types from his communist movement because he realized what a toxic cancer DEI would be. So he actually realized that.
Yeah, I mean, when the early feminists were rolling out, 90% of women did not want women
Yeah.
to vote. They were
Yep.
completely
That
against
was
women
before.
voting. And
That was because
here
of
we
the
are.
draft.
Yeah.
No, it was because of the anti-suffragette movement and the anti-suffragettes. You know what their argument was against women's suffrage? They said that if women's suffrage was ever implemented in America, that it would lead to socialism and or communism, and they didn't want women to be able to vote because they saw that their husbands were perfectly capable of voting in a moral manner, and they didn't believe that women would add anything to it. And they were completely right. But here we are a century later, and everybody thinks that, the woman's right to vote is some like sacred enshrined right and that it always should have been that way when women were
You know.
almost completely
You know
opposed to
what?
it
You
when it
know
was
what's
first
funny
pushed.
to me too? A lot of women will talk about how they didn't have the right to vote for all of human history when men only recently gained the right to vote anyway.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of I live in a place where they don't vote. No one votes
Yeah, my
because there
argument
is
has
no vote.
always been
It's not a
universal
democracy.
suffrage was the
It
problem in
actually
the first
works.
place.
Yeah,
Universal suffrage is the problem.
Yeah,
The
it is
that,
the
idea that
problem.
every
I think
single
that
person should have a
liberalism
right
in
to
I
vote
general
is
is simply a
so
insane.
failed experiment.
I think the idea that every vote is equal is a problem as well.
yeah, the only reason why
It is.
universal suffrage didn't obviously collapse when it was only white men is because it wasn't around for that long, and the statistics just happened to be a little bit better. But it was bad from the beginning.
Yeah. And also, you had a lot of very smart people in charge at the time, rather than the politicians who currently run the world.
Yeah, well, and the American founders also designed American suffrage in such a way so that if you were voting, you're contributing to the American economy and you actually had
Yeah,
skin in the game.
Yeah.
And
that's where
departing
the
from
landowner
that,
thing came
Yeah.
from. Yep. Look at
yeah,
Rhodesia, right? In its short existence, only landowners could vote, and it thrived for the time that it existed
Yeah.
until both the USSR and the United States of America colluded to destroy it. So
Well, it was
that
mostly the
happened.
UK, to be fair. But
Mm,
yes,
mm-hmm.
Rhodesia, I think, is the biggest tragedy of our recent lifetimes.
100%. 100%.
hey, Mr.
Most
Dittman,
people,
are you still in the chat?
He's away for now.
I think most people don't realize that Rhodesia is kind of like a sister country to the United States because it's the only other country that was a colony that went independent, and it was completely suffocated by the UK until it died.
Yep. And both the US and the USSR colluded to sanction it. They fucked its economy to death by banning its exports.
Well, I don't think you should blame the US and USSR on that because the pressure came from the UK. That's the source of the pressure
It's mostly
because
them, right?
yeah, the UK was pushing you need to have majority rule, which is precisely universal suffrage, and it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
make sense because majority rule, as we've seen, only works when you happen to be in a scenario that basically everybody is competent.
Yep.
Yep.
Correct. And the end result is Zimbabwe, where it has majority rule and the majority are incompetent.
Yeah, so here's an interesting question for the group. I was hoping that Mr. Dittman would be here for this, but he's not. One of the things that Elon Musk has said is coming in the future is basically an artificial intelligence technocracy of sorts, where AI sort of rules the world once AGI comes online, and we'll
Yep.
have robotics and automation and all of this kind of stuff, and most people won't need to work because there will be allegedly infinite abundance, and the majority of people will live off of universal basic income that's given to them by the government, I presume, because of the abundance that AI and robotics and automation afford. We're talking about governmental structure and stuff, and it's entirely possible that our global governmental structure, there will be a push to change all of this in the next 10 years as AGI comes online.
Yeah, you won't need
How do you guys
bureaucracy
feel
anymore.
about How do you guys feel about living off of UBI that's given to you by the government and your AI overlords?
Well, I've
That's
always
going to
been
be
very apprehensive
incredibly
about it.
dysgenic.
Yeah, I don't think UBI is very useful. So here's my concern.
UBI
We
wouldn't
used to
help you.
live in a world where you had to be physically capable of killing things and defending yourself. That's how you lived, and that's how you got the right
Yeah.
to reproduce. And then we
Yeah.
shifted to a world where it was fundamentally economic value that gave you the right to live and reproduce. And recently, we've been so flourishing economically that we have this doctrine of every human life has to be protected at all costs. And I don't see how that's going to remain if we enter an AGI type scenario. I don't think UBI is going to be the outcome. I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but I think it'll be uncomfortable for people to talk about.
There
Yeah.
has to be selection pressures. If everybody just
100%.
eats for free, then that encourages the proliferation of people who have no value. Like people who
Laziness.
people who don't turn their living energy
Terrorists.
into value will
Anti-work.
reproduce the most.
Incels.
A bunch of Wally fat asses sitting
It's
in
not just
their
Yes.
Wally fat asses. We're gonna
Yeah,
see a
in their
worse
lot of
than
we're
chairs
that.
gonna see the
watching.
rise of a lot of dangerous ideologies because bored men are the most dangerous men in the world. And we
Yeah.
see this with the rise of jihadis especially in Europe, where all of them are effectively living off UBI because none of them have jobs. And what do? They get on UBI, they don't do anything, they become hoodlums, they become criminals because they want to get a little bit of extra stuff. And then eventually they'll find a cause, a purpose that is, aligned with, say, ISIS, for example. That is what happens to these men. So bored men are very dangerous men, and I do not relish a future like that. I think everybody needs to work for a living. I think that society should be more difficult. It should be more challenging. It should require that you work or at least do something useful with yourself, because otherwise we're going to have a society full of very lazy, very stupid, very bored, and very directionless people who are going to be seeking direction. In which case, they will join ISIS or become incels and go blow themselves up or something, which tends to happen.
I don't know, dude. I think everybody's going to be jacked into VR watching porn, way too
That would be
pacified
the
to join
nice outcome. That would be the nice
ISIS.
outcome. The bad
Well, I
outcome
don't
is
want
that
I
everybody
honestly,
becomes
I
fucking
think
nuts.
that's what would end up happening. I think in a scenario like this, you would have digital IDs and you would have mass surveillance of the entire
I
global
think
populace from
here's the
companies like
problem.
Palantir. Hold on, wait, hold on, 1 second, out it. I think you would have digital IDs, central bank digital currencies, mass surveillance of the entire global populace, and if everybody is running on some sort of a system like that, the government could just easily shut off your bank account if you wanted to revolt or join ISIS or anything like that. I think it would be a digital prison. I think that we would have much less of a risk of ISIS jihadis compared to a bunch of people just eating Doritos on their couches, jerking off all day, not producing kids, living off of the robots, and just imprisoning themselves in virtual reality. I think that's what the actual problem would be.
I think that assumes that we're going to be living in a world that has abundance of resources, right? Which I don't think is going to be the case. Which is why I think that with the technology we're developing, it's only going to end up with a lot of ISIS people rather than people becoming fat off Doritos and living in VR. I think there will be a lot of people who simply will be disenfranchised from this. They will not have access to the VR headsets, and so they turn into jihadis.
I think
I think that's exactly what the elites are anticipating, which is why they're trying to create the digital prison beforehand.
I think
That's
that
why they have bunkers.
yeah, I think
Exactly.
Fucking Zuckerberg.
a lot of people seem to kind of hate when someone is actually working on these things, um working on these technologies, especially Elon when he's working on these technologies that seem to work, kind of push the direction forward. And I think it's there's a lot of fear about it because it kind of looks like he's specifically furthering the agenda. But I think what people need to realize is that if you believe that technology like this is going to come out anyway, why not try to make it yourself and influence it in a way which you believe is more positive? If this is something that's going to happen anyway, why not make sure that it's not as bad as it could be?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what Elon is doing with
That is what he's
Neuralink.
doing.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Correct.
Yeah.
his
He
entire
needs to
pitch
win.
is his entire pitch is if you can't beat it, join it and try and steer it. Uh, my concern with that is that first off, I don't want something stuck in my brain. I don't want a piece of technology stuck in my brain that's running off of somebody else's, software or hardware or whatever. I'm definitely not smart enough to create that kind of software or hardware myself. And I'm concerned that the world will be pushed into a kind of scenario where a lot of people are potentially required
Oh,
or forced
100%.
or coerced
100%
to
eventually.
adopt these kinds of
Well, no,
technologies,
100% to live in a normal society, you're eventually going to be required to have one of these. It's going to be like you're that weirdo dude that doesn't even have a phone. He has that fucking flip phone. You're going to be one of those dudes if you don't have it. That's going to be one of the things that's going to happen. But if you
Yeah.
believe that's going to happen anyway, why not steer it in that direction?
Well, the reason why is because I'm a Christian and I love studying the
Oh,
Bible. I
I
love
know.
studying biblical prophecy. I find
I've
it
seen your account before. I think yeah, I do like a lot of things you say. I think you're very respectful as well. But
appreciate that. Thank you.
but yeah, I don't think we agree on a lot of things, but I think because just based off how you conduct yourself, I've taken a liking to you. Yeah.
Likewise, man.
I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Where I was going with that is that in my studies of biblical prophecy, the book of Revelation is it was a vision that was given to the apostle John by Christ on the island of Patmos, and it he was kind of shown the end of the world, right before Christ's return after the rise of the Antichrist. And my concern with these technologies is that in Revelation chapter 13, at the end of that chapter, and the last several verses 16 through 18, it describes the rise of a global society in which people are required to be marked on their right hand or on their forehead in order to buy, sell, and trade. Okay, and when I see these technologies where we're talking about brain implants or other sorts of technological implants that you're required to get to be a part of society, that seems like pretty much perfect fulfillment of that prophecy in the Bible. And the problem with that is the Bible tells us that those who get that mark on their forehead in order to buy, sell, and trade, this is called the mark of the beast. The Bible says that they will go to hell for eternity. And it's not just because they get the mark, it's also tied up into worship of the Antichrist and all of that kind of stuff. And, when I see these technologies rising, it's like, I don't know that there's anything I can do to stop it. I don't know that there's anything I could even do to influence it. But I do, as a Christian and someone who cares for, your guys' souls and where you go for eternity, my hope is that you would go to heaven. And my hope is that everybody would be able to find their way to heaven. And if they're kind of ushered into this technological beast system where they're required to get some sort of brain implant in order to buy and sell, if that means that they're going to hell, like that's a problem, and it's one that I think is worth talking about. I don't think discarding the Bible as just some useless text is I don't think it's wise.
Yeah, I think
Maybe it's actually trying to tell us something.
I was an atheist for quite a while. And one day I had a look at the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran. And I actually realized, like, so for me, when I was an atheist, to me, like, these books didn't really make sense. I was like, why are these things like being said? Like, why is God demanding that we do these types of things? And living my life as an atheist, I kind of got to experience a lot of things. And when I actually sat down and read the books, I kind of started to see why God had like given the instruction of, live like this. It made a lot of sense. It's more for your own protection and for the protection of your community than it is, just God wanting to be an asshole.
Well, and
Yeah, it's
if hypothetically God did actually create the universe, and if hypothetically God did actually create and design human beings, one could look at, for example, the Bible as a sort of blueprint for how human beings ought to live as prescribed by their Creator, right? And when you look
have
at
a
it through that
button.
lens, it does make
Please,
sense.
please. Yeah, what? Everyone went silent again.
You cut out for a moment, Homath. What'd you
Yeah,
say?
sorry. Everyone keeps going silent on my end. What's good for us, what makes sense to us isn't good for us, is what the Bible and most religious um, texts are saying. People, I made a post about this a few weeks ago. like with one of the midwit memes, about how there's a certain range of people who they know that they're more intelligent than average, and they start thinking that they know what's best and they don't need the old ways and they don't need morality, and they make their own new ways of living that don't include any of the old morals because they think they graduated from them. But you don't graduate from them any more than you graduate from having cells in your body. It's just like a constituent element of what makes the world function. And I think
That's very well said.
yeah,
It's
I
like
think we're pretty
this.
far beyond. I don't
Yeah.
know if we can save the old morality, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. You know, we were actually having this discussion. Me and Adrian were actually having this discussion where we actually argued that AI porn could actually be a net positive for society. Just because it would get rid of all the demand for OnlyFans, and it would basically make it so real women wouldn't be able to go into OnlyFans, basically freeing up women from
But
that
why would men want
line
to
of
have babies
work.
at that point, though? I mean, my
I
counter
mean,
to that with the AI porn
men are
argument.
already not having babies. I think you're gonna have a percentage of men and women that are always going to want to have relationships.
So you've just accepted that depopulation is inevitable?
I think looking at the world now, it sure looks like that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
unfortunately, I do
I
agree with
think.
you.
Well, just wait until
I
I have
think
my 2 billion kids. Okay.
I think AI, like any super intelligent thing, could be used for tremendous good or it could be used for tremendous evil. I see the practical argument in replacing all of the hoes with virtual robots. I don't think that that would be a net good for society. I mean, sure, you might get rid of the digital prostitute class a bit, make it difficult for them to compete with all the digital hoes, but then you'd just have millions of guys plugged into the most stimulating pornography humanly imaginable that's being continually generated for them
Yeah,
via
but
AI. I don't think that's good.
those people
But
were
I
never
do,
going to be productive members of society or good husbands anyway.
see, I hear that argument, but I just think to myself, man, like with something like AI, I mean, thriving as a human being, it's not a complicated formula. You need a decent amount of sunlight, you need a decent amount of movement, you need access to good nutrition, and you need meaningful quality relationships in your life, right? Well, there's a lot of people out there that are fat and lazy and they don't have access to good food. The good food is, we can shelf that for a moment, but okay, rather than using AI to plug all these fat, lazy, pathetic guys out there into digital pornography that's being generated for them via AI. Like, what about a world where AI is being used to inspire people to live healthier lives? What about a world where it's being used to gamify living a healthy and meaningful life for people? What about a world where AI is used to support human beings thriving rather than
I
human
think
beings
I
jacked into
think you're
porn?
never
You know what I
I
mean?
don't think you're ever going to have that world unless you get rid of the toxic chemicals that are actually making people less they're decreasing the energy of men around the world and
Sure.
lowering their testosterone. I think I think as an individual man, you can take action and fix up your life. That is 100% possible. But expecting this on a worldwide scale is absolutely impossible. You need some sort of governmental change or collective change for that sort of effect to actually happen.
Well, we have RFK coming in.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that might be good.
Still
But
positive.
this is one of the problems I have with a lot of people like Ben Shapiro especially. Um whose like suggestion is like, oh yeah, go find like a better wife, right? And yes, this works on an individual level. This always works on an individual level, right? You can always level up, you can always be a better man, but this does not work on a societal level. We're talking about fixing issues on a societal level, and if you're talking about fixing issues on a societal level, then you can't just take the individual and be like, do this. That's not going to work on a societal level.
Well, the thing with Ben
But you
Shapiro
can you can
also,
incentivize people.
you got to remember with Ben Shapiro, he comes from like a super religious Jewish family. He went to Harvard, met his girl through another religious Jewish family, and the reality is like, are most Americans going to be able to meet a girl that aligns with them spiritually, religiously, intellectually, etc., and It's just not going to happen. And that just kind of shows how disconnected from reality Ben Shapiro is. I mean, this one, his video, he made a video on the CEO shooter, how like, oh yeah, this is like a leftist problem with insurance in America. And he got like a whole bunch of dislikes because he's just so disconnected from reality. The guy's been rich like his entire life. And this is why he can't identify properly with a lot of Americans that are having issues with getting healthcare here. This isn't really a right wing or a left wing issue, regardless of who you vote for. This is a problem that's been going around for a while where people can't get healthcare, and these insurance companies are predatory leeches that, quite frankly, are in the business of profit margins and not necessarily helping people out. They make money by not giving you the claims that you need to save your life. So that's just what it is. Now, with that said, when it comes to finding women, etc., here's the thing, right? And I wrote a whole book about this. I'm not kidding around. Why women deserve less. And in this book, I kind of go through, it's less than 100 pages because women obviously deserve less. But in this book, I kind of go through like all the things that led to feminism and what we have now, which is what I call a deregulated sexual marketplace. And in a deregulated sexual marketplace, which kind of thrived after the 1960s with the sexual revolution, the birth control pill, etc., what men thought was going to happen was, oh my God, free love, we're all going to get laid. But they don't understand hypergamy. And the way that goes is, to the victor goes all the spoils. So in other words, with women, it's winner take all. So women typically want the top 10 to 5% of men. And what ends up happening is they hook up with these men. They think that they're in that man's category for a long-term relationship when they're really not. They end up getting a taste of what it's like to be with a top tier guy, and then they yearn for that. And it's very difficult for women to go back sexually, very difficult. So what ends up happening is feminism and this deregulated sexual marketplace has made it where the highest tier men actually control the marketplace, and they're not going to go ahead and settle down. Sovereign Chase, he referred to this earlier, where the guys that have the ability to attract a lot of women and have a whole bunch of sex, they typically don't settle down until way later. There's no need for them to create families. Why? Because the court system, right? Once you really wake up to this shit, the family court system in America is completely broken. Women control 80% of the divorces. They initiate the overwhelming amount. They're incentivized because they get 90% of the alimony. So any guy that has any type of awareness of female nature, has any type of real resources, most guys simply aren't going to commit. And who can blame them? So feminism, this deregulated sexual marketplace, women think they have the power, but really what's ended up happening is all the top tier guys have the power and they don't commit to these girls. Then these girls think that they could do better and they don't want the average man. If you meet a chick nowadays in America and you say, hey, what's your ideal guy? She's going to tell you 6 feet tall, $100,000 per year, 6-pack abs, looks good, charming. I want her to be alpha, but at the same time, listen to me. Like, they're completely discombobulated and not in reality. They're like a Ben Shapiro almost. So that's kind of where a lot of these problems stem with finding relationships, etc. And then on the other side, because I got to put some men accountable, guys are weak. They don't go to the gym. A lot of guys, they're fucking pussies. They think that they're equal to a woman. They think it's appropriate to split a bill with a woman. A lot of guys don't want to be providers. They don't want to pay the bills and take care of a woman. So traditional masculinity, right, in the United States is dying as well. So we have a two-tier issue here with both the genders.
Look, I mostly agree, but I wanted to push back a little bit on the kind of extreme hypergamy thing we're seeing. Not that it's not correct, but I think it's not right to frame it as women are not interested in average men and they're looking for the high percentiles. Rather, it's that they're not even encountering the low percentile men as much, and it's that they're interested in certain things. So you could equally blame.
Okay, this is why you're wrong. Hold on, let me stop you right there before you continue.
Okay, go ahead.
Women deal with average men every single day, whether they're at a CVS store or they're, getting checked out at the grocery store or whatever. They deal with average men all the time. You want to know what it is? These men are virtually invisible to these women.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but there's a lot of
men, they're invisible.
But there's below average men that they don't even see because they just stay inside.
No, exactly. The average men and the below average men are completely invisible, whether they see them or not.
The point I'm trying to make is the men that are actually going up to these women and getting involved with them are above average. And those men have put themselves in a position
not
where
always.
not always, but no. Yeah, I'm talking, but okay.
What did you say, Myron? Is he speaking?
I think Myron can't hear me.
He's not speaking.
He's not speaking, no.
All right, I'm back. John, I missed that last part of what you were saying, man.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You said, so we talked, you said it's not the issue that they're not invisible. What was it that you were saying?
What I'm trying to say is, sorry, there's a bit of echo. A lot of these women, like, my point is they're not like scanning the population and being like, I want to oppress 85.6% of men, so I'm just going to go for the chads. It's that they're interested in specific characteristics. So first of all, a lot of the lower quality men, they're not going out as much. They're staying indoors more. They're isolating themselves to an extent. I'm not only blaming the men, but I'm saying this is part of the issue. And also, there are men who are putting themselves in a position where they have the attributes women are looking for and presenting themselves to women. And there are men who are failing to do that. And so, like, I think if more men put themselves in a position that they were attractive to women, the exact statistics of hypergamy would be totally different. So I think to frame it as a statistical thing is not quite right.
No, it is. So here's the thing, man. Look, I see what you're saying. Like, I agree with you that there's a bunch of guys that are losers and, quite frankly, don't even put themselves out there in a sexual marketplace. Sure. But what I am saying is that, quite frankly, women's standards are a bit delusional, right? And you can blame, again, feminism, the Instagram, internet. Women are heavily influenced by media. They read 50 Shades of Grey. They think every guy is going to be a billionaire that's attractive, that, you know, also is into kinky sex every now and then and can be a gentleman sometimes, but turn it off and be an asshole. Like, the thing is that women read a lot of romance novels, and what ends up happening is females, a lot of the times, these women write checks that they can't cash, right? So they'll be a 5, but they'll want a guy that's like an 8, right? And the problem is that there's not enough of these guys to go around. So I get what you're saying. You're saying like, oh, it's not hypergamy. I'm not saying that women are objectively walking around saying, oh yeah, let me just go ahead and disqualify a majority of men. No, of course not. They're not like just saying fuck everybody. But what I am saying is that their standards inevitably make most guys not qualified. And then you add in the fact that a lot of these women make their own money. Since women make their own money and they don't necessarily need men for resources or provisioning, what ends up happening is, well, now that I make my own money, I don't necessarily need a guy to provision for me, so I can go ahead and demand more. But the problem is, a guy that makes the same amount of money that she does while also simultaneously being sexually attractive and arousing and having these dominant traits, these guys are hard to come by, right? Like, it's almost like the perfect blend, because as a man, right, women are looking for a guy that's a provider, but he also simultaneously needs to be attractive and arousing and dangerous. And the thing is that it's very difficult to find these two traits in one man, right? It's what I call the dark gentleman ability. Very few men can actually do this, right? It's a very delicate balance, because most guys that end up being good providers, they're pussies. Their girlfriends walk all over them. They cheat on them. They look at them as like, okay, you're just a placeholder boyfriend. You're able to kind of like take care of me. I tolerate your
Go
dumbass.
sleep on
Then
the
they go cheat with the
couch.
Chad.
Go sleep
What?
on the couch.
Yeah, exactly. Making them sleep on the couch and shit like that. But then you got the assholes, right? That might not necessarily be financially responsible. They can't provide, or they have an issue of being a good father or committing. So it's very difficult for women to find both of these traits in one man. So, but they're always trying to find it, right? So I get what you're saying. You're saying like, oh no, I don't think women are like, you know, nefariously walking around saying, let me disqualify 85% of men. No, but what I am saying is their standards in itself disqualify 85% of men. Most guys are virtually invisible to most women, man. That's the reality. Even mids think they deserve a top tier guy.
I think you have
I think we agree there.
you have a situation
Like,
of polygyny right now. That's just without commitment. So it's like a small percentage of men with lots of most of the women, and they don't have commitment. They're not committing to any of them. That's the situation you're having right now.
And let me tell you guys a dirty little secret about females, right? Women would rather share one guy that has it all than be with a loser that they can have all to themselves. And this is like a dirty secret no woman will ever admit, because they'll sit there and say, no, I want my guy to be faithful to me, all this other bullshit. It's a fucking lie. Like, they want a guy that can literally have other women. It is by far the strongest marker of attraction is pre-selection in women. Like, for us, like, we'll see a girl, right? Let's say she has a nice ass, flat stomach, and she's nice boobs. That is the functional equivalent for women, a guy that has other women around. You look at someone like Dan Bilzerian, right? A big reason why he's able to attract so many girls is because he already has girls. Social proof is literally like one of the biggest amplifiers, because it's the most honest demonstration of higher value. And women, we know, respond most favorably to status.
I think as a man,
A lot of women go for married men as a result of that.
as a man, you can also tell that this is true, because whenever you have a girlfriend or you have a wife, that's when you're the most
Yeah,
attractive to
you get a
women.
lot of
That's
attraction
when you
from a
get the
lot of
most
other
attention.
women.
Exactly.
Yes, because and this is what I mean when I say women aren't good decision makers. They need to rely on other people to make their decision. That's why they need to see you with other women to know that they're attracted to you. Versus like with us, right? Let's say you see a hot girl. You don't need your friend to come up to you and tell you, "Oh, bro, she's hot." Or you don't need to see her around a bunch of dudes to know that she's hot. You have the ability to discern that on your own as a man, right? Women, though, don't operate that way. They need to see you with other women to know that you are worth something, because that's how women go. They'd rather be with you with a bunch of other women than have you all to themselves. And this is a dirty secret that no one likes to talk about. It's considered misogynistic and all this other stuff, but these are primal attraction triggers for women, right? So women will share you. I mean, dude, there was a time where I was like, literally, I had 3 girlfriends. I sent them all to Disney together. They hung out at fucking Universal Studios and were friends and shit.
That sounds like a pain in the ass.
It's completely possible. Yeah, it was tough, dude. No more. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's completely possible, and men are able to do it all the time if you're attractive enough. Now, one of the things that I get hit on by a lot of conservative Christians, and I know me and Chase have disagreed on this, but I think I kind of explained it so he saw my reasoning, was one of the things I tell guys is, look, you need to have 5 things in place if you want to be attractive to women. Number 1, make $100,000 per year or more. In 2024, 2025, any guy can do it. Yes, it's going to be a lot of time. You might have to give up some fun, but it can be done. Then I say 6 months to 1 year of savings. Then I say be in shape. Then be 35 years old. Then the last one, which is where everyone gets mad at me, I say you need to have sex with 50 women. Now, a lot of people say, well, Myron, you're promoting degeneracy, blah, blah, blah. Look, does that mean that that 50 number is static? No, it could be 30, it could be 40, no, maybe even 20, 25. But the point is, the reason why I tell guys they need to have sex with 50 girls is because you need to be able to not be a slave to sex. When you meet a woman, the number one thing they're going to do is they're going to sell you purity, and then they're going to use their sex, right, to build compliance with you. I need you to do X, Y, Z, or else you're not going to get sex. That is the number one way to cuck yourself as a man. Once you start having to follow your woman so that you can get sexual access, you already lost. You no longer control the frame. She controls the frame.
100%.
So the way to get around that, right, is where you have enough sexual experience where you can look her in the eye and say, no, we're not doing that. We're going to do this. And then, interestingly enough, she gains respect for you and wants to fuck you even more because she knows she can't control you. So whatever number that is for you, right, where you are not able, where you are no longer going to be a slave to a woman because of her sexuality, I want a guy to be there, because once you get into marriage with a woman, or you're in a long-term relationship with a woman, that's when the real games begin. And I just don't want guys to be slaves to their dicks where their wife literally could tell them, you got to sleep on the couch tonight, honey. Fuck that. You're the man. No such thing as a man cave. No such thing as sleeping on the fucking couch. Bitch, you listen to me or you're out this fucking house. I want the men to always have the leverage, because when women have leverage, the relationship is inevitably going to end. The man has to have the frame all the time.
By the way, I think there's another little talked about secret, which is that women are often just as driven by, if not more driven by sex than men are. And to Myron's point, yeah, women, like, you can be a man where a woman will want to have sex with you far more than you want to have sex with her. And that same woman will lord it over another man, like Myron said, for favors or compliance in a relationship. Like, the idea that women are always the ones that want to have it less, and that you just have to submit to a relationship where you're basically a slave to it, is totally absurd, because it's not congruent with the fact that women are actually very horny by comparison to men.
The only men that say that are the ones that haven't had women want them.
Yes, and that's why when I say, right, now again, a lot of conservative Christians get mad at me for saying the whole 50 women thing, right? Look, I just want the guy to be in a position where his wife can't control him through sexual compliance, right? Now, once he has that, what I tell guys is, make sure you stay attractive. Stay the same fucking guy that she got with in the beginning. If you were an asshole when she met you, become an even bigger asshole. If you were a guy that used to flirt with girls all the time and maintain your sexual attraction that way, continue to do it. Because the thing is that what I've noticed with women, right, is they can't be comfortable when they're in a relationship with you. Once women get comfortable in a relationship with you, that's when the disrespect happens. That's when the talk back happens. That's when she starts to question your authority. She needs to always be walking on fucking eggshells and feel like you're going to break up with her. Now, I know some of you guys are like, oh my God, Myron, that's so fucking toxic. Oh my God. Well, guess what? Women need drama in their life. There's a reason why they disproportionately read fucking romance novels way more than men. They need emotional stimuli to stay attracted to you. So I'm not saying be an asshole and break her heart. What I'm saying is let her know that she could be replaced at any time by another woman. This could be as simple as you talking to the waitress when she comes up, or maybe she sees girls checking you out or whatever. Cool. Whatever gives her a little bit of competition anxiety is huge for you as a man.
I do agree, but I don't think the phrasing of she should be on eggshells all the
quite accurate.
time is necessarily correct. I think she should have this
Just
mindset that
make it feel like she has to do some work to deserve you. She cannot be the table. She has to bring something to it.
be comfortable with you if she thinks that as long as she doesn't fuck up, everything is going to be fine.
Yeah, if she's constantly fucking up and you're giving her all these chances, then she's gonna walk all over you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what I'm saying. Walk on eggshells. That bitch got to be on a tight leash, man. Like, look, it's all good and dandy because we're sitting in this space and people are like, oh, well, that sounds a little extreme, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? Desperate times call for desperate measures. We live in a deregulated sexual marketplace where women have all the fucking leverage.
I'm not
They can
desperate,
call
I
the
just don't
cops
give
on
a
you,
shit.
get your ass put in jail for lying on you. They can divorce rape you. They can take your kids from you, etc. So, look, I wish it wasn't like this way. I wish there was, we can go back to the 1950s where women
I have
weren't
a
sluts or had
solution.
these
I
bad
have a
habits.
pretty
But the reality is,
damn easy
feminism.
solution on how to keep women.
Ian.
Just be fucking rich.
You're an
Just be
Asian,
rich.
right? Look.
No. You're not getting it. You just need to be rich. Okay.
No,
No,
it's a
if
lot
you're
more
rich, that's
than
even
money.
worse.
It's a lot
That's
more.
even
It's a lot.
worse.
Look, I
Dude,
know.
if you're rich, you're gonna be cheated on.
No, look,
Dude, you
I
do
know.
realize like there's rich
You
simps
be rich
in
and just not
Miami.
give a shit.
They get
Ian,
cheated on by their girl all the fucking time. Money is not enough.
Ian, I know dudes who have eight-figure
Yes.
net worths, and they have terrible game, and they do not have strong frame, and they are not extremely attractive to women. And
I
they
would
struggle with
argue,
that.
hold
Being
on,
rich is
having
not a
money
solution.
but not having frame will set you up for even worse situations because your losses are going to cost you even more money and they're going to fuck you up.
It's better to be a broke bad boy.
I think.
Yes, because here's the thing: if you're a broke bad boy, you learn the rudimentary basics of female nature, and then you can use that to your advantage when you make money.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you're
But
rich, you just don't have
for
to
your,
give a fuck about these things.
I think for
You
your
don't have to pursue
quality of
women.
life,
They come to you.
quality of life, I think money is probably the number one most
Money is the
important
biggest thing because it changes the
No, it's
way that
not.
you
It's
think about
status.
yourself. You're going to be extremely confident.
Status is by far the biggest
people
amplifier,
underlying this.
not money.
You're talking about for sexual marketplace. I'm talking about for life experience.
Yeah,
What?
because see, when you have a lot of money, right, you stop
No, I'm
giving
talking.
a shit about a
I'm
lot of
talking
things.
about. Okay. All right. So what I'm talking about.
Dude, whose mic is
Myron.
echoing
Someone's
right now?
mic
This
is
is
like recording
Myron.
unbearable.
itself.
Yeah. Myron's mic is echoing.
Yeah, now it's not.
I'm muted.
Okay. Oh, okay. So what I'm talking about is yes, absolutely for status. Absolutely for women, status is by far the most important thing.
Of course it is.
You'll meet people. You'll meet broke people that are that just have a lot of fame, and they still manage to pull women because of the fact that they have fame and nothing else. They have nothing else going for
Luigi
them.
Mangione, anyone?
I
can hear you.
Yeah, but I'm talking about for general quality of life.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is general quality of life. For general quality of life, probably the single most important thing is finances, and then your fitness. But if you're specifically talking about attractiveness, yes, status is number one.
Yeah, no, I was talking about attracting women. A long-term relationship is a whole other thing because Ian was saying money is everything, and I was like, well, having money like that will
Money
get you
comes with a
girls,
lot
that
of
will
things,
get your
right?
foot in the door. You'll get opportunities, but what ends up happening a lot of times with rich guys, and I see this shit all the time because I coach them. They just get used. They just get used and abused. They're taking girls out on expensive ass dates.
Those guys are idiots.
But that's the problem. They're idiots because here's the thing: when you have a lot of money, right? It's nothing for you to go to like Nobu and spend like $1,000 on dinner, but like that girl, right? Is like, oh, look, this is what I deserve, blah, blah. So what ends up happening is like she holds sex from you even more so
You got to
because,
be really cheap, okay? You got to be like me. I'm
of
really
course,
fucking
bro,
cheap.
but a lot of rich guys don't know this shit. They're stupid. You know what I mean? Like the problem with rich
I know
guys
what you mean,
is
yeah.
they work so hard to earn the money that they didn't learn like game. They didn't learn how to deal with women. They don't understand female nature. So they get all this fucking money. They finally get out into the sexual marketplace. They start dating girls and they don't realize that they get taken through the fucking ringer. And like 1 or 2 Birkin bags later, they might have gotten a fucking hand job. And they're like, what the fuck? And they're frustrated and annoyed. But the point I'm trying to make is the whole situation is I just want guys to be in a position where they control the frame and the girl isn't leveraging sex against them for compliance. Because that's where we end up where a lot of guys are sleeping on the couch or their girls running things. And I know some of you guys said, oh, well, walking on eggshells is a bit extreme, Myron. Well, I don't know if you guys live, I'm in Miami, right? The women here are extremely cutthroat. Typically, the more beautiful the woman, the more cutthroat you have to be as a man, because women that are extremely beautiful understand that they're beautiful. They've been getting attention all their fucking life. So that requires a deeper level of game and even more competition anxiety for her. So look, if you're dealing with an ugly mid from fucking Minnesota, cool. Be my fucking guest. Put her on a pedestal, whatever. But when we're talking about actually attractive women that have, options, etc., you need to be even tighter with the way that you operate things. You got to rule with an iron fist.
Yeah, we didn't say put her on a pedestal. What we said was that she should feel comfort with you as long as she knows she doesn't fuck
Yeah,
up.
with mid to ugly girls, sure, buddy. But like if you're dealing like with hot girls, no, she's got to be on edge all the time. I'm telling you, man, that's the only way this shit works. Like,
are you trying to keep her or what? I mean, what's the game plan?
Yes, and yes, because when she's chasing your validation, interestingly enough, yes, that's how you keep her. Because women are like cats. If you take a ball of yarn and you toss a ball of yarn at a cat, the cat will play with the ball of yarn as long as you continue to move that ball of yarn across. But as soon as you leave that ball of yarn there and it gets stagnant, they get bored and they leave. That is exactly how women operate with men. One person needs to be the adorer, the other one needs to be the adored. Every single time, as much as popular culture will tell you, every kiss begins with K and all this other bullshit, no. She needs to be chasing your validation. She needs to be adoring you. And the reason why I say that is because men know how to deal with being in a position of power with a woman, but women don't know how to do it with men. For example, if a girl gives you a gift, right? You're going to remember that shit. You're going to be like, damn, this was special. You're going to appreciate it. You're going to love it. A woman gives you a compliment. You're going to appreciate it. Why? Because men go through fucking life never getting compliments, never getting approached by women, never getting validation until they've done something. So when we get it, we actually appreciate it. Women, on the other hand, don't operate that way. And then you add in the fucking dumpster fire of Instagram, social media, Facebook, Sims hitting her up on Snapchat, all this other shit.
Myron,
Women don't. Hold on. Let me finish my point, bro. Let me finish my point. You're not even in America. Let me finish my point. Ching chong. All right?
You motherfucker.
So look, so what I'm saying is, since women get all this attention, they don't value it, right? So when women get pedestalized, they look at it like, oh, yawn, same, another simp, putting me on a pedestal, I'm gonna move on. So you need to be the guy where she's constantly chasing your validation, because when a woman is chasing your validation, she can't even think about looking at other guys and cheating and being a whore. She's too busy chasing your validation. So this is what I mean when I say she needs to feel like she's on eggshells. She needs to feel like she's constantly trying to prove herself to you. That's the only way women stick around long-term in 2025.
Okay, Myron, but I have a question, right? What about guys who have status and are being pursued by a lot of women? What's your advice for them?
Date multiple girls and never make her feel like she's special.
Advice for them in what aspect?
I don't know. Just advice.
Hey, bro, you're an Asian, man.
It depends
it's
on what
better
their
over there, man.
objectives
No.
Listen, half those girls,
You keep bringing home Asian,
half those girls in
No, I'm
your
just kidding. Don't
DMs
pay
are
for bots.
fads.
Say that again. What?
Half those girls in your DMs are honeypots.
I'm not
Fads.
talking about DMs or fucking. I'm talking about real life.
Yeah, no, I'm just fucking around, bro. You're the yo. I'm not gonna lie, bro. If you're really in Dubai, I've been to the UAE a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have a huge escort problem, man. Holy fuck.
I know.
And escorts are the worst, man. Like I tell guys all the time, I don't think they should ever pay for hookers because it's gonna make you.
Is he lagging or am I lagging?
It's gonna make you really.
You're lagging, Adrian.
But yeah, dude, UAE is gonna be tough, man. You might have to go somewhere else, bro. Too many escorts there.
Yeah.
Well, Dubai. Maybe go to Abu Dhabi.
That's not the problem I'm having, but
Abu Dhabi is much better, yeah, in some ways.
By the way, you know what I think is interesting? Why are women so less grateful about things like compliments and stuff, especially when they're young and attractive? I'm sure you've all heard the idea that women start at their highest value and then can only lose it over time, and men start at zero and then can only gain it over time. I don't think that's quite right, but let's just say it is.
No, that's very right.
But, well, I'm saying there are some things in theory that a woman can do to increase their value. But my point is, let's assume that that model is perfectly accurate. There's a time imbalance because men have to experience being worthless for 20, 30, 40 years. Women only ever experience being sought after. So until they become worthless, let's say. And so because they're never going to experience that to begin with, they don't know how it feels to not have it, right?
And that is precisely why, that's why I say you need to be in a position where she's chasing your validation, because you will actually appreciate it. You will actually probably treat her good. Versus her, on the other hand, when she gets it, she's going to get bored and leave the relationship. It's honestly, when you do this, it's for her own good.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the conversation isn't about money. It's not about status. It's not about your level of fitness. All of these different things are factors that build towards one ultimate indicator, which is what your value is as a man, right?
Yeah.
All of these things are proxies for value.
Yep.
And if you have high value as a man and you know your value and you're confident in your
You need to be
value, women can
self-actualized.
sniff that on you. Women, yes, women can sniff that on you.
Correct. That's the only
When you
thing you
know
need.
your value as a man and you have confidence, a woman comes across that and she's like,
That's
"Whoa,
all you need.
who is this guy? This guy." And
Money
it's
helps.
dude,
Status
I talk
helps.
about this on the whatever podcast and people respond to me and they're like, "Oh, well, it's so easy for you to say that because you're 6'2" and
They're
good
idiots.
looking or
They're
whatever." And
fucking
it's like,
idiots.
dude, I've had phases in my life where I was filled with social anxiety and I was awkward with girls.
Same.
And the latter half of my 20s, dude, it straight up lady killer, nonstop, like attracting more women than I know what to do
Yeah, I
with.
used to
Okay.
be
And I don't
fat.
say this to brag. I say this because the differentiator between those two phases was the energy that I was bringing to the
Yep.
table. Right. And once I built and understood my value as a man, when I spoke to women, they responded completely differently to me. And
Correct.
this is the problem that rich guys have. This is the problem that rich guys who don't have game and they don't have frame. It's ultimately women can sniff the lack of confidence and value within them internally and they walk all over them. It's the same reason why here in California you've got dudes that are like very mid looking, but they have insane
Yep.
game and they pull hundreds of chicks. It's completely out of control. And Myron, to you, bro, I mean, you know how I feel about the whole sleeping with 50 women thing, but I overall, the analysis that a guy has to be able to hold a strong frame with a woman, I obviously agree with. My thing to you, bro, is you got to get out of freaking Miami with these chicks that you're dating, bro. It sounds like an absolute nightmare dealing with those hoes, bro. My girlfriend, I'm dating a traditional Christian woman, dude, and like, oh, it is, and this is why I tell people to take the Christ pill, man. When you're a Christian and you're dating traditional Christian women, 95% of the stuff that you have to deal with these feminist chicks that have overinflated senses of self-worth and they're argumentative and the hypergamy and all these different things, it doesn't all go out the window, but a lot of it does, man. Life becomes so
No,
much
no, no.
simpler when you're
I got a
dating
girl,
good
man. She's
Christian
actually a
women.
Christian too. I do have a main girlfriend. You know, it's an open relationship for me only, of course, because she's got to stay home. But
Why does she put up with that if she's a Christian?
Yeah, why does
well,
she?
the thing is, I grew up in a Muslim household, so polygamy is just kind of what it is for us. But you know, my thing again,
And she's
my
okay with that.
Is she down to be one of multiple
yeah,
wives?
yeah. I told her that this is something that's probably going to have to happen in reality because I don't believe in. Look, my thing is this. I want the man to just be in a position where he does what he wants. If he wants to be monogamous, awesome. If he wants to have multiple women, awesome. I just want him to have the skill set to do what he wants. Because let's be honest, Chase, me and you both know most guys are monogamous by necessity, not monogamous because they want to be. So my thing is, I told her, look, I'm gonna have multiple women. This is what it is, and she's like, look, I understand that, I accept that, and you know, I told her this from the beginning. I never lied to her. I told her what it is. I think it's very important with men. If you want to go ahead and have other women or not be or be polygamous, you should give her the ability to make that decision. Versus, you know, she finds out you cheating because you're a faggot and you can't tell the truth. I do believe in being honest about that. But you know, I just don't simply believe in monogamy. I think it, you know, what the fuck am I gonna make all this money, become successful to fuck one bitch? That's retarded. So yeah, that's my take.
So I actually, you know, it's interesting. I used to hold that same position. I discovered the red pill, the sphere of the red pill about 10 years ago after I went through a gnarly breakup when I was 19 years old. And I read all the stuff. I read Rollo. I read many different books. I read the red pill subreddit or whatever, trying to sort through what had happened with my ex and where things went wrong and where I was a simp and a beta and a cuck and all that kind of stuff. And then I unchained myself, so to speak, from the monogamy mindset. I thought that was super based. And I honestly, I got to the point where I was like, dude, I'm never getting married. Like my parents went through a divorce. It was, you know, really bad. I look at women in the modern world and I was like, dude, I don't want to get married. I'd rather just make a ton of money and have like 10 different chicks that I have kids with and have like 30 kids and start a dynasty. Like that'd be pretty sick. And I was big on that idea until I was like 24 years old, and then God did a bunch of work on my heart, and I spent some time really thinking about monogamy versus polygamy, and I started to realize that I think polygamy is actually a really bad idea. It's is it gratifying as a man in a lot of ways? Yeah, I mean, having total sexual freedom would be nice. What guy doesn't want to sleep with tons of women, right? But that obviously doesn't take into account the insane number of headaches that you would get from, being with a bunch of women, for one. But second of all, more importantly, I don't think it's a good idea in terms of kids and your lineage. And the reason why I say that is something that I noticed a pattern when you read through the Old Testaments of the Bible and you look at the different men who were polygamous. For example, Abraham, David, and Solomon. Just take those three examples. Dude, their families were train wrecks as a result of the fact that they had children with multiple wives. David's kids, for example, they literally tried killing him to take the throne. They tried fighting one another. There was bloodshed between them, between his kids for the throne. Solomon, same issue with his kids. So I looked at those examples from the Bible and I was like, okay, there's something interesting going on there. But then I thought about it in the modern world and I was like, dude, I think personally for me, one of my biggest values is having the healthiest, strongest family that I possibly can. That's a big value to me. I think that is more important than my sexual gratification as a man. I think that takes a higher precedent than how much sex I get to enjoy with different women. And I think that I personally believe the best structure for raising the healthiest, strongest, most integrated kids is within a monogamous family between a husband and a wife who love one another. And so I guess my question to you, because I understand the draw towards polygamy. My question to you would be, is there a concern with how that might affect the development of your kids and, their connectedness within the
You
family,
raised
their
some really good points.
connectedness to you as a father?
Um,
Is there a concern with that? And then two, how would you feel if one of your daughters married a man who is
Okay, so
polygamous?
to answer your first one, that's a good point. I agree with you that obviously, the nuclear family is obviously the backbone of any thriving society, right? My thing is this: if I was to, have kids, right, with let's say I had 3 wives, I'd probably only have kids with maybe 1 or 2, right? The other ones are kind of more like she's hot, whatever, right? That's how if I was to have kids with multiple women, I probably wouldn't do it with more than 2. The other thing too, I've noticed is if I really wanted to make this work, I would probably go to the United Arab Emirates and go to whether it be Abu Dhabi or Dubai or something like that and raise my kids there. Just because what I'd probably do is I'd probably put both chicks there. Because when I dated multiple women, I noticed that like I have to get them to get along with each other and be friends. So that's kind of like I would sometimes have them do bonding trips. So if I was to do that, I'd obviously get them each their own place, but I would have it where they're always hanging out, having the kids play, whatever. If I do have kids with multiple parents, but I think step one is I need to get the fuck out the United States and put them in a place that's a bit more conducive to a family. I do think the United States, when it comes to raising a nuclear family, there's not many places left where you can raise a family without some type of fucking poison indoctrinating your children. So that would be step one. And then the second question you asked was, oh, a daughter. If my daughter met a guy and he had his shit together and he was a good guy and he wanted to, have multiple wives, I wouldn't be opposed to that. The only thing I would say is you need to take care of my daughter, right? And make sure that she's happy and you fulfill your duty as a man and you take care of her. She better not work, motherfucker. So that's how I would look at it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I
let me
mean,
add
not that.
something as well. So I think I don't know the rest, but in the story of Solomon, I think that's way more about the fact that Solomon was listening to his wives more than he was listening to the word of God. I know a lot of Christians have interpreted.
That's about the fall. Yeah, that's connected to the fall of the kingdom, but it's not connected to the strife between his children.
Yeah, but I think the fact that he was listening to his wives in general to that extent more than God was actually showing that there were signs of the relationship having shaky ground anyway, right? And you growing up in that type of household is going to cause issues. And secondly, I've lived in the Middle East for a significant portion of my life, so I have seen some examples of several a man having several wives, and actually I have seen it sometimes work out even better than a monogamous relationship for the kids, because think of it like this, right? If you have a monogamous relationship and the mother and the father divorce, it almost never works
51% of
out.
Americans.
it almost never works out for the child. The child always has some sort of issue later on
Yeah,
because of the
71% of
divorce.
Americans experience that.
Yeah, because
Crazy.
of divorce. But if you look
Yep.
at a lot of these households with multiple wives, even if something happens to one of the wives because the child has known several mothers,
They have a better family structure because there's a support network.
there is no negative effect from any type of divorce or a mother dying or anything like that. So that is an interesting thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you just say?
So
What are you
okay,
what are you referencing?
okay. What I'm referencing is in a monogamous relationship, if the parents divorce, it always negatively impacts the child. I have never ever seen parents divorcing and their child, and this is like for underage children specifically, right? I have never ever seen parents divorcing and the child turn out fine. The child always later on turns out to have issues with his life. But I have seen that in a lot of these Middle Eastern families with multiple wives, I have seen that if something does happen to one of the wives, because the child has grown up with several mothers, in case one of them dies or a divorce happens or something, the child still turns out fine. It doesn't seem to have the
Gotcha.
negative impacts of divorce. So, and I haven't really seen the impact that a lot of Christians say, where they say it has a lot of negative impacts on the child's development. I haven't seen that.
Divorce or a mother dying?
No. The one where they say that just being in a polygynous relationship causes issues to the child's development. I have not seen that. Having lived
Bro,
in the Middle East.
one of my friends grew up in a he grew up in Utah in a Mormon cult, and his grandfather had like, gosh, I think it was like 10 or 15 wives, and he had like 70 or 80 cousins. And bro, the alcoholism and drug abuse and suicide in his extended family was crazy. They had one of the most unhealthy, toxic extended families because of his grandparents and his parents' polygyny, like I've ever heard of in my life. Shit was an absolute
Yeah,
disaster. Like
maybe that's
tons of aunts and uncles and cousins who were alcoholics or addicted to drugs, a number of people in the family who had committed suicide. It was a train wreck.
yeah. So if you
But that's my anecdotal
yeah,
evidence.
but I think this is a completely different circumstance. So those people are living in America. I'm talking about people living in the Middle East where their religion doesn't even allow them to drink alcohol.
And also, they don't have 10 to
But
15 wives either.
you reference not seeing that in Christian polygyny situations. and I'm
I've
talking
never
I
met
think that's the reason
I've
why,
never met
like in
I've never met any
Muslim
Christian
societies, right?
polygynist. I've never met a
So,
Christian polygynist. I've only met Muslim
so in
polygynists.
Muslim societies, there's a limit on how many wives you can even have. I think the number is 4. And so
Depends on your interpretation, but yes, generally 4 is
yeah,
custom.
for most Muslims that I know, the limit is 4, and they'll
Yes.
have, like, if they even marry more than one, it'll be 2, right? Because 4 is a handful. I mean, it's more
Yes.
than a handful. It's insane. So there's a limit, and I think there's a reason why there's a limit, because when you're going to 10 to 15, that just becomes, it's just a fucking cult at that point, right?
I
It's
think
not a
yeah.
manageable thing.
Also
So when you see Mormon societies, their polygamy is insane.
Also, there's very strict requirements in Islam for having several wives as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, you
There
have
are
to treat each
requirements
one
and
equally. You got to
responsibilities
give them the same amount
from
of
the husband.
resources. Like, it makes sure that, like,
Exactly.
there's checks and balances
Yep.
to ensure that, like, if you're gonna do it, you need to have the adequate resources to do it. And that's another reason too, Chase, why I would like go to the Middle East, because it's just more acceptable there. You're gonna get less pushback. It's a more socially accepted. In the United States, pulling it off would be a lot harder with all the, problems we have here. So, it is what it is. Of course, like, obviously my mind can always change, right? Where I'll be like, you know what, I just want one wife. But I think the point of the matter is just to bring this all back, because this all started with Ben Shapiro trying to claim that guys should be looking for virgin Jewish wives, which shows how disconnected he is in the world. I think with the sexual marketplace that we have now, men kind of had to adapt to the new normal. And I think for you, right, it's great because, like, obviously, you're a Christian influencer, you're red pill aware, so you understand. You obviously understand the Bible, but you also understand modern women, and you're able to blend that perfectly. I just wish more guys had that awareness that we're religious, because a lot of guys kind of go in with the wool over their eyes thinking, oh yeah, Christianity's going to save me. I'm going to find a woman and she's going to submit to God and follow me like the Bible says. And the reality is, like, these women, man, like they don't. What I've realized with a lot of modern women is they only interpret the Bible or use religion to kind of justify some of their actions, or whatever. As soon as something comes in that they don't like, right? It says submit to your man, obey your man. They'll be like, no, I'm not going to do that shit. You know what I mean? So I just think that guys need to kind of go in with their
it's
eyes
a
wide
real
open.
problem. Yeah, no, it's I respect that too. It's a real problem. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
right.
there's a lot of blue-pilled Christian men who do not understand the dynamic with modern women, and there's a lot of quote unquote Christian women who do not actually subscribe to Christian beliefs, and it's a huge problem
You
in the
also
church
have
on both
issues with
ends for the
you
men
also
and the
have
women.
issues with the church itself. You know, a lot of churches
Yeah,
are
I mean the modern
That's
church is,
yeah.
dude, the modern church is totally cucked. Modern churches don't even preach
exactly.
from Ephesians or throughout the Bible where it talks about wifely submission and why that's necessary within a household. I mean, it's a disaster.
You
It's a
should
total
try
disaster.
Russian Orthodox. At least it's not fucking cut like that.
Well, I mean, my girlfriend is a traditional Catholic, and she was raised in a traditional Catholic household, and she believes that submission is a very good thing, and she was raised by a father and a mother who also believed in that, and she witnessed it play out in their household, and she was raised by a traditional stay-at-home mom who submitted to her husband, and
That is so
that's
critical,
what she
man.
wants.
Like,
Bro, it's
my chick
huge.
too, bro.
It's
Same
amazing.
thing.
If you want that,
Her
you need that.
father,
Yeah.
military. Both parents are together. They stuck by each other. Like, it is night and day when a woman has a strong masculine figure in her life, whether it's a strong brother, father. Hell, if the stepdad is good, sometimes even that comes in. But dude, it is so critical for like what I've noticed with girls like being like good girlfriend material. It's almost a requirement. They need to have a strong masculine figure, if not preferably the father.
It's an absolute requirement in my opinion, because the problem with a lot of modern women is that they have not ever experienced what a good, loving, strong, authoritative father figure is like in their lives.
Yeah.
The women of the millennial and Zoomer generations were raised by weak Gen X and Boomer dads who didn't have spines. They had to cuck to feminism, and they did not exercise patriarchal authority in their daughters' lives. So you get all these women that are running around acting like hoes, sleeping with all the dudes. They've never experienced benevolent patriarchy in their lives. And then you try to exercise that in their life in a loving fashion, and they like are automatically resistant to it because of all of the feminist programming that's in their minds. It's disastrous. But in my experience dating women, the women that I've dated who have had strong, loving fathers who have protected them and who have really instilled in them a sense of value as a woman and an understanding of what a true woman is. Not like the feminist bullshit that's preached in the modern world, but like a woman, like soft, feminine, submissive to a loving patriarchal authority. Your purpose in life is to raise kids and to be a loving mother and wife. Women who have been raised by fathers like that, bro, that's all they want. They're not like resistant to it. They want that. They don't want, like, my girlfriend doesn't want a career. She desperately wants me to put like 10 kids inside of her and marry her and just take care of her for the rest of her life. It's amazing. And that's what you get with women that are raised in traditional religious households with loving fathers. That's why at this point, it's like I wouldn't even consider dating a woman who hasn't had a father
It's
like
funny,
that in her
Chase.
life.
If you look at every societal problem, and I hate to fucking bring it to this, right? But and this is why I go so hard against this shit. If you look at every societal problem, whether it's the destruction of the nuclear family, inflation, etc., every decay you can trace back to fucking feminism, dude. Like, feminism was one of these fucking Trojan horses that we thought was gonna be awesome, free love, we're all gonna get laid. Yeah, let's give, women to birth control and let them fucking, lead no fault divorce. And it has come back to bite us in the fucking ass because feminism is the direct cause of the degradation of the nuclear family. You take away the nuclear family, you destroy society. And I just find it interesting that the biggest proponents of feminism are Jews.
Wow.
Have you,
Well,
Myron, have you
That's
spoken
a
with
fact,
Rachel
man. I
Wilson
know that's
about this?
offensive to some people in here,
Oh yeah,
It
but
is.
that's a fact.
It is.
Rachel Wilson's book is great on this.
Wow.
Yeah,
Andrew
Myron,
was on stage.
have you spoken with Rachel on this subject?
Yeah, I spoke with Andrew quite a bit on it. I'm trying to get her and Andrew out here. But yeah, I mean, my book covers feminism, but I know she's written several books on the issues of feminism and everything. She's like literally one of the experts on this. So I'm definitely interested to bring her
Yeah,
on.
the reason why I ask is because, and this is, dude, this goes back to your and I's original argument where I was talking about the Christ pill. It's so fascinating, bro. This is something that I wish so many more people understood. Rachel, the reason I brought up Rachel is because she wrote a book called Occult Feminism. Okay. And what a lot of people don't know about the early feminists, you know, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, all those bitches, bro, these women literally worshiped Satan. Okay. And their entire goal was with feminism, explicitly stated in their writing, was to overturn the Christian patriarchy that God mandates in the Bible. It was cloaked with all of this bullshit language about women's liberation and women's rights, but their actual goal, these women were into the occult, they practiced witchcraft, they practiced sorcery, all of this stuff, and they literally worshiped Satan. And their goal with feminism wasn't it wasn't just giving women rights and putting them on equal footing with men. These were satanic
Do you have
witches who
material about this? Because this is the first I'm hearing about it.
Occult feminism.
so
But I'll send you the
two
book.
books.
I'll send you the book.
And
Okay.
Ian, also, I think it's
two
important
books.
because you laughed at me when I said Jews started feminism. The most prominent feminists were all Jews.
They're not
a
religious
fact.
Jews, though. They're secular Jews, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. They were secular Jews,
Kind of like Zelensky's a
especially in
secular Jew.
second wave feminism. But so check this out, Ian. There's two books.
Okay.
One is called
Occult
Occult
feminism.
Feminism. The other is called Satanic Feminism. Okay. Satanic Feminism, it's a huge volume. It goes super in depth on this.
Okay.
I would start with Occult Feminism, Rachel Wilson's book. It's much shorter. It hits it hard, hits all of the necessary points. But these women, literally what they saw themselves as doing, they saw Lucifer. They wrote about this, the early feminists. They saw Lucifer as the liberator of women, the original feminist, liberating women from the oppressive patriarchy of Yahweh, God. Okay. And when we talk about feminism, when we talk about how off the rails women have gone, when we talk about the degradation of society, all of these things, it's so important for people to understand that the problems that we have in our modern world, especially in the dating marketplace, the sexual marketplace, all this stuff, yes, they were created by feminism, but specifically what they sought to uproot, the reason why everything is so fucked up is because it destroyed Christian morality within the household. This is why I push a Christian message so much. I'm less concerned. I'll talk about the red pill points. I'll talk about all of that kind of stuff. But ultimately, the thing that fixes all of this is a societal return to God. And people will tell me, hey, man, that's a pipe dream. The world's never going back to religion. It's not going to happen. Maybe you're right. Okay. Maybe you're entirely right. Maybe this AI revolution is around the corner. Everybody's going to become atheist. Maybe the world will end. I don't know. I have faith in God, though. And like, while I'm on this earth, bro, I'm going to point everybody towards Jesus Christ as much as I possibly can, because the Bible has all of the solutions, bro. When you follow God's word as a man, you're
I
going to
will
be the
say,
kind of person that you were created to
I
be.
will say,
When a woman follows God's word, the way that God designed a woman to live and to operate, she is the kind of woman that a man wants her to be. And there's meaning and there's joy in it. I see this with my girlfriend. All she wants to do is be the kind of woman that God created her to be. She doesn't want all of this feminist bullshit. She knows that it's empty. All of these women discover that it's empty when they hit their mid 30s, their late 30s, their 40s. This is why they're all on freaking antidepressants and
I will
drinking wine
say
and living with their
there is
cats.
something I really hate about a lot of Christians. And it's this attitude of God has already won. And they just don't do anything with their lives. They
They
just
don't
move
try.
on. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, God has already won, so you're not even gonna try. You're gonna
Yeah, I
waste
mean,
your
if you're a
life
Christian,
away.
shouldn't you want other people to, find God, right? I mean, I'm not a professing Christian. I'm a lapsed Catholic, right? I just don't practice. But yeah, I mean, seeing a lot of Christians, they call themselves Christians, but they don't live Christian lives, and they preach sometimes, but they don't do enough. It's like they don't give a shit. Like
Yeah,
they don't really
exactly.
believe anything, right?
Exactly. Exactly. They don't
We've
do anything
lost
with
our
their lives.
we've
Yeah, that's
lost a
not the
big
life that we're
proportion.
called to live as Christians. We're called to witness the gospel. Men are called over and over and over and over again throughout the Bible to be strong and courageous. Like, we're literally told that we're in a spiritual war and we've been given a place as Christians on the battlefield to fight in it. Like, that's the proper footing that Christians are
Yeah,
supposed to
so
take. So I agree with
why
you.
are most
I think the
why do
idea
you
that
think most are cucked?
I mean, a big part of it is the fact that testosterone is so low in modern men in the modern world. Like, you have to realize, for the first 1900 years of Christianity, Christians, these were these were not like pushover men, right? Like there's a reason Christianity conquered the world, and it's because Christian missionaries and Christian knights and the entire body of Christ was pushing Christianity throughout the world. It started as a tiny religion in the Middle East, and bam, it's like billions of people follow it today. That was the first 1900 years. Over the past 100 years, especially, there's been serious, major efforts to subvert the church. The Catholic Church, especially, has been a victim of this.
Do you know about
Protestantism has
the?
clearly been a victim
Do
of
you know
this.
about the
Go
Seventh
ahead.
Day Adventist Church?
Yeah, I've met a few of them.
Do you know about them? Like what they've done, the things they've done?
Not a whole lot. I mean, they're not very prominent.
Their
What have they
impacts
done?
are very, very significant.
Such as? I mean, I don't know much about them.
Yeah, I don't know much about them either, so I don't know how
Aren't they
significant
behind
they
the
are.
food system?
I can send you a Substack if you want. You can read up on it.
Can you just like give us like an overview?
Aren't they the
Basically,
ones that control the food system?
yes, exactly. They control the entire U.S. food system. Yes. So, Kellogg's
Are
was
they all making us fat? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Why the fuck are they doing that?
So the
Is
Seventh
it
Day
God's work
Adventist
that them to
Church
make us
was
fat?
responsible for creating Kellogg's,
Yeah.
with the explicit purpose of making you enjoy food less, and also making you have less sex, and also
Oh, those motherfuckers. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Carry on. Sorry.
they were responsible for creating the Harvard Health Department, which set the standards for the food department of the entire U.S. All the food standards are set through Harvard, and now all the veganism shit, everything that you see being pushed, has been done by the Seventh Day Adventist Church.
They're anti-sex, right?
And
They're basically
yeah,
anti-sex.
they don't want you to have sex. They want you to be fat. They want you to be docile. They don't
Oh.
want you to enjoy food.
Wow. Is that why like the food in say
They
Europe
also
and
have
don't know,
have the second largest network of schools in the U.S.
yeah. I mean, is this the reason why, you know, in the rest of the world, wherever you are, right? Here in the UAE or when I was in Europe, the food there is really healthy. It increases your testosterone. It's full of, you know, like Italy is full of red meat. It's wonderful. You know, you can eat steak every single day if you want, which I did. But in America, you know, good fucking luck with that, right? Every food that you eat is just fucking unhealthy and disgusting and lowers your T levels by a
Yes.
lot.
Yes.
Wow. So there's a fucking grand conspiracy by the Seventh Day Adventists to push, you know, an
It's not even a
emasculating
conspiracy
culture.
theory. This is a very, very well
I know. I
documented
didn't
thing.
say conspiracy theory. I said conspiracy, which is what it is, right? It's literally the definition
So
of a conspiracy.
they have this religious belief that sex is inherently sinful. So they need to.
Okay, well they suck.
Yeah, they suck.
Right. So
Fuck them.
they have this inherent theory that sex is inherently sinful, and also enjoyment of food is also sinful. And you as a human need to be vegan because that's what fruits were the only thing that were being eaten in the Garden of Eden.
Mm. You know, unfortunately for them, and also which is like backfired tremendously in the United States, is that they made food incredibly unhealthy, first of all, but then afterwards, you know, the capitalists
Oh yeah,
decided that they want to
make
sell more food, so
food.
they added sugar to all this shit, and so now
They
everything
make
is
food
incredibly, you know,
exactly. They make food unhealthy with the explicit purpose of making you more fat, lowering your
yeah,
testosterone, and also fucking
yeah.
up your body so you literally have less sex.
Right. And then now you add the capitalism to it, which is like people who are not on board with these idiots, right? They're taking that unhealthy food and then they're adding stuff that makes it incredibly tasty, right? American food is incredibly tasty. It's very sweet. And so you get this horrible combination of unhealthy food that tastes really, really good. And so
Yeah.
this is the end result.
Ian, do you think Myron is a Jew hater for saying that Jews were overrepresented in feminism?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a fact.
But you kind of sounded like you thought he was a Jew hater.
The way
My
that he
question is
said it makes him
why?
sound like a Jew hater, but I don't think what he said was wrong.
Why are they
Your
overrepresented?
question is why, John?
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I'm gonna find a quote that really disturbed me that could be interesting to talk about.
I think what's happening is that Jewish people are on average more likely to be influential, whether that's in a positive or negative direction.
Yeah, it just comes to the matter of intelligence, really.
There's a very interesting Substack about this actually.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean it comes down to the matter of intelligence?
They're just smarter than most people.
Yes, exactly.
Really?
So yeah,
According to what?
there's a very
According to their
interesting.
IQ levels.
There's a very interesting.
That's not true.
So because they have on average higher IQs than the rest of the population,
And
you're
on top of
saying
that,
that
like,
they're
Okay, so
it's not like
think of
math.
it like
dramatically. You're
Well,
saying that they're dramatically over. Wait, hold on. This is a question for Ian. You're saying that they're dramatically overrepresented in a subversive movement like feminism because of their higher IQs.
Yes.
Not just feminism, but with pretty much
With
every
positive
academic.
things as well. Look at Nobel Prize
Exactly, like
winners.
physics.
So
Yeah,
if
they
you
do not have higher IQs on average. That's
yes,
not true.
they do. Yes, they do.
They do.
No,
Yes,
they
they
don't.
do.
According to what? According to what?
According to all available data.
No, there was one study that looked at Jewish students at expensive private schools that found they had a higher IQ than the average of the entire world. There is no data that shows that Jews have a higher average IQ than white people or Asian people.
All right, so do I got to be the fucking bad guy and say it? It's because they practice nepotism. They're overly influenced. They're overly represented in influential subset groups, whether it's tech, the media, Hollywood, pornography, the news, like literally in every social media, like in every type of demographic, higher education, the Ivy League schools, they are overrepresented despite being only a minority of the group, and it's because let's just keep it 1,000, bro. They think they're the chosen people. They work together. They practice nepotism. They hire their own, and that's why they're able to get ahead far because they've been a diaspora people for a very long time. They haven't had the ability to have a state until recently with Israel, of course. So they had to really rely on each other to get ahead, and that's kind of why they always win. There's a saying: if one Jew makes money, 10 Jews make money because they take care of their own.
But Myron, aren't most ethnic and religious groups like they practice nepotism? They have in-group bias as well. So why specifically
Not to
that?
the degree.
Not like Jews
Not
do.
to the degree that Jews
Not
do.
like Jews.
Not to the degree.
If you look at
Jews
Muslims,
practice it on a level that is unprecedented, bro. Like they
if you
practice
look
it
at
on a whole,
Muslims, for
and it's actually
example.
quite admirable. As much as people want to say that I'm a
Yes.
Jew hater, it's actually something that I actually admire about them. How they're able to stick
Yes.
together, despite
everybody should do that.
being
If you look
ostracized
at-
from so many different countries. But yes, I mean they practice nepotism on another level because it's in their text.
If you look at Muslims, a lot of them, for example, fuck each other over. If they see like someone being successful, it's like there's like
It's
a
the same with
sort of
whites in
jealousy.
Australia. Whites in
Lots
Australia
of
are very
jealousy.
whites in Australia, right? If you're not familiar with this whole culture, if you know any successful white person who lives in Australia, they'll tell you that the rest of the white people living there suffer from tall poppy syndrome. It's a very specific thing, but they despise success. They envy it. And so they want to take you down if you're successful. That's the reason why every Australian hates Rupert Murdoch, because he's extremely successful.
Yeah.
Well, he's also a hardcore Zionist too, but that's a whole other conversation.
That's a totally different issue. They simply despise him because he's fucking rich.
Anyway.
And he also owns
Which
other
also
media.
has the
think-
funny effect of keeping the society down.
Also, what you have to consider is the fact that a lot of the less intelligent Jews were kind of had to convert to Islam and Christianity whenever they were overtaken, whenever Israel was taken over. And the only ones that didn't convert were the ones that were able to pay the tax, like the jizya. And so you could argue that the people that remain Jewish were the people that managed to pay the tax, and the people that were those people were wealthier in general, and those wealthier people tend to be more intelligent on average.
It's a kind of
But
self-selection.
they don't have a higher. They don't have a higher IQ on average. It's not true.
Yes, they do.
They do, though.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Look, all you
Yeah,
need
they
to
do.
do is go talk to the
Count the
average
Nobel Prize
Jew.
winners.
All you need to do is go talk to the average Jewish person, and then go talk to the average person, and you'll see that one of them is more retarded than the other, and it's not the Jew.
Well,
Correct.
John,
Okay,
John,
my whole experience.
John, hold on. Look, man, I think you're, stepping over dollar bills to pick up quarters. The reality, whether they have higher IQ or not, is that they're overly represented in extremely influential infrastructures in many different countries and all across the world, whether it's in government, media, social media, big tech, etc. They have overrepresentation in everything. I mean, hell, the whole board of
So
BlackRock
my
are all
question
Jews.
to a lot of
Yeah.
people who dislike Jews is why piss them off? Why can't we just be normal? You know, why do you have to be like, I mean, not you specifically, right? I'm not accusing you of this,
Okay,
but
let
like,
me answer this, Ian, because you know what, I will go ahead and give a very nice and salient, cogent explanation for this, because a lot of people misconstrue criticism with hate. So here's the thing: in the United States, right? You don't have this problem in the UAE, but in the United States, they run this country, right? They run this country from almost every infrastructural standpoint that matters. Like I mentioned, all the different infrastructures before. I won't name them again. But my biggest issue is that they run our government, and namely our politicians. Our politicians all cuck for Israel. They let APAC run fucking wild, influence our politicians, and all of our foreign policy is driven by Israeli interests, even when it doesn't necessarily benefit us, whether it's the war in the Middle East, attacking Iraq in 2003, which Netanyahu ran around and said, oh yeah, taking out Saddam Hussein will have positive reverberations all across the Middle East. Yeah, positive reverberations for fucking Israel. We gain nothing out of that, right? So us giving them all the aid, they're the number one recipient of all our aid. The IDF soldiers, they have universal health care over there. The IDF soldiers get taken care of very well. Meanwhile, we have people over here dying of cancer because they can't get insurance. So my issue isn't necessarily with Jews. My issue is with our foreign policy that benefits Jews at the cost of the American people. That's my issue. They run our government, and that's where I want them out. They have way too much fucking influence, and the last guy that tried to stop it got a bullet through his head in Dallas, Texas.
There's a mic drop.
Yeah, and see, for me to and I appreciate you guys giving me the space to be able to say this, but like if I had this conversation anywhere else, they would call me a conspiracy theorist, anti-Semite, and they'd kick me out. Well, number one, how can I be an anti-Semite when I'm actually Arab? And then number two, telling the truth. If the truth is anti-Semitic, then you know what? Fuck it. It is what it is. I'd rather you call me a liar than call me an anti-Semite, because nowadays they're just throwing it out there for anyone that's critical of Jews. And I also find it interesting, right? We can go ahead and bash Muslims all fucking day, right? I actually am okay with that. I have no problem when people bash Islam. I've been critical of Islam, and this is someone that comes from a Muslim family. I've said it multiple times, and Muslims have come after me for saying this, that Islam simply is not compatible with a democracy. It just isn't, right? It simply isn't, because if you look at the American Constitution, our First Amendment right is freedom of speech. Well, guess what? In Islam, you can't criticize the Prophet. So they're completely counterproductive to each other, right? And I've said this many times, and people got mad at me. I have stood by people that literally hate me, Muslims, etc., because I will defend their freedom of speech. However, I find it interesting that if you talk about Jews, Israel, Zionism, world Jewry, any of these topics that are considered taboo, you will instantly get banned, visibility limited, etc., because of their influence, right? So you could criticize any other group besides them, and I think that's why so many people are
I don't think
annoyed.
that's necessarily true. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily why people get banned for talking about this stuff. It's like it's not so much that you talk about this stuff. It's the other shit that comes with it, right? It's one thing to talk about, what you believe, right? Which I think is perfectly fine. Everything you just said here, a lot of people find disagreeable. Or I disagree with a lot of it, but I think you have a right to say it. Okay,
Okay,
so
what do you
that's my
disagree with
position.
specifically?
What do you
Well,
disagree with?
that's besides the point. The point I'm getting
No,
at
no,
here.
it's
Hold on,
That's
hold
very
on.
important,
it
though.
is
Let
important
me
though.
complete.
It is
Let me.
important.
Okay, I'll get back to it, but
Okay,
let me continue.
go ahead.
Okay, I'll get back to it. So I'll talk to you what I just agree with. The point, the reason why a lot of people get banned is because they post a lot of stupid Holocaust memes. They post a lot of stupid shit about killing the Jews, and they post a lot of like fake news about what's going on in Israel. They literally lie about it. They manufacture propaganda that's anti-Jewish, that is designed to stoke hate against Jewish people, that results in violence against Jewish people, which we have seen many times. Right, the Tree of Life shooting in the synagogue, that was inspired by a lot of anti-Semitic bullshit that goes on the internet, and that is why people get banned. It's not because you talk about your concerns about like America giving too much money to Israel. It's more so to do with the actual hatred that is directed towards Jewish people who have nothing to do with this. That is what people that's the reason why people get banned.
Okay, fair enough.
As for
But Ian, you
Yep.
have to realize though, there's a lot of things that are called hatred that are not actually
Sure, I'm
hatred,
back.
and
Oh, I
these
know. I'm
things,
not making fun of, but I'm
these things,
Use
Hold
common
on, just
sense, right?
let me finish real quick.
Sure.
So for example, one of the things that Myron just discussed, which I completely agree with, is that they have outsized influence over the U.S. government. Okay, and one example of this is that they've. Have you ever heard of anti-BDS laws?
Yeah, I heard of them. Yeah, of course, I'm familiar with them.
Okay, so there's laws all across America against companies and businesses boycotting the state of Israel. There are also laws that are being passed
Yo, what the
across
fuck did
America.
I just walk into?
We're having a discussion about American politics. There's also laws that have been
We're talking
passed
about the
across
Jews,
America.
Adrian.
Oh my god.
There's also laws that have been passed across America simply saying that to state that Jews may have outsized influence over the U.S. government, which is a fact. I mean, AIPAC is like AIPAC is the most powerful lobby in Washington, and Israel is the only country that's allowed to lobby our politicians the way that they do. To simply say that that outsized influence exists, this is called hatred. This is called hatred of the Jewish people. Okay. And so to conflate these ideas with hatred, it's not hatred. I mean, they're facts, you know? Can you see why that's
And
problematic
also,
though?
Ian, the other thing
To
too.
conflate this with causing violence.
Yeah, but it's not
These
happening
are
in a
simple facts.
vacuum,
They
right?
don't need to lead to violence, but they're
But they
called
often
hatred
do.
because
That's the
people
thing. They
conflate them.
often do. And a lot of the push against any sort of Jewish influence at all, right, at all, is being driven also by outside forces like the Qataris. Nobody talks about how much influence the Qataris have in, say, Europe, for example. They have a massive influence in the United States. Al Jazeera is allowed to operate with impunity and push DEI propaganda, and no one says a single word about it. Why is that?
Yeah, that's because
Why
of
is
freedom
that?
of the press. That's because of our First Amendment. And if we're going to make the argument that, there's a criticism of Israel or Jews leads to violent anti-Semitism, I would argue that the criticism of Muslims leads to way more violence against Muslims, but we don't necessarily have the same protections. You can go ahead and make comments and
There's
insults
plenty
about.
of protections against it in Europe, you
Well,
know?
I'm talking about America right now. Like,
I mean, look at Germany.
you're
It's all
saying,
fucked up, just about.
here's the thing. You're making the argument, right, that like hate speech could lead to violence. Of course, that is true. But if we're going to make that argument, I would argue that Muslims deal with way more fucking hate speech and way more violence on them than Jews do in America, because Jews are in an extremely influential and powerful position in the United States. And up until recently, if you criticized Jews prior to October 7th or talked about this, even on any social media platforms, it was an instant fucking ban. They're the only group of people that have a specialized term for racism. They call it anti-Semitism. No other group has that privilege. So my thing is, and hate speech in the United States is still covered under the First Amendment, believe it or not, because hate speech is only hate speech depending
Yeah,
on
but
who interprets it.
you understand why they lobby for this, though, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Like,
Historically, I mean, they have faced historical discrimination, genocides in Europe,
everyone has
particularly
faced.
in World War II.
Everyone has famous.
Yeah, I know, but in
Everyone has
World War II,
faced that.
in World War II, they faced particularly, it was particularly egregious against the Jews.
Oh,
And
no
that's the
one
reason
talks
why they
about
have
the
to
30
defend
million
themselves.
Russians that got killed, right, by the Bolshevik Revolution. No one talks about that. All we talk about is the Holocaust, which is 6 million number, which we're not even sure. They change it all the
Nobody's
time.
okay. Hang on a second. Nobody's discussing the Holocaust or anything like that. What is being specifically discussed is that historically there have been actions taken against this group of people specifically in many ways over like probably more than centuries.
But he
Maybe
mentioned
even
World
like
War II
thousands of
specifically. We
years.
know what that means. World War II specifically, we know what that means.
Why are we talking about World War II
Yeah,
when
no,
we
but
talk
it's,
about
He
history that's a
he
lot
gave it up as
older?
a point as to why because
it was
again,
just,
Adrian, you might just be
But
joining this
also,
conversation, but he was
and
trying to
also
substantiate.
and hang on a second. What's the problem with? So are we talking about religious or are we talking about ethnic? Just
Okay,
what
you
are
just
we
joined the
talking about?
We
conversation.
were talking about feminism at first, and somebody brought up, I think, I don't know who said it, but somebody said that most of the early feminists were secular Jews.
Which is a fact.
That's how
that
we
is
got
true,
into
yes.
this.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
again, going back to what I was saying, look, in America, the First Amendment protects hate speech. Now, I want to be very clear about this. I don't advocate for violence against Jews. I think it's reprehensible. Matter of fact, I've used my platforms many times to denounce people that rip off the posters of the hostages. A lot of people walk around in America and rip down the hostages that were kidnapped on October 7th. I think that's absolutely horrible. I think every life matters. However, right, I believe in free speech, and I believe that you should be able to criticize every single group of people, and they shouldn't enjoy special privileges, because at the end of the day, everyone has suffered. I know you mentioned World War II, right? But the thing is that World War II was a terrible time, and everyone lost extreme loss. I find it
Yeah,
interesting
but it
where
came
we
from
focus
somewhere,
on
right? The
this one event.
anti-Semitism has always existed in Europe, and that's the reason why a lot of Jews have to protect themselves.
Okay, but see, here's the thing.
They don't want
them
to see a
wanting to
repeat
protect
of that
themselves.
happening, and we
That,
saw a repeat of that happening on
yeah,
October
but
7th.
Ian, you're missing the point here. They're trying to derail the First Amendment with these anti-Semitism laws, and no other group gets that privilege. Do you see where I'm going with this?
I mean, I can kind of see it, but you're also ignoring the whole trans lobby as well. The LGBT lobby is extremely huge, and they're
Oh
doing the
man,
same
dude,
thing.
that's come on. They're not nearly as strong as the
What?
Jewish lobby. Are you serious,
Bro.
bro? Are you serious, Ian?
Bro, come on, man.
That's true.
And who runs that? If we're gonna go on that topic, who runs the LGBTQ lobbies? They're Jews too.
That
We're gonna be
is
honest.
not true. That is
Yes,
not
they
true.
are.
That's simply not true.
Oh,
No,
dude,
it's
you
not
could
true.
go. Hold on. See, I find it interesting, right? Jews actually take credit for leading feminism, leading the gay rights, leading the civil rights movement. There's literally websites on this saying how Jews influence X, Y, Z. When it comes to gay, the pornography, gays, transgenderism, etc., it was all led
Well,
by Jews, man.
activists like to take credit for a lot of things. It doesn't mean it's true.
It is true. The top feminist, Gloria Steinem, Jew. You want to look at the first person that did the transgender surgery? Who was it? Magnus Hirschfeld, Jew.
Yeah, but I doubt she did it because she was Jewish.
Oh my God. Okay, what about the other prominent feminists that were Jewish?
I doubt any of
Secular
them did
Jews.
it because they were Jewish. They did it because they're activists in their particular cause. They
Oh,
just
it's a
happened
coincidence.
to do it.
Okay.
It's a coincidence.
It's
Yeah.
all a coincidence. Okay.
Yeah.
Incredible. Look, man.
But I mean,
I mean,
The point I'm trying to
if they
make.
were religious Jews and they all were part of some big cabal, you maybe
no,
have an argument, but they're not.
that's not even what he's claiming. I mean, it's an interesting question. You know, during the second wave feminist movement, there were Jewish women within the second wave feminist movement who joked about how embarrassing it was, how Jewish the movement was, because despite only being 2% of the American population, they made up an enormous percentage of feminists within the second wave feminist movement. Like they made up the bulk of the movement. And it does kind of beg the question, well, why were they all drawn towards that? Why was such a small percentage of the American population drawn towards a movement like that? Right? It's an interesting question, and it doesn't even necessarily have to imply some sort of evil cabal that was like pulling the strings behind it. It's just like, well, why were so many Jewish women attracted to that movement? You know, or many other revolutionary movements throughout history, right? You have Dennis Prager. He had a hilarious quote about this. A few years back where he was talking about how environmentalism and Marxism and so many of these different isms movements outside of fascism have largely been led or created by Jews. And it's like it does beg the question, why does that continually happen? Why is there that
It's not always a
overrepresentation of this
coincidence,
tiny
Ian.
group?
And again, you live in a country where you guys have almost zero like Zionist influence in the UAE. I mean, they just let them in. They just recognized them recently as of 2 years ago. Jews can actually go to the UAE. But in America, man, it's a big difference. They run this country. And the biggest thing is this.
All
This
right,
is
so
my issue with it, right? Well, hold on. Let me just finish my point.
So I
My
kind of
biggest,
okay. So okay. So first of all, it is technically not even late. It is early at this point. Okay. So I kind of want to shut things down, and also I don't really want to discuss any of these weird conspiracy theories. I don't believe in any of this shit. I just think it's kind of odd, and realistically speaking, this is some bullshit. This is just bullshit. So
how is it bullshit?
the question is
What have I
not
said that's
how
wrong?
it is bullshit. The question is how is it not bullshit. I'll fucking leave it at that.
Okay. What
Now,
have I said that's incorrect?
Okay, look. I'm not
What's
gonna fucking
incorrect?
argue. I'm not gonna fucking argue history here. I'm way too fucking tired for that. I need to take a nap, which is gonna be a few hours at least, and then get my brain back to working again. I've got a lot of shit that I need to deal with, and this is not one of those things. And this is all
Okay,
just
then just
fucking
mute your phone and then go to sleep, and we can keep having this discussion then, since you don't want to. Like, I mean, this is an important discussion. Just because you just came in the
Nah, it's
middle of
fucking
it and you think
conspiracy
that
theory, and a bad one at that.
okay, what about as a conspiracy theory?
But is APAC a conspiracy theory?
No, what's wrong with
Like,
APAC?
is their influence over our government a conspiracy theory?
You know, dentists invest more in lobbying than APAC does.
Come on, dude. Everybody in Washington knows that the Jewish lobby
The
is the
fact
biggest
that you
lobby in
guys were even
Washington.
scared to have this discussion
on.
proves
I'm not
my
fucking
fucking point
scared
that
of
they
it. I
run
don't
this
have a problem
country.
with it. What's wrong
Holy
with it?
shit!
There's
The
literally
fact
nothing
that you
wrong
guys
with
are
it.
so
I think you're
apprehensive.
giving Jews too much credit here.
The
you know?
fact that you guys are apprehensive to have this discussion proves me and Chase's point that they run this country, dude. Adrian came out of a
No, dude.
sleepwalk
Like
just now to
I
stop the
think you're just
convo.
giving them way too much credit. I think you're giving the Jews way too much
No, I
credit.
literally came in
And
randomly, to be honest with you, but sure. So this is how it always
You heard you and
devolves.
you
So this
said
is how it always
Ian,
devolves
Ian,
to. Pretty cool.
they give themselves the credit. They give themselves the credit. They brag about the fact that all of their politicians that they lobby for.
I swear, literally, I take fucking just a few. I take like an hour or two to go somewhere and eat, and I come back, and we have absolute fucking degeneracy. Great. Okay. Anyways, it's a bit late, technically early already. I don't want to have this fucking retarded ass discussion. It is really fucking stupid. If you want to have a good discussion, we can have a good discussion. You want to talk immigration, we can talk about immigration. But if you want to talk about these like weird ass batshit conspiracy theories, you can do this on your own show. It's all perfectly fucking fine. It's great. It's awesome. Just not here. This is stupid. And I'm not gonna have like a historical lesson to back this all up with. I'll do the research and I'll bring it to you. But realistically speaking, I don't care. I really don't care. I don't understand what the fucking problem is, and I'm tired of seeing this nonsense on everywhere. Because it's the same repetitive dumb shit, and most of it is entirely a fucking lie. And I'm not gonna hear it. So anyways, with that aside, what are we gonna actually... Nah, never mind. I saw something funny there. With that aside, it is pretty late, technically early. Best way I can describe it. So I guess we should start this again tomorrow. It was actually a relatively good show. Pretty decent performance, I would say. Pretty long. I had a lot of weird stuff that was happening earlier. I was on a Fortnite stream, and these people were fucking attacking me from all corners. So again, I'm annoyed as shit. So this is probably not one of those other things that I want to deal with. Now, with that aside, tomorrow is going to be another day. You can come back if you want to talk about stuff that's actually real. It's good. Other than that, we're going to fucking stick it for here today. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to me. Make sure to turn notifications on so you never miss when I go live. Follow my co-hosts, and we shall see you tomorrow here. But other than that, that's it. Yeah. Thank you for coming.
Good night.
And seriously, enough with this fucking degeneracy. I swear to God, I'm losing my patience with this.